Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. How is everybody doing out there? We are continuing our coverage of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. We are into day 4. Trial starts at noon Eastern, which would be 9 Pacific, because they're on Pacific time. So before we do that, we thought we would get into a little backstory, and we're going to show Robert Baker's, a little bit of his testimony, because he was on for like 3 days, something like that. So we're going to show just a little bit because we're trying to figure out, we know that Devyn was married to Baker, but we're trying to figure out if she was the 13, 14, 15-year-old that he got busted getting together with. So he was married to a woman. She had, I think, she had a young daughter, and Baker got together with that person, and then he ended up marrying her. So we're not sure if that's Devyn or not, so we're going to try and kind of put that to bed today. So let's get to it, you guys. Let's get to it. Robert Baker, here we go. So again, this is going to be... hold on a sec. Bear with me, guys. I had it all set up and now I don't. Is it there? All right, hold on, guys. All right. Just give me a moment. All right, so again, this is Monica Sementili. This is her trial back in February, I believe, February, March. And this is Robert Baker, who deleted Fabio Sementili. That was Monica's husband. And they had a torrid affair, meaning Baker and Monica. It was definitely worth the trial. You guys should check out. We watched it. We streamed it. And anyway, so we're trying to figure out if Baker slept with this 14, 15-year-old. So that's kind of the backstory.
But why did you leave? Let me start with why did you leave the service?
That's a tricky question, but I'll answer honestly, since I answer it honestly. I caught another case, and I got put out of the military.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As you sit here now, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
Can you tell us what felony that was?
I pled no contest to lewd and lascivious acts with a minor.
Minor being someone under the age of 18?
Correct.
Can you tell us how old that individual was at the time?
15.
Okay. And did you serve time?
I did.
When you got out, were you on parole?
Yes, I was.
You understood that you had and still do, I assume, a lifetime requirement to register as a sex offender, is that right?
That's the law.
Okay. And were you ever prosecuted for violating that law?
They chased me all the time, yes.
Okay. And were you ever punished or sentenced for additional time for that?
I think I did 6 months. I think I did 6 months for time one time.
Okay. As a result of that conviction or those convictions, were you unable or were you discharged from the armed services?
Say that one more time?
As a result of the convictions, the felony conviction, were you discharged?
Oh, yes.
And what year was that about?
94.
Okay. And is that when you came to Los Angeles?
I was already in Los Angeles at the time.
Okay. And no longer serving in the armed services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what you did for a living, what your employment was after you left the armed services?
After that, I worked retail, believe it or not. I worked retail, and after I got out of retail, I wound up getting involved in the entertainment business as well, because it's going to come out anyway, the adult entertainment business.
Okay. And when you say the adult entertainment business, you're talking about legal pornography, shall we say?
Adult entertainment.
Okay.
Pornography is degradation. We don't.
Fair enough. And what exactly did you do in that field of work?
Well, at first, I was actually married at the time. Well, I was like a domestic, and then I had.
Jack, you are non-responsive.
It is non-responsive.
What does that mean?
That's right.
So I won't make the same
Sir,
mistake.
just listen to the attorney answer his questions, please.
When did you first get married?
The first time?
Yes.
The very first time.
Very first time.
Back in 82.
Okay, you were still in the armed services?
Yes.
And you mind telling us the name of the person you married?
I'd rather not.
Okay. How long were you married to her?
4 years.
Okay. And who was your second wife?
I'd rather
Don't wanna
not mention
name
her
her?
name either.
Pardon?
I said I don't want to mention her name either.
Okay. Were you still in the armed services then?
Yes.
And you get divorced from her?
Yes.
When did you begin in the adult entertainment business?
In 97.
Were you married at that time?
No, not legally.
Did you eventually marry someone that you were going with at that time?
No.
Okay. So when you got into the adult entertainment business, can you tell us what you initially did?
I was a performer with my partner.
So you were actually in the videos that were being made, correct?
Yes.
And when you say your partner, that is an actress who was also acting in the adult entertainment business, correct?
No, we came in together. She wasn't in. We came in the business together, so she wasn't there working. We came in at the same time.
Did you bring her into the business with you?
We agreed to come to the business together. Yes.
Okay, well, you were a team.
Yes.
And how old were you at that time? About?
29, maybe 20. 30, no. 30, 31.
How old was she?
20.
Did you bring her into the business with you? In other words, she had to come with you as a team, or you would not have been hired?
I sort of came with her,
Okay.
actually.
And you were making movies where? Here in Los Angeles or Chatsworth,
Correct.
wherever they made movies?
Yeah. Yes.
And for how long did you do that, Mr. Baker?
I performed probably about 4 years, maybe 4.
All with her?
Most of the time, yes. Most of the time.
Did you ever get married to her?
We were married by. No, we weren't.
Okay. So after the 4 years, what was your next field of employment?
You should ask who she was.
You willing to?
I'm a Jack non-responsive.
What's his name?
I'm not sure I can do whatever you ask me to, but I'll ask you that question. What was her name?
It was the victim of my first case.
Okay, so without going into a lot of details, you originally had a relationship with this 15-year-old female, correct?
Yes.
You were charged and convicted of lewd acts or sexual acts with someone under the age of 18, correct?
Yes.
You served your time, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, did you marry her?
We got together. Yes.
Did you ever get legally married?
No.
Okay. You don't want to state her name?
No.
Okay. So how did you live together?
Yes.
How long did you live together with her?
After that time, about 5-6 years.
And where was this in relation to when you were performing as an adult actor?
In Los Angeles.
All right, so the whole point that we're showing this is, was that 15-year-old that he got busted for and then ended up marrying, is that Devyn? That's the whole point. We're trying to figure it out. So for those that are confused or trying to sort it out, we're trying to figure it out too. He's not mentioning names, but we're trying to figure out if this woman that he's talking about, that he was married to a woman, her daughter, 15 years old, they get together, he serves time, he gets out, they get married. Then they start to do movies together. We're trying to figure out if this is Devyn or not. I don't think it is, because he doesn't say her name, but then in cross he does. Well, you'll see in cross, but I don't think it's Devyn. We thought that it was, back on day 1 and day 2. Right now, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Although it is confirmed he was married to Devyn, but I don't think she was the one that he was sleeping with when she was 15. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is her. So let's continue on.
Angeles.
But were you living with her while you were performing as an adult actor?
Yes.
She was not your partner in that, or was she?
Yes, she was my partner.
I see. And eventually you split up with her, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave the adult entertainment business at that time as a performer?
Yes.
Okay. This was all in Los Angeles?
Correct.
What was your next line of employment or field, your occupation?
I was a manager, a talent manager.
Okay. When you say a talent manager, was that for regular movies and plays or so forth, or was it still in the adult entertainment field?
It was both, adult, mainstream.
Did you have a name of an agency? Did you work alone or what?
No, I worked with my my partner. She was my partner in this.
Okay, the one that you didn't marry but had a relationship with.
Yes.
And what did you do briefly as a manager in this field?
We guided entertainers to get better jobs, and kind of like a guiding people to get, what's the better word for it, more productive and more quality work.
And I assume you were paid for your service.
Yes.
You got a commission on there.
I object. All of these questions are in our meeting.
Sustain.
How were you paid when you were in this field?
Through commissions.
Okay.
2 commissions.
And how long were you a manager in the adult entertainment business?
Probably the entire time, almost 20 years.
Now, did you manage others besides performers in the adult entertainment business? I mean, other than pornographic performers?
Adult entertainers, yes.
Did you manage individuals who were dancers in strip clubs or nightclubs?
No, not really the strip club thing. Like artists, musicians,
Okay.
up and comers, models, fighters.
And was this all with your partner?
In the beginning, no. But towards the end, yes.
Okay.
We had split up by that time.
Did you have an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on Ventura Boulevard.
How long were you in that business as an adult entertainment manager?
Like I said, probably about 15 years, 17 years, something like that.
And that would take us till when in your life?
2015, about 2015.
All right.
Yeah, about 2015 or so.
Now, there was a witness who testified in this case, Roger Brown. Did you know Mr. Brown?
I do.
And how did you know Mr. Brown?
Met him at a party in 1998, I believe it was.
And to your knowledge, what field of employment was Mr. Brown in?
He was a general.
All right, so that's him laying the groundwork. This is a direct cross by Mr. Levine, or direct testimony, not cross. This is direct from Monica's lawyer, Mr. Levine, and Baker just kind of told what had happened with getting into the adult entertainment industry. He had slept with a 15-year-old. He was married to her mother, sleeps with her, and then he gets out, goes to jail, gets out, and then they end up being married. And then together, those two together create movies together. Now we're going to get to Miss Silverman, Beth Silverman's cross, and here's where he says a couple names. You tell me if he says Nikki or not. I don't hear Nikki. I hear a D though. I do hear a D. So that could be Devyn or Devyn. So
you were also asked by defense counsel about your service in the military, correct?
Yeah, 30 years ago, yep.
And eventually you left, separated from the military, correct? From the Army?
Correct.
And what kind of separation did you receive?
OTH.
What is that?
Other than honorable.
And why was that?
As I said earlier, because I had caught another case.
You caught another case.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you received a dishonorable separation from the Army, correct?
There's different ones of that. No, there's a different one.
It's not that one.
It's other than honorable. There's dishonorable, there's a bad conduct, and there's good conduct. So it's the one step below good conduct.
Other than honorable?
Yes.
Which means not honorable.
Objection.
Right?
Argumentative.
Other than honorable, it means what it says, right?
Well, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
Correct?
You would have to look up the regulation to figure that out, because I'm telling you the status of it. I don't go into the details. I don't have the regulation sitting in front of me. There's a regulation for it.
See this?
Yep.
All right, again, for those that didn't watch the trial with us, this is Monica Sementili, her husband Fabio, who was this hairdresser, hairstylist, really famous, really popular, went on, did all these shows. He was, they were originally from Canada. They moved to LA. Monica connects, they have two daughters. Monica connects with Robert Baker. They have this ridiculously torrid affair, like seriously, like X-rated, just really, really out there. Pictures galore, videos, all kinds of stuff. So Baker and one of his friends came over and stabbed Fabio to death. So Monica's the one that's on trial. The whole reason we're watching this is that Devyn or Devyn married Robert Baker, and we're trying to figure out if Baker, we know, as he just testified, married a woman. She had a 15-year-old daughter. He slept with that 15-year-old daughter. Then he spent time in jail. When he got out, those two got married. They went into the adult entertainment industry. So we're trying to figure out if that 15-year-old daughter is Devyn or not. I don't think it is, but listen up. Listen, and see if you hear. Listen, because Beth Silverman's going to be starting to pull out all kinds of names. So you tell me if you hear Nikki, Stacy, Devyn, all kinds of names. You tell me if you hear a name.
Baker's discharge will be characterized as other than honorable. You see that?
I just said that.
That means not honorable.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor. That's what you testified to. This has been asked and answered.
His name. His name.
Why did you receive an other than honorable discharge from the Army?
Objection calls for no foundation calls for it.
It's overruled.
You said you caught a case, right? What kind of case?
It was a lewd and lascivious act with a minor.
One?
It was one person.
One count?
I don't know the counts. I don't know how they got the counts. I just went along with the deal.
Well, how many counts did you plead to?
Objection irrelevant.
It's overruled.
I don't remember. I really don't. I know it was just one person, not 7 people.
Who said anything about 7 people?
No one. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like you're trying to say that.
Oh, no, I'm going to tell you exactly, and I'm going to ask you a question. Who's Narlin Lopez?
Wow. You're going to put her name out there like that, huh?
No, you did that by getting up on the stand.
I'm done with this, man.
All right, so that's the first name. Nolin? Sounds like New Orleans. Nolin Lopez. So that's name number 1. Is Nolin or New Orleans? No, I think it was Nolins. Nolins Lopez. So that's the first name. Nolin Lopez. That's not one of Tracy's AKAs, right? She has a lot of them. Tracy Baker, Nikki Fairchild, Tracy Nicole Tavares. So not a Nolins Lopez. All right, so that's name number 1.
I'm not trying to bring her up in this.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to bring. She's a victim in this.
Sir, just have a seat. Right there. Let's see, counsel.
And we did cover this trial, so if you guys want to go check it out, we did cover it. Here, let me pause myself here. Boop, there I am. Boop, 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 boop. So we did cover this trial. If you guys are interested, you can go check it out. It's a good one. It's long. It's like over a month, but it is worth it.
You want to?
Proceed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to tell us who she is?
I'm not talking about that case anymore. That has nothing to do with this one.
Your Honor?
I'm done, man. I'm
Any
done.
information that this can be inquired, please answer the question.
I'm not answering any questions regarding that case. It has nothing to do with this one.
You referred to it as a stupid case in your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
What case is that?
The case that you're saying you're going to refuse to talk about.
Oh, yeah, I'm done
Right?
talking. I'm done talking about it.
So, you were convicted in this particular case of 6 counts, right? Your Honor?
Answer the question, please.
Judge, I'm not going to answer these questions.
Sir, here's the issue. You have to answer the question.
I don't see the relevance in this whole thing between one or the other.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to excuse me for a couple of seconds outside, please. The evidence will apply.
All right, so again, the 15-year-old that he slept with, that he got in trouble for and he went to jail, was Narlin Lopez. Oh, I wish we could hear what's going on. I wish we could hear what's going on. Oh, hey, Mona, we need you. We need you later. Please, please, please. All right, be who is that? available Who's for us that later. talking? Holy mackerel. Yeah. All right, let me mute that person. All right, so again, it's not Tracy, Nikki, Tracy, Devyn, right? So I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Yes, he did end up marrying Tracy. They did get together. I think that's pretty much confirmed. But the girl, the 15-year-old, I don't think it was her. I don't think it was her. All right, hold on. Let me fast forward a little because we hear a couple. I think we hear another name. Let me fast forward here. Ooh, they take a long break. All right.
Finish a piece of pizza, so excuse her. Thank you. Sir, again, you're still under oath, and Ms. Zimmerman, you may continue.
Thank you. Again, you were actually convicted of 6 different counts, correct?
6 counts.
Yes?
I think so.
You don't know.
I don't remember how many counts it was. I just took a deal for the whole thing, so I never really.
So,
It's a long time ago.
1993. How old were you?
31,
And how old was the victim?
14, 15.
And count 1 was a violation of Penal Code Section 288A, subsection C, oral copulation on a minor 14 or under, correct?
I don't remember what it was. I thought it was just 288, whatever it was.
Was that Long Beach, right? Right? Long Beach?
Yes.
288A, subsection C, oral copulation. Correct?
It's arrest. This is the arrest thing, right? This is the arrest?
This is what you were convicted of, sir.
I didn't even know this.
You didn't know. You pled to all these counts. Is that kind of like how you didn't know what you were pleading to in this
I'm
case?
telling you the truth. I didn't know it was all this. I thought it was just...
Excuse me, sir, there's an objection. Sustained.
You were also convicted of Penal Code Section 288.5, subsection A, continuous sexual abuse of a child, correct?
I don't know this.
Okay. How about count 3? Penal Code Section 288A, subsection B, subsection 2, oral copulation with a person under 16. Were you convicted of that as well?
I thought it was just lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I thought it was. 7 counts of lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I
7
remember.
counts.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay. Because earlier you said 1, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Count 4, a violation of Penal Code Section 286, subsection B, subsection
Judge.
2, sodomy of a person under 16, correct?
I don't know. I really don't. I thought it was something totally different that I pled to. Not that.
Count 5, Penal Code Section 288A, lewd or lascivious acts with a child under 14. right?
It's not what I thought I pled to.
Okay. Count 6.
Can we check that?
A violation of.
If you don't remember, or you don't think that was it, then say exactly
Okay,
that.
I don't remember.
Count 6, a violation of Penal Code Section 261.5, unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you see here, count 1, 288,
I do see it.
convicted?
I see that.
See that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If that was the only conviction, then the rest of this was...
Maybe, wait,
I'm sorry.
good idea. 2 years state prison, you see that?
It's out of focus, but
Yeah, it'll come back, give it a sec. It's thinking. See that?
yeah, I see that.
5 additional counts. All counts convicted. You see that?
I see it.
See the other counts here? 288C.
I see that too.
Okay. 5 counts of 288C. You see
I
that?
see that.
Yeah. And you see here, do you know what that is? PC 290?
It's registration.
Right. Were you also convicted of failure to register as a sex offender after those offenses?
Somewhere down the line, yes.
Yep. And then several times, correct?
Twice. Not several.
All right. So are you clear now that you were convicted of
288C?
numerous counts that I just read to you? All of the counts that I just read to you.
So not all the A's and B's, all that too was included?
All of them. Did you see that?
I saw it now.
Do you
But,
want me to put it back up?
huh? It's up to you. It's already out there.
So you agree with me? Those were the counts you were convicted of.
I saw 288C. I saw that for sure.
All right. And you referred to this as a stupid case in your interview.
Which stupid case? This one or that one?
Yeah, this is a stupid case. Right?
It's my opinion. For me, it is.
She was your stepdaughter, right?
Yes.
So you were married to her mother.
Yes.
That was Vanessa.
All right. Here we go again. The names, man. It's gonna put these people on blast again.
I don't have to do.
All right, so Vanessa is the mom. He's married to Vanessa. She has a daughter named Narlin, right? So again, no Tracy, no Nikki, no Devyn. So I don't think that right now it doesn't sound like Devyn is that 15-year-old. The time gap makes sense. Yeah, the time gap makes sense. But again, who knows? I mean, I don't know. We're still trying to still trying to dig into this to see if Narlin Lopez is Nikki, Devyn, Tracy. Not sure. It makes sense that it would be, but then I don't know. So that's where I'm confused. All right, so we just heard a second name there.
Do this again. Take a deep breath, Mr. Baker.
Correct? You mentioned this victim yesterday in your testimony, right?
Yes. I'll sustain that.
Motion is strike.
Well, it was by counsel. Statements of counsel are not evidence.
You testified about this yesterday, right? Mr. Levine brought this all up when he asked you if the two of you had made pornos together or were in the business together. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Okay, so you talked about it without any problem yesterday. In fact, you brought it up.
Without mentioning names, yes.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about it yesterday?
Which part? You're kind of all over the place.
I'm sorry?
You're kind of all over the place. I'm trying to get an idea which part are you talking about? Which part are you talking about?
I'm going to object. There's no question pending.
There is no question pending.
You said that because of this case, you brought this up, they chased you all the time.
That's the truth.
Because you were convicted of numerous counts of sex with a 14 and a 15-year-old, correct?
Are you making a statement or you're asking me?
Your Honor.
Yes, it was correct. It's either yes or no.
I said something to that effect.
Was that the truth?
That they were chasing me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were failing to register, correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that every time you commit a crime, you blame it on law enforcement?
Objection is argument.
Overruled.
Every time I come in, I blame. No, I haven't.
You said they chased you.
For the 290 registration portion? Yes. So we're on trial for the 290 now. All right. Yes, they chase me constantly, always trying to find a way to get anyone who failed to register properly.
It's the law, sir. It's your violation, not theirs, correct?
Counsel, now you're testifying and you're being argumentative.
Correct?
It's the law.
There is no question pending.
On this case, you told the police the only reason they were interested in you is because you were a sex offender, right?
Did I say that? Yes or no? Did I say
Answer
that?
the question, sir.
I don't remember. I don't remember me saying that.
Throughout this case, you've been saying that the police were
Oh, okay. Got you. Initially, yes.
Well, the whole way until you came in and pled. For 7 years, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
It always ran across my mind, constantly, yes.
But the truth was, you did commit the crime.
And that is the truth.
But yet, you went on for years and years and claimed that law enforcement was lying.
Let's ask and answer, Your Honor.
So overruled.
Do you understand the difference between a truth and a lie?
I do.
If I were to hold up my pen and say this pen is blue, is that the truth or a lie?
Your Honor, that's argument.
Sustained.
And then I think you said that you married the victim in this case, correct?
A domestic partnership. I called it a marriage for me. But legally, no.
Okay, so you were not married.
No.
So when you told Mr. Levine in one of the interviews that you had been married to this victim, that was not true either.
By law, no.
Okay. And then, who did you marry next? You were asked about this yesterday.
I'm not giving any more names out.
Who was the person you were married to after the victim?
I'm not giving any more names out.
Your Honor.
We talked about this, and it wasn't brought out yesterday. I don't think we need to know the name.
I'm sorry?
We do not need to know the name.
And was that a real marriage?
Yes.
And then a third time, who did you marry that time?
That was the other name that you used earlier.
Okay. The victim,
Before her.
Vanessa.
There we go again.
You asked, did you not?
I'm trying to keep these people's names off the TV.
But you put them up there by getting on the stand, right?
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Mr. Levine told you that you were going to have to answer all the questions that either side put to you, and you had no problem answering the questions when he stood up here for a day and a half.
That's argument.
Right?
Sustained.
So how many times have you been married?
4.
4 times. Yesterday, you told us that you were married twice, and the third one you didn't marry. Is that not true now?
Say that one more time. I'm jumbling numbers in my head.
You can't remember the number of people you
I can't
married?
remember anything these days. Go ahead.
You told defense counsel you had been married 5 times.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that was also not true.
Correct.
And then you said that you had a business where you were in the office all the time on the phone. Remember that yesterday?
I did.
What's the name of that business?
Oz Entertainment Group. Also, D-Rob Enterprises was the other name of it too.
I'm sorry?
D-Rob Enterprises.
D-Rock?
D-R-O-B. D as in D-R-O-B.
All right, D-Rob. All right, so he's been married 4 times, or so he says, to Nerlin, to Vanessa, and then now he's saying one of his businesses was D-Rob. D-Rob. His name's Robert D. So is that Devyn? Is that Devyn?
So, Oz Entertainment Group. Also, D-Rob Enterprises was the other name of it too.
I'm sorry?
D-Rob Enterprises.
D-Rock?
D-R-O-B. D as in D-R-O-B.
D and Rob?
Yes.
D was one of your wives. You brought it up, sir.
After that's irrelevant.
That's overruled.
You brought it up, correct?
You asked me the name of the business.
And you said Oz, and then on your own you brought up the other.
Then
Wasn't D also one of your wives?
That's not the business name though.
So D-Rob didn't mean D and Rob.
It's doing the same thing again.
Your Honor.
You're killing me with this.
So D was one of your wives. So there's Devyn. That's Devyn. So that's Devyn. I don't think she was the 15-year-old though, because that was Nerlin, right? I don't think that was. To me, you guys tell me what you think. I don't think Devyn was the 15-year-old. The age gap totally makes sense. Age gap makes sense. He was 30, she was 15. That's about right. But then, and then D-Rob was one of their businesses. He was married to a D, whether it was just capital D or D-E-E or whatever it is. But that to me kind of confirms that the 15-year-old was not D. So you guys tell me what you think. We'll keep playing it for a little bit, but you guys tell me what you think.
You said Oz, and then on your own you brought up the other. Wasn't D also one of your wives?
That's not the business name though.
So D-Rob didn't mean D and Rob.
It's doing the same thing again.
Your Honor.
You're killing me with this.
So make it easier.
It's going to keep on going.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So yes, he was in Las Vegas. He spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. He even took Monica to Las Vegas a couple times. He was definitely in Las Vegas. He was in LA. He was in Las Vegas. What else? What are the questions? He is in jail. He pled guilty, so he took the plea, and so he's in jail. He's in jail for life. Was Baker involved? Was Baker involved with what? Well, he killed Fabio. Yeah. He took out Fabio. So what else? Do we know how long this guy spent in prison? It sounds like it was doesn't sound like it was very long. Doesn't sound like maybe a couple years, 5, 6, 7 years. It doesn't sound like it was very long. So I don't know for how long, but it doesn't sound like it was for too long. Was he in Vegas night of John's murder? No, he was in jail. He's been in jail since. Hold on, I got to review my notes now. He was in jail. Oh gosh, you guys are making me think now. Let me go back to Monica. See if I can find Monica. Find my notes on Monica. I don't have my notes. Hold on a sec. Let me review. If Fabio Sementili. All right. So he was stabbed to death in 2017. And then Robert Baker. He pled, let's see, I think it was 2024 he pled guilty. So it was him and Christopher Austin. So in 2024, he took the plea. He took the plea in 2024. So Johnathan, so he was still around in 2023, but no, I don't think, no, he was in jail. I'm sorry. He was in jail. He's been in jail for a long time. Then he finally took the plea. I'm trying to remember when he was arrested. When were they arrested? It's not like we didn't just watch this either earlier this year. Hold on a sec. When was Monica Simon? So they were arrested on the same day. They were both arrested on Wednesday, so that was in 2017. So he was in jail since 2017. Yeah, no. Hey, Allie. Yeah, he's not getting out. No, he's not getting out. He's not getting out. He took a plea and he's not getting out. Christopher Austin took the plea and he has the potential to get out because he has kids. But Baker's not getting out. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. Hello to you. So this is getting complicated. I'm trying to make it actually as easy as possible, but sorry you guys are confused. So we're trying to figure out if Devyn is the 15-year-old. That's what brought all this up, and I don't think it is. I don't think it is. So no, he was not around. He was in jail. Northwest, to answer your question, he was in jail when Johnathan was when he lost his head. All right, we'll listen to a little bit more. Then at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock, that's when the Devyn trial kicks in. So we'll listen just a little bit longer. See if he says any more names. I forget now. Gee, Stewie, can we find out if Devyn's mom is called Vanessa? We need to know her birth date, I think, right? That's the thing that's our sticking point is we don't know her birth date. Once you know somebody's birth date, then you can determine a lot, but I don't think we know her birth date yet. So we'll have to find out her birth date. Hey, Hector's mom, good to see you. Jenny, I'm following. It's hard for people who didn't follow the Sementili case. I know. We're trying to make sense of it, you guys. We're trying to make sense of it.
And then you told us that after meeting the defendant in 2015, that within a couple of weeks, the two of you began a sexual relationship, correct?
I believe it was 2016.
So you began having sex after you met her in 2015, which would have been in 2016, correct?
I met her in 2016.
Okay.
Not 2015. So it was a couple of weeks.
Remember giving her a racquetball lesson in the end of 2015?
It was 2016.
Okay. That you remember?
I didn't meet her till 2016.
Okay. And then do you still stand by your statement from yesterday that within a couple of weeks of meeting her, you said the two of you were having sex?
Yeah.
And you said that you were working, you said a hobby job as the league director at LA Fitness, correct?
Correct.
And you said that it was a hobby job because you weren't making much money?
I stopped working.
I'm sorry?
I stopped working as a manager.
Okay. And so you were now working for LA Fitness as the racquetball coordinator.
Correct.
And I'm assuming you were making a minimal salary.
Correct.
So how is it that you were able to go out to all of these restaurants and bars and travel and things of that nature that you told everybody about yesterday?
I had certain residual money coming in from different places.
Like what?
Clients who owed me money. Certain checks would still come in.
Okay. And so that provided you with enough money, you're saying, to be able to pay for all of these trips and restaurants and bars and clubs?
Yeah.
You also told us yesterday that you met Fabio Cementilli at LA Fitness after a couple months of having sex with the defendant.
2 weeks after that, somewhere down the line, somewhere down the line I met him.
And that you then started playing racquetball with him.
That one time, yes.
One time.
Yeah.
Okay. And that one time that you played racquetball with Fabio, you were already involved in a relationship with the defendant, his wife.
Yes.
You also said that you and the defendant communicated through a texting app, correct?
Correct.
And you said that was Viber, correct?
Yes.
All right. It seems like that's pretty much it for names. I don't think he really mentions any other names. All right. So we do have a birthday. So we'll try and sort it out. Try and sort out if what the connection is to the underaged. All right. So the whole point of that exercise was to find out if Devyn there was the underaged, because we knew she was married to Baker. We were trying to figure out, and then we also knew that Baker married this he had relationships with an underaged female, and then those they got married. So we were just trying to figure out if Devyn was that, because then don't forget, then she now is grooming Devier, right? So she got groomed, if indeed that was her, which now it sounds like it wasn't. But I was thinking, okay, so if she was being groomed as a 15-year-old, then she goes and she connects with Devier, who was 15, 16, 17. So I was just trying to make those connections. So, all right, so that's where we stand. All right, let's get our heads back wrapped around this trial, and let me review my notes from Friday. Actually, it was Friday. We streamed on Saturday, but we are caught up now. All right, so we've had 11 witnesses so far on the stand. Let's see, today is the 10th of November. And we heard from Johnathan's mom and her boyfriend. We heard from a couple crime scene analysts, the medical examiner. I thought that was pretty good. And then we heard the forensic anthropologist, Jennifer Burns. She was pretty good witness. And then Carrie Skinner is on the stand still. They broke. She took some audio interview with Devyn. So let's see. Sweet Vampy. Oh, we are just getting here today to everyone. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining. All right. Let's see. Squinty Cat. D being referred to Vanessa, aka D. She's on Wikipedia. She's not Devyn. Okay, so the D is not Devyn. So that's yet another person. So he got married to 3 people, Vanessa, Marilyn, Dee, and then a Devyn. He said he was with 4 people. So Devyn was not mentioned in the trial, sounds like. Hey, Crash. Hello. How are you? Play on Crime. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Devyn has quite the bio on IMDb. Yeah, that's, let's see. Yeah, I don't think she was, my final analysis is I don't think she was the one that was 15 years old. Although it does make sense, but I don't think that was her. Marilyn Lopez, I don't think that's her. Hey, Teresa, how are you? All right, so let me review our testimony from Friday. We were listening to Detective Skinner. She was on the force, or I'm sorry, she was on the stand. She had an audio interview in the back of her car, I guess. Let's see. So let's see. Devyn is saying he smoked cigarettes. Okay, so he was drinking, but we found out that his blood alcohol level was pretty low. It was 0.02. Legal 0.029, I believe. And legal is 0.08. So he wasn't even remotely close to being drunk. So let's see. So he was smoking in the garage. He was smoking weed. He smoked cigarettes in the backyard, weed in the garage. She left. He was in the garage. She went to go get her daughter's prescriptions. Now remember, she went to go get her daughter's prescriptions. Remember, she spoke to Yoko at like midnight. They did say it's a 24/7 CVS, but I guess why not? She told him to go to sleep. She said she's seen him worse. He was still drinking. She told him to go to sleep. The dogs were outside. She's not sure if the dog flap door was down or not. Yoko didn't know that they're married, meaning Devier. Wasn't expecting John moving in this fast. So this is what I think the state is kind of saying, or no, actually this is what the defense is saying, is that, or maybe the state is saying it too, that John wasn't supposed to move in very quickly. He was supposed to they were supposed to piecemeal it. Right, so wasn't expecting John moving in this fast, was piecemealing it, and then everything got moved in one day. It caught Devier by surprise. All right, okay, we've got a seal, so let me get us over here. In case they start early, we can keep talking. Let me just put the seal up. Move that up there. All right. So that seems to be possible motive for both of them, for Devier and for Devyn, in the sense of John was supposed to just come in. He was not supposed to, he wasn't supposed to move in like boom all of a sudden, right? He's supposed to move in because Devyn wanted him to come back. Actually, the daughters wanted him to come back. To make the family unit more whole, I guess, versus the daughters going back and forth. So that could have been motive. That could have been motive for both Devier, because he's like, wow, all of a sudden Dad's back and what's going on? And also, he was supposed to come in, piecemealing very, very gently. Okay, then the kids, so they're at her house, and then the kids come in and say, hey, that's Dad's phone. He wasn't answering because his phone was here. So remember, there was some blood found on that phone, on Jonathan's phone. She says he lost his wallet a few days before. He sent a picture to me after he found it. The phone had blood smear on the screen. They read her Miranda rights, even though you're not under arrest, but we're still going to have to read them to you. How did his phone get here? She said it was by the cigarette, so he was smoking. He must have put his phone down. He was moving stuff. The table snapped down on his hand. Remember, she said there was maybe like it didn't cause he didn't put any Band-Aid on it, but the ME said there were a few light abrasions or contusions, I should say, bruising on his extremities. Law enforcement says your actions are beginning to elevate. She says, well, I was getting scared. And they talk about the cameras. So John literally just packed the cameras. Remember, he had some cameras. And Devier was that's where he worked, was at a surveillance camera surveillance store. So then they went to Yoko's. They drove back. Okay, so 8:30 we got back to her house. At 9:01, she's very precise. 9:01, then they drove back to Yoko's. John wanted to take his vehicle and his trailer. He wanted to only drive one car. They went to this gas station. They went to this Arco twice. She said he left his Mountain Dew on the gas pump. Oh, then they go to Burlington Factory. Remember, she was saying all day they had a really good day. They were shopping school supplies for the kids. She's talking to a guard, and the law enforcement's like, well, you go to the bathroom, and John splits off. She's like, no. I went to the bathroom with one of my girls. John was still there, but I guess that's not what the video shows. So then, let's see. The last time Devier and Dad talked, it's been a minute, she says. John doesn't really talk to his family. John wanted to come and move in with her. Was that up for discussion? Okay, so she says, no, it was not a done deal. There was a lot of back and forth, talking about it for a couple months. Devier didn't know he was coming yesterday. He knew we had talked about it, but he didn't know John was bringing all of his stuff. Would Devier have a reason to hurt John? No, sir. They didn't get along perfectly, but no. Do you think Devier would have anything to do with it? He says, why are you smiling and shaking your head? That's law enforcement. That's one of the detectives. He's one of the types where things don't bother him. He's always very calm. Then they talk about her getting married. John was furious at first, but then they hung out, and they got over that hump. John didn't force the issue, but he knew Yoko had issues with John living there. Oh yeah, so Yoko talked about finances. So John apparently had not been paying finances to his mom for a couple years. Then they're living off his EBT card. So Yoshida and Yoko, apparently they were living a fancy lifestyle. They argued about that daily. So Yoko and Johnathan argued about that daily. Johnathan was trying to get out of the house as quickly as he could. Devier saved her life. She's grateful. So she had medical issues. I'm not quite sure exactly what, but she had medical issues. So John ultimately was accepting of their relationship of Devier and Devyn. She said he gave me his social security card, and he has 2 driver's licenses, and she has both of them. One is in her drawer, and the other is on the nightstand. Why would he give her his? Yeah, I know how it sounds, but he literally said, "Hold on to these. It's important." The EBT card, he handed it to her at the gas station. She kept saying, you can look at the surveillance, look at the surveillance. Says, hold on to this in case you need something. All right. John let me hold on to everything so he wouldn't spend needlessly. And then votes. Do you believe Devyn in her 2 audio interviews and how the night went? So 91% of you said no, you don't believe her. 9% of you said yes, you do believe her. Michael says it's about a 60 to 70 mile round trip. Here, let me pull this. Sorry. It's about a 60 to 70 mile round trip. Wow. From Jonathan's house to Devyn's house. Not sure why he would have to stop for gas twice that day. So it's about 35. Oh, we got about 35 miles per. Let's see. All right, so Vanessa was born February 17th of 1977. So that means she couldn't be Devyn's mother, so it might be right. She isn't the girl. Okay, Vanessa was born. Let me jot that down. So 78, 88, 98 is when he was, yes, she was 20. So Vanessa was born February 17th, 1978. Okay. All right, Allie sent us her birthday. Let me try and find that. That was over the weekend, so I don't know. Let me try and find that. Let me try birthday. Allie, you may have to resend that to me. Oh wait, here it is. What's that? April 28th. So we think her birthday is April 28th. All right, so what is it? April 28th, 1978. Okay, so she's born the same year as Vanessa. Okay, so that's Devyn's birthday. Thank you for that, Allie. So April 28th, 78. That's really funny. She's born the same year as Vanessa. All right. Good job there, you guys. Thank you for that. All right, here we go.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on. We're going to go back on the record and see 377239 David versus Devyn Michaels. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the weekend. We are going to resume the testimony of the detective. Devyn, I just have you said that you sworn again since the weekend has passed.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony that your this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and the whole truth, and all that. You just state your name.
Carrie, K-A-R-I, last name Skinner, S-A-I-N-N. State and then we do it.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Friday, we were short on time, so we rushed through a bit of things, and I want to review a couple of things with you, okay?
Yes.
So you had previously indicated that you arrived at the scene with Dennis Ozawa, is that correct? When you arrived on scene, did you interview anyone at Pala Dura?
We did.
Who did you interview at Pala Dura?
That's going to be Virgo.
Okay.
Johnathan's mom.
In addition, did you speak with the children there, or was that over at the Porcupine Rim scene?
Porcupine.
Okay, so let's move forward to the Porcupine Rim scene. When you arrive at that scene, what do you observe?
When Detective Ozawa and I arrived on scene, we observed Devyn Michaels going between the house and her vehicle, which is the Nissan Armada, and then I believe there was one child kind of playing around in the area.
Okay. Did you notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene as you arrived other than Devyn Michaels?
I did. As we walked up the driveway of the residence, kind of off to the side, which would be near the opening of the garage door, there was a black cell phone.
Okay. And when you say off to the side, do you mean actually on the driveway?
It was on the driveway.
And which side of the Nissan Armada was it?
It would be to the left.
Okay, so the driver's side.
Correct.
Okay. When you observe the cell phone on the driveway, on the driver's side of the Armada, do you immediately go grab it, or what are you thinking at that time?
No, at that point we made note of it. That is something that we're going to want to include in our search warrant. So at that time we're leaving that so that we can collect it in a way that we can have it forensically analyzed later.
Okay. And I would presume at that point when you see it from a distance, you don't realize there's blood on it.
Correct.
But you're noting it, you're not telling the defendant about it, you're just, okay, that's noted, and you move on.
Yes.
And you indicated previously that you had an opportunity to speak with the girls, the young girls, is that right?
Yes.
And they indicated to you that the Devier had been home with them last night.
That's correct.
We went through the first interview in the beginning of your testimony. You recall that?
Yes.
And I called it the first interview. This is actually the second interview conducted by detectives, but the first that you were involved in.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, but how were you approaching this second interview when you first go in? What's your mindset?
Sure. So whenever we're contacting someone for the first time, we try to use a free format. We will ask them questions and allow them to give us a narrative in their own words. They're explaining the situation, the story, all of the things that they want to organically just tell us. And then we may ask a couple follow-up clarifying questions and sometimes repeat back to them what they told us so that we can feel comfortable that we understand what they're trying to tell us.
And you are aware that there was an interview conducted with the defendant prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And this second interview, your first,
yes,
was that investigative type, open-ended, like, hey, give us any information you deem relevant kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay. And just to briefly summarize, there was some discussion about, in that second interview, your first, the day before, shopping for school supplies, the defendant acknowledged she had been with the victim, and then she said he was alive and well in the garage when she left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this first interview you're involved in, we heard a little girl's voice approach. Is that correct?
It is. Describe
that, what happened, and what that meant to you.
So while we were interviewing Miss Michaels, we are engaged in our conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which of the daughters, their names I still get mixed up. She had approached the window and she has the cell phone that we believe is the one we previously saw on the driveway. And she says, "Mommy, here's Daddy's cell phone. That's why he didn't answer." There was a physical reaction from this, from Devyn, and she takes the phone, she hands it to us, and she made a comment, "This should help you." And then that's pretty much changed the tone a little bit to casual conversations to then it became a little bit more flustered.
Okay. And is it at that point where you noticed the blood on the phone?
Correct.
And I would imagine that's important for an investigator.
Very much so.
You, I believe, previously indicated that after that first interview, a search warrant is authored and conducted on the home and the vehicles outside the home at Porcupine Rim. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of that, we know the wallet with the current ID is found. It's tied in several bags in the defendant's underwear drawer, and it's kind of tucked away. Is that right?
Yes.
And then within that same bag is the truck keys.
Yes.
The Social Security card was found, but that was in her purse, not hidden away with the other stuff.
Right.
Okay. We were about halfway through that second interview when we had to break on Friday. And so just describe for us how you're approaching this second interview differently, knowing what you know about the blood on the phone and the items found in the home.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the first interview is going to be more of a format that allows the subject to give us their narrative, their truth, what they want to tell us. The second interview, we've now discovered some evidence inside the home. There are some things that we need to confront her with. So the tempo of the interview, the tone changes. It becomes a little bit more direct. Okay, you said that this happened, but now we have this. For instance, the wallet. We didn't know about the wallet. That wasn't brought up in the first interview. So now we are going to be targeting her, asking direct questions, and it can be accusatory in nature.
Okay. And so we left off at 36:55, but just because we were really cutting it close, I want to start back at about 30 minutes of that interview and then resume. I may pause it a couple of times and ask you some questions, okay? May I, Judge?
Yes. One second. Remind us which exhibit this is.
620, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like I have all of his old driver's license, he had all of his old stuff.
Okay. And then a whole wallet with the driver's license?
Mm-hmm.
How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets? Or?
Yeah, we have an old one of Devier's as well.
In separate wallets?
No, just in separate places.
Okay. Where was those other ones? Like the ones for Johnathan? Where did you keep those at?
The one drawer in Devier's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in a nightstand on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you have them?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that.
About what?
Like the social and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I have the EBT card, and you could see it at the gas station. He handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code. And then he gave me the other one.
What was that?
I said, this doesn't look good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and...
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why...
you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something.
And that's the EBT card?
Yes, sir. And it's at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The ARCO?
No, and not the ARCO. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped, and I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King... You know,
it's off the Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can
Pecos and Windmill, Burger King.
Mm-hmm. There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks right
like on the corner.
Mm-hmm. He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time did you get that was that?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left?
When we got back to his side of town.
So coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So it'd be after 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes. You can see him hand it to me, and he walks out the door.
So that's near his place.
Mm-hmm.
You said Pecos and Windmill?
Mm-hmm.
The Burger King?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, we're now talking about kind of the Social Security card, the wallet. There's an EBT card that's referenced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask you about an exchange that was a bit earlier in the interview, but would be duplicative for me to play again. Earlier on in the interview, you had confronted the defendant about the bloody phone, correct?
Yes.
And what was her general response with regard to that?
As far as the acknowledgement of the phone?
Yes.
She was surprised about the phone being at the residence.
Okay.
And it really threw her off when her daughter handed her the phone, and it changed the tone.
Yeah. And she claimed she was surprised. You're not saying she actually was?
No.
Okay.
She appeared to be very surprised.
Okay. And you had asked, and I'm simplifying, you had asked something to the effect of, well, how does blood end up on the phone? Does he hurt himself or something like that? You remember
Correct.
that? Describe that exchange.
So once we have the phone in our possession, we do note, and also her child noted, that there was apparent blood on the phone. That's of great concern, and of course we're going to address that at the time. Began asking Devyn some questions related to that. She mentioned that he had injured his hand, and I believe she specifically said he took a chunk, and he being Johnathan, out of his hand. Then went into great detail, which stood out to me because the entire interview there hadn't been any detail on anything. It was very generalities. There wasn't a lot of, it was like I don't remember. But in this case, she went into extreme great detail about the table, how it folded, where it was in the garage, how he had hurt himself.
And to be fair to the defendant, I believe she said, John told me that he hurt himself. I didn't see it, but she knew it, or claimed she knew what he hurt himself on, and that it was a very large injury.
Correct. And in addition to that, she did not see any blood or injuries on John's hands.
And Detective, you've reviewed the autopsy photos in this case.
Yes, I have.
Were there any bleeding injuries to the victim's body other than his decapitation?
No.
We're going to resume the interview now.
There's in 2 gas stations. There's a Chevron right there on the corner.
I think it's like a Charlotte's.
Okay, so it's somewhere there, and then across Kennedy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure that other one, but
it was next to the Burger King.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to him and keep him safe. And that's what I was doing.
That's the Social Security card. What about his driver's license?
I've always had his driver's license. He's always.
What I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current. It's not.
But he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
he has another one.
You said that he gave you an old one. You had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay. And if this one's expired in 2025, that's going to be his newest one.
Okay.
And it's weird that you have this latest driver's license and that it was tucked in the drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay. Did you understand that?
I understand, but I also have Social Security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
Well, yeah, is that just being able to explain some of the stuff? That's all we need.
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid. And
especially a driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. I mean, also a security card or birth certificate, I completely understand. Especially if somebody is in transition in their life and they're wanting to find a new place to live and want your work.
But I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
Okay. But it wasn't his wallet. He didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called?
But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like. You saw him pull it out for reasons. So he had his.
So, Detective, you're now confronting the defendant with regard to the wallet and all that was found in the plastic bags.
Correct.
Those were sealed when they were found, correct?
They were.
So, let's step back a moment to the phone. Because they kind of tie together. She is not telling you that the phone is part of this chunk of items that John allegedly gave her in this bag, correct? Okay. With regard to the victim's phone, did you ultimately learn that was in fact his blood and DNA, the victim's, on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately learn from other sources, not the defendant, but other sources, when John's phone was last at his home and when it left?
Yes. So one of my partners had authored a search warrant for Google. We had also done some call data records as well, but the Google itself came in quite a bit later. So this is something that we found out after the crime, obviously, and after all the interviews had been settled. But we noted that the return showed that John's phone was at the home on Pala Dura, which is where he resides, from 10 o'clock till it began to travel or move at about 2:04 a.m.
And what else traveled or moved at 2:04 a.m.?
So I'm not sure exactly what's been testified to yet, but at 2:04 is when it's alleged that Devyn left the home. She traveled. We have her cell phone or CDR records, as well as the Burla, which, again, I'm not sure if that's been testified to. That is the infotainment system that we authored a search warrant on. It shows those three devices together in a companion movement all the way back to Porcupine Rim.
So 3 devices, meaning the Nissan itself, the defendant's cell phone, and the victim's cell phone as well.
That's correct.
Based upon the fact that there is blood on the cell phone and all of that you just testified, what did you deduce about our timeline of homicide?
Well, after having the information from the autopsy, which is there was no bloodletting injuries short of his obvious cause of death, which was the decapitation, there was no reason there should have been blood on that cell phone because any bloodletting would have been after the homicide. So for the phone to arrive and be discovered at Porcupine Rim with blood on it indicated to me that that is something that was on the phone before it left that house.
At 2:04 a.m.
Correct.
And therefore, did you narrow down the bloodletting to between 10 p.m. on the 6th and 2:04 a.m. on the 7th?
Yes, sir.
We're going to resume the interview.
So when we find that his wallet is going to have his driver's license and his cards. I just don't know why his son didn't have a driver's license. But not getting it.
I told you, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like, he's like, hold on to this. And
yeah, but you guys don't have a relationship right now.
We actually were.
So you're closer than we thought?
Yes. I went. He asked me to marry him yesterday.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Things to know your relationship you had mentioned was getting reconnected, but that's more romantic.
Right, and you can ask the girls that he told the girls we were going to get back married and they were going to be the flower girls and stuff like that. He was trying to get back together, and I was helping him break all of these little bad habits that he was doing.
So then he gives you the EBT card for one of the girls. Where's the other one for her?
I have 2 EBT cards.
Do you have both girls' EBT cards now?
No, they're not the girls' EBTs. He said one was Andrea's, and the code,
so you're using Andrea's.
he gave me hers. I haven't used it. He gave me hers at the gas station. And then he has the other one that he got.
Okay. Where's that EBT card now?
They're both in my purse.
Okay. You know you can't have that, right?
Yes, but I know he gave them to me.
That doesn't make it right.
No, but I can't use them, but I understand, but you can see he handed it to me.
Okay. You're not understanding that you can't do that. So
no, I know I can't use them. I don't believe he can use it because it's Andrea's and not his.
Right. Is Andrea mad that you have the EBT card and she didn't? Because she's got it now, that's her money.
No, he said that she gave it to him because she can't use it in the state that she's in.
Because then he was just using it to fill his void for money.
That's what he said. He said, but at any moment she can cancel it.
Yeah, but she wasn't. So if he wants to marry you, he's telling the girls to be flower girls, yet you're still wearing a ring, and so is Dev.
This ring I bought on my own from Macy's. It had nothing. No, this wasn't a symbol.
You just told me that it was a symbol.
I said
you have a best friend connection with Dev.
They do have a
you wear the wedding ring too, and that's something that is a respectful thing, part of your marriage.
Yeah.
But now you're telling me that you and your ex were talking about getting married.
No.
You just took a ring off last night from another female and threw it away. But yet
you're taking what I'm saying with
not. It's fact, it's what you said.
No, I understand not exactly the situation. You're taking it and...
Okay, so
let me...
Here's what you told us so far. You're asking the place to stay.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
he's trying to get out of his mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You were kind enough to allow him to move into the house with you, your current husband, which is your best friend, and your 2 girls, which the girls just moved back in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make it a family. You were saying that he was supposed to like slowly move in, that things were progressing slowly. Now you're telling me that he's wanting to marry you. He mentioned that yesterday. He even talked to the kids about it. And that your relationship has now progressed past just slowly kind of
No, ma'am. You're misunderstanding. He has mentioned getting married in front of the girls. Our relationship is not rekindling on a physical level or romantic level, but we are trying to reconnect and have a family for the girls. Yes, he has said we should get married, and he's saying it more, for my opinion, on a joking thing, but he has said that in front of the girls. That was not said yesterday. Okay?
When was that said in front of the girls?
I would say over a month ago.
Okay, and what did you say in return in front of the girls?
I didn't say anything. I just looked at him and rolled my eyes.
So are the girls, when I talk to them, and say that they don't think you guys are getting married?
Oh, yeah, they'll tell you that.
That you guys are not getting back together?
No. Because at one point I was telling him I didn't think it would be a good idea for him to be here, and it would be too hectic. So they will definitely tell you I was not trying to marry him.
Did you say anything to Deb about it?
Oh yeah, I've told him that John keeps trying to say he wants to, get back together.
I you're telling him now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then him moving in now was just a platonic, friendly relationship?
It's not a... Yes.
There was no
I was going to clear out the sewing room that's out there.
Okay.
He said he wanted the loft because it was the cooler place, but I was going to give him the sewing room because there is more than enough room.
Okay. And then Deb sleeps on the sofa?
Sometimes, or he does sleep on the bed, like I said, when we watch movies, and he knocks out within minutes.
And then have you guys ever had a sexual relationship?
Yeah, we had.
Okay. But it's not there now?
No, I can't even have sex now.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have sex.
I understand, but no.
Okay, so you guys have no connection that way at all?
No.
Okay. Because that would complicate it a lot. Having your ex with someone you're still in a relationship.
I understand.
Okay.
You can have all my medical records and everything like that. I have to take hormones just to...
I understand. But like I said, there's a lot of different ways to have sex. It doesn't have to be penetration. There's a lot of things that a couple can do. And obviously you did that in the beginning, but it's not now. Somewhat changed.
Pain.
Well, not to be crass with you, but I think I need to be direct with you. And you can give a male a hand job. And that gives you a connection with that person in a sexual way that gives it a relationship. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of different things that you can do for a male that you're connected with in that marriage.
If you ever see the thing that we're not
Like that? Just trying to answer, get all the questions answered.
I'm not questions.
I mean, I'm cool with we got married for this, the rings. That to me is a lot. That's probably the most odd thing about it for me. Is that the ring?
It's just I like my ring.
But he's wearing a ring. He's wearing a wedding ring.
He wears a lot of rings though.
He's wearing a wedding ring.
But he does wear more than one ring though. So, and he's bought them for himself.
Sure. I bought mine.
No, I mean, but I didn't buy them for them to be symbolic. He's bought his own rings to wear.
And where did you guys get married? You guys got married?
What was that? The flamingo thing?
So you guys had a ceremony with my forms?
Yeah, it was free. I got a coupon thing, and that was cheaper.
And you just did it out at a chapel and the flamingo?
Yeah, and there was the one witness, and that was it.
Gosh, that
So you said that you guys have not, like, you and Devyn have been in for a while. How long are we talking? Like
Years since he's been back.
What do you mean since he's been back?
He moved out of the state.
Devyn says he's been living here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he got moved out of the state. He lived in California, and then he moved back, lived with John, and then he came back this way.
Okay, so since he's been back, you guys have not?
No, sir. I stopped being physical probably in 2020 when I was having all my issues because I had surgery and just surgery.
Okay, but he was already living here.
He wasn't living with me.
Because he was telling me that he's lived here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he wasn't living with me the whole time. He was living with John at Pala Dura.
When I say living here, I mean like he actually said like he's lived here at this house. How long have you lived at this house?
I've been here for 3 years.
And then when did he come back to Nevada? I guess that was what we're saying.
I would say I've been here for 3 years, so at least 2 years ago.
And then prior to living here for 3 years, where were you staying before that?
Decatur and Horse.
And then how long were you at that place?
Less than 1 year.
And then prior to that place?
It was at Wild Magic.
Where's that at?
89129.
Like what area though? Like major cross streets?
Craig's and Tanea. Right by where close to where JC lives.
And then did your kids live with you at that time?
Yeah, they've always lived with me. They've only not lived with me for the short period of time of 9 months.
And going back to the ID and stuff, you said it was, yeah, you had one that is in a bunch of bags in your drawer. When did he give you that?
Yesterday. With the IDs and the social security card.
And was that at the house that he gave that? Don't
Yes, sir.
So he handed you a bag yesterday. Do you remember what was in it?
No, he just handed it to me and I put it in the bags. Because I just wanted them out the way.
Okay,
so I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I didn't go through it.
So explain that part to me as far as like when he did that and what did you do? So like where are you guys at when he handed you like that sack of stuff?
In his room area, and he handed me the little square thing. He says, hold on to this, and he handed me the other thing because this is my social. He says, just keep it safe. And that's all I was going to do. So I wrapped it up, and I was going to put the social in the security box, and I just didn't have the chance to do it.
What else? Did he give you anything else?
He gave me his guns.
Anything else? Like there's a set of keys in that bag too.
The keys are from Andrea's stuff.
The set of keys that are in that bag? Like the bag that...
The keys are my keys.
Where do those go to?
My car.
So you have...
Detective, we're going to pause real briefly. Throughout the course of the investigation, did you learn that no spare set of Chevy keys for John's truck were ever discovered?
Yes.
In fact, after the defendant was arrested for the homicide, was there some communication with Yoko about returning the keys?
Yes.
And why was that?
There were no set of keys for John's truck found in the home or anywhere else after searching all the residences other than the keys that were in the bag.
And so you had to return those keys to her so she could do whatever she was going to do financially with the truck?
Correct.
Bag that you put, plastic bag that you wrapped his ID in that he gave you, had a set of your keys in there?
I'm still lost.
I just wondering, like, when he handed you a bunch of stuff, he only gave you the wallet with the ID in it? Did he hand you anything else?
The social security card.
Okay, because in that bag that it was wrapped in, that you said you wrapped it in, there was also a set of vehicle keys in there.
I don't remember giving the keys.
Because I guess that's my question. Like, why would he give you his wallets, social security card, which is like Detective Skinner's asking, also, and then also a set of keys.
I don't remember the keys. I just know the wallet and the social security card.
And then you put that in a plastic bag while you were at that house?
I just grabbed everything and tied it and tied it and tied it and tied it.
So the only thing he handed you, like, so I'm giving you this stuff. What exactly does he hand you?
I remember seeing a wallet, and I went like this. He dropped it in, and I just started tightening it away.
So it was just a wallet, though?
That's all I remember seeing. I do not remember seeing keys, but he dropped it in the bag. Like, I just took it and tied it away.
And was this in the garage?
No, sir, it was in his room.
Inside the room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you guys went into the garage?
That was before we left. And then he also said, make sure the guns are safe. And we didn't take the ammo. So I carried on.
Detective, was this timeline that the defendant gave you notable?
It was.
And why is that?
Specifically, the keys being in the bag and the wallet. When they leave the Pala Dura residence, she'll indicate that they were in his truck and then drove back to his house, or back to her house on Porcupine Rim. However, the keys have been tied up in that bag because she indicates in her statement, I tied them, and that's exactly how we found them in the drawer.
And so we know, based on not only the defendant's statements but witnesses and technological evidence, that it wasn't the Nissan Berla that they made the last trip to Porcupine Rim in and then returned to Pala Dura. It was the victim's truck.
That's correct.
And so she's saying the keys, or whatever he put into the plastic bag that she tied up over and over and over, were given before that last trip to Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
One of the guns, and he carried out like a bow and a crossbow looking thing, and another gun.
Okay, so that was before you left there, between 9 and 10?
No, that was like at 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
And we came this way.
And then what did you do with that all the stuff?
When I got here, I put it in the drawer, like just to keep it out of the way.
And then you guys drove back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he have keys to his truck?
Yes, sir, we drove his truck.
Do you remember where he put his keys to the truck? So we didn't find his keys to the truck at his house.
They were on the table.
Which table?
The table that had like all this looking stuff and like the grinder and everything like that. All of that was sitting right there.
And his keys to the truck?
Yeah. The only keys I picked up were the ones that had the little thing on it that said Andrea, because Shoko said bring them to her and put them in the little thing. That's the only thing I picked up.
Okay. So you don't know what keys are actually in that bag that you wrapped everything in?
No, sir. Like I said, he said keep it safe. I took the plastic bag and he dropped it in and I started tying it up. And then he handed me the other thing, and I was just going to put that into a safe.
Okay. So, like what we were saying is, a lot of the stuff now is like how you're saying you're talking it out loud and it just doesn't sound well.
I understand that, but you didn't know John. You didn't understand his mannerisms.
I know, but when we talked to you earlier, like these are the things when we were saying, like, hey, be descriptive as possible. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, you say you're packing, doing this, but like specifics, like stuff that's important. All that would have been really important for us to know.
I do apologize, but that's not things that were like kind of going through my head at the time. To remember is like when you say this, it's like, okay, I remember this now. And you say something else, then I can recall more information. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can for you.
Okay, because like how you said how it doesn't look well, I agree with you now because you have his social security card, you have his wallet and his ID. There's possibly a set of keys that looks like might be his truck keys in that bag.
Okay.
So.
But I'm sure he's got I got more than one key for my car.
Not keychains on it. Spare keys that have keychains on it.
Like it's not just like a key with a key fob. It's like it looks like his personal set of keys.
Like I said, he put it in the bag. I just tied it up. That's all I did. And I think there's like 3 bags around it, 3 or 4 bags. I'm not even sure.
And if you have a safe, why would you not just put them in a safe?
I haven't had a chance to.
A plastic bag.
But the keys?
For all the stuff that you
It was just what we had right at the time. I hadn't been here to put it in the safe. The safe is here. But I just hadn't
had it placed in a drawer. It takes 2 seconds to put something in a safe.
I hadn't done it. And I wasn't trying to have Debbie to see it. That's all it was.
Why did you say that?
Because it would look odd that I'm holding on to John's things for John. But it's not the same. It's like if you're doing more for one person, I don't want him to feel like there's more there than what it was. John was only coming in as a temporary thing until he can get something else because, like I said, he was trying to file for bankruptcy. Yoko was about to kick him out. Yoko even said she was trying to kick him out.
So you didn't tell us about the bankruptcy before.
I did mention bankruptcy before.
I don't remember that.
Did I tell you or yeah, I mentioned it. I most definitely did.
We're standing inside the house when you guys were here.
He told his mom he was going to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, gambling. How long does he have an issue with gambling?
What is it called?
Where does he usually play?
Well, when we lived together, he would go to the Santa Fe.
That's like a say or something ago.
That's when we lived together. I don't know what his spot would be now.
You don't know where he would go living with the
probably the Green Valley is the closest one.
What's the base rent?
He said he was.
How much was he going to pay?
He claimed he was going to try to do $1,100. He claimed he was going to be able to do that.
And is that a text message or conversations you guys had on the phone?
Probably both. You might be able to find a text message on it. It was definitely where he understood it was not going to be him freeloading or anything like that. He had to pay to stay here.
And when we go through the phone, we're going to have our computer guys. They can go through apps, they can go through anything deleted, all that stuff. Are they going to find anything that we're going to turn back and talk to you about? That your current husband doesn't know about, relationship-wise, conversations, intimate conversations, pictures?
No.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So it's just platonic conversations.
For the girls.
Certainly wouldn't run back.
They wanted him because they loved their dad.
Knows best. We know it's wrong.
And I was told when I went, John has physical custody of the girls. They're supposed to live with him.
So is that fine?
So as long as I keep him close to me, that is definitely. If I keep him close and make him happy and everything like that, I got to see my girls.
I can understand that.
So it's just so my girls love him. They want to spend time with their dad. I need to be around my girls.
Hopefully he pays the rent. Does that pay for the rent too? Or the mortgage?
He pays like $1,100 every month too.
Okay. And then are you working?
Yes, no, I do real estate.
Okay. Clearly you've been sick though.
Yes, ma'am, and for almost a full year I wasn't making any money. So I went through my savings, I had to take my stocks out just recently to get things caught up. Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get all of this back on track.
This was gonna help a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the motivation too, is keep the girls close, and then if you keep him close and happy, he'll be able to have contact with the girls, and he's gonna pay the other half of the mortgage.
I figured as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, he wasn't going to get out of control, because I know what triggers him, and I wasn't going to do that. I know even when he's yelling and everything, as long as I'm not trying to engage with it, he does calm down fairly quickly, and you can see it on the text messages.
Okay, so like going back to what Detective Stan was saying, why are you, I know that you want to see your kids, but ultimately you have custody of the kids.
He does.
He has them.
Well, he has physical custody, but they've been staying with you. They're not staying with
Because
him.
he's letting them stay with me.
Exactly. But why would you want to bring him here?
Because if you look at the text messages, when he gets mad, it's bring me the girls back. I want the girls back.
So he's threatening you about that stuff. He's threatening you about the kids. Okay, so
Again, if I keep them happy and keep everything cool, the girls can stay with me. And they were supposed to be with me for the summer, but you'll see, oh, I miss the girls. I haven't seen the girls, so it's okay. I would drive to Henderson multiple times just so he could see the girls, and then we would drive back.
do you have any other phones?
No, sir. We have a house phone, a landline.
Yeah. Your purse was inside the house?
That phone is not connected.
What phone is that?
There's like extra phones, like my old phones. None of them are connected. The girls just use them to play video games.
That one was in your purse? Are you saying one and that one's in your purse?
Yeah, there's one in my purse. Tamia was playing music on one of them earlier today. They're just old phones.
So, Devyn, right now, I hear you saying things just aren't adding up. Okay, I'm not saying that you actually did something to Johnathan, but I know, or I feel like right now you're not telling us everything. I feel like you know something, and that, like, either how it happened or who somebody involved with this. I feel like you're not giving us that information. So, we've done this for a while. Okay, we've been detectives for a while. Okay, and just given everything that you told us, and just kind of how everything happened, just kind of sporadic. All right, I really don't want to beat around the bush at this point now, because before I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with everything. Okay, but like I said, things just aren't adding up.
So I have decided that if I just be nice to him, I can get my girls, because the court, when we went for custody, he didn't even show up. And the judge had us wait an extra hour to see if he was going to show up, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And they still granted him physical custody. They denied his motion for sole custody, but they still granted him the physical custody of the girls. I have tried to do everything through the system. So right now, all I'm trying to do is make sure I just be nice and get my girls, because that, at the end of the day, was my goal. Just have my girls.
Can I ask you a question about your custody? Just my prior experience is in special victim unit, so I'm very familiar with family courts, very familiar with CPS cases and how powerful they are, one way or another. It's very, very unusual for a father to get primary physical custody. So
she told me that day, and you can talk to the victim, that my girls were going to be home that day. I told her I'll do the custody class, not custody classes, the counseling, which I'm still doing, and you can talk to her. I did the parenting classes.
So they took their kids away?
Yes, ma'am. But they said that you have to do this, you have to do, and I did everything.
Usually it's temporary.
And they didn't. They still granted him, yes, now you can look it all up. Even my therapist, everybody that has been involved in this case say it didn't make any sense. I had.
Where are all your firearms?
There's one in the drawer and there's one upstairs.
Where's the one upstairs?
It's in the safe. In the bathroom. Okay. In the girls. A safe.
Okay, and then is that a 9mm or 40? Do you know?
A 9.
Okay, and then the one downstairs, where's that?
In the drawer is a 9.
Okay. And then are those your firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you fired those recently?
No, ma'am.
Not since?
No, we go to the gun range just for fun. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am. It is, and my
judge.
The lady, I don't know what happened. It's like I don't know now. I don't know how all this works. Like you can't all of a sudden get slammed with all this stuff. So I know it looks weird, but I am just playing nice to keep my girls. So I'm just trying to not create waves. So John says, I need you to do something, I do it. As simple as that. I'm not trying to look stupid in front of you guys, but...
Does he hold that over your head?
Yes.
Like, does he threaten you?
Yes.
With the kids?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of stuff does he say?
Is if I'm not, hey, I need you to do this, if I'm not, it's never been like a sexual thing. I mean, he's hinted at it, but it's always, if you're not, anything, I need this help, I need this help. I used to give him gas money every time I went down there. I used to have to buy his beers and his cigarettes because the EBT doesn't cover it. And the girls would even tell you, I was always buying him something. You can look at the gas station records. Every time we went in, you would, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I would be the one paying for it. I just don't want to offer
Is
those.
that how we got you to agree for him to come here?
Yes. And it's just to keep my girls close.
What did he tell you?
That it's not what he told me, it's just, I know.
What did he say? Like when he said,
we should be a family. We should be a family again. The girls would want us together.
Did he threaten you saying, let him move in?
It wasn't a threat. It was more of a, well, if you don't want to do this, then I'll stay with Andrea. We'll have her, because he told me straight, he already moved on with his life and everything like that. And him and Andrea were supposed to get married, and I wasn't going to be in the picture anymore. And I can't be without my girls.
Did he say he was going to take the girls to wherever with Andrea?
No, they weren't moving anywhere. But it was just, I wasn't going to really have my time with them like I do now. So I know I seem very easy to push over, but it's not. It's just,
Well, it's a cycle. Obviously, he's been using your kids against you and getting in his way for stuff, and
on one of the things I want to say was like the 4th of July, Nene put something in the microwave and it like kind of started sparking like a metal thing, and he started screaming, fire, 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 fire. So I'm trying to get the girls out, and he's yelling at them to sit down, and he's cussing at his mom, cussing at me. And I'm just trying to get the kids out of the house thinking there's a fire, and he immediately pack their bags, bring them back, we're not doing this. So
was that here or
in Henderson, and ask Yoko, she'll tell you. That's how he is.
So, I mean, when I tell you that, I told you earlier that, I think that you're not telling us everything, and that there's something that you know that you're leaving out, and then you go into this big explanation about, this is what's happening, this is what's going on. I love my girls. He uses that against me, and you can't go into that brief explanation. So you never really got into that other part to it. Okay, so you just can't get an explanation, which I understand completely. Now, like, you're painting a different picture about what's been going on. Like, all this stuff you tell us now is not anywhere near what you were explaining to us earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, and I'm not trying to make myself sound...
It's not speaking ill, it's just trying to explain the situation and where you're at with him and your guys' relation. I mean, now it's a little bit more clear that he obviously uses your kids against you. You love your kids. We all love our kids. And I agree with you as far as, like, I would do anything for my child, right? And you said...
So it's not that I'm trying to bring him in because I'm in love with him or anything like that.
No, you're trying to make... But here's where what I'm saying is, I don't think him coming here isn't something that you really agreed to. It was something that he kind of forced it upon you.
He made it clear that it would be better for the girls, just like the puppies. We need to bring the puppies. The girls love the puppies. And
right? So that to me, when we're looking at everything here, would say, hey, well, he needs to get out of the picture, right? So that's why I'm asking. I don't think you did anything to him yourself, okay? But I do believe that you know what happened to him.
Detective, during the course of interviews, when you're speaking with a potential suspect or person of interest, or however you want to say it, are there times in which you will change the tone and kind of minimize someone's involvement?
Absolutely.
So, just so everyone understands, when you or Ozawa are saying, "I don't believe you did it," that's part of your interviewing technique, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that's what you actually do.
No, it's a way of keeping the dialogue going, of showing some sort of like sympathizing, comments. If you're giving that to them, they're feeling that they're heard and they're believed, and they will continue to speak with us.
Okay.
And so who did something? So that's where, hold on. So this is the time right now that would be a good time for you to kind of explain what you know about what happened. Because as we go on further, and when we leave here, and you say, I have no idea, there's no clue, I don't know anything about what happened, and then we find out later, that obviously looks worse on you, correct?
I understand.
Okay. So, like I was saying before, now is the time that it would be incumbent upon you to say, hey, okay, this is what I know. Okay, like I said, I don't believe you actually did anything to him, but I do believe that you know what happened to him. Okay?
John was like this with everybody, so I don't know if he got into anything with anyone else, but for me, this is how he was. For Yoko, this is how he was. I'm pretty sure he was like that with Andrea. I don't know if he could be with any other person where he's like doing this. You would have to look at his phone. But you can look on my messages. It was always a back and forth like this almost every single day. I would get a message and it would be a very aggressive, I hate this, you're not doing this. And by the time the date was halfway through, it would be I'm sorry and everything like that. This was almost daily.
Like I said, I get that. Like I understand what you're explaining as far as how he is. Okay.
What's the combo you're saying? If I'm going to say that.
1978.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
But like I said, I understand how you're explaining him and how he is. Okay. But like I said, I still feel like you know more than what you're telling us.
So just to wrap up a little bit, obviously we grabbed the phone that was on the driveway. We'll process that. Thank you for the iPad, for the message on the iPad.
The girls found that. They said that's what, so I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, we got that. Is there any reason why John's blood or anything DNA related will be in your vehicle? Because that got to the back to our station, our CSA, they're going to thoroughly look for everything in that vehicle.
I couldn't tell you if he was bleeding from when he was doing the thing, he helped load up the truck, so if he was bleeding, it might be my Armada.
Okay.
Like, he was putting the things in the car, like anything that would be heavy.
There's going to be obvious areas where blood doesn't belong even if you're loading. So I'm just asking you directly, because if we do find any DNA evidence in that vehicle, obviously we want to make sure we asked you if there would be a reason.
No, the only thing I knew he said was his hand that he hit on the table. That's the only time he ever said he was bleeding, and he said it got a pretty good gash.
But you didn't see that?
No, I did not, so I can't really speak on it. But he was still loading everything up, so I don't think it was really bothering him that much.
And then just to confirm, you don't know how his phone got there on the driveway?
No, I know he was smoking, and when I went back over there and I said, girls, where did you find this? They pointed to it. There is cigarette butts there. So I don't know if he was just smoking and put it down and just didn't pick it back up, but you can take those, and I'm sure it'll be his.
When you guys unloaded everything, how long did that take?
30 minutes, he was bragging. He was saying that, yeah, I can always do this as quick as can be, but he tries to stretch things out because he charges by the hour. I remember having that conversation.
And when you guys left Pala Dura to come back here, or when you left that night, or this morning, which way did you go? Like as far as like when you left Pala Dura, like
I headed up towards the Durango area to get the medication.
when you left that neighborhood, did you go straight out to Pecos Bar and Window? Or did you go to Pecos?
No, Window.
You went out the one exit to get out the window right there, right by the school?
Yeah.
And then normally do you guys come this way when you're coming to your house?
It just depends, like if the 15 is kind of backed up, I will take like the 215 and go around, or the Decatur. It really just depends on the time of day when we go in different directions.
Okay. 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 Alright, well, we appreciate it. Hopefully, that you're telling us everything is the truth. So, I will give you a call, or like I said, we'll have your phone. We're gonna get that downloaded, circle with that too.
Okay.
And then I'll call Devyn tomorrow.
Just call Deb.
I'll call Deb tomorrow, and then try to figure out the time. But he has to work those tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Sorry, that's right.
I know, sorry. I gave a phone number to reach you for returning your phone.
I know you have my phone.
Yeah, so you said you have a landline, is that something?
I do not know it. It's.
Should we call Deb's phone then?
Yeah.
I know the phone's ready.
Well, you just told me to pick it up around 11.
Well,
no, you just have the address, so I don't even have the address anymore.
Oh yeah, when you're right.
Because you wrote it on the paper and I handed it back to you.
Let me give that to you, and then if you want to just come by tomorrow. You have that card, right?
Yes, sir.
So the address is on the card. 223 West Street. That's where you need to go.
No, the card is in my car.
And I'll get that back to you. So maybe I'd say 1 o'clock tomorrow. Come by the station 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Hopefully everything will be done.
Okay.
So if you can figure out how to get right down there, I can try to get everything done for you. Okay. And if it's not, at least I hope I can just get you the phone back.
Okay.
I don't know about the people.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Like I said.
And then
if there is, I don't think there's like a lot of blood, because I don't think he was bleeding a lot. I didn't see it, but I do know he did mention it.
So it is 9:25, and that's the end of the interview.
And Detective, it sounded toward the very end there like the plan was to release Miss Michaels and go about your investigation.
Correct.
And fair to say that there was a pretty substantial amount of digital and forensic investigation that occurred after that interview we
Yes,
just heard.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, and before we cross the witness, we're going to take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including Pala Dura Drive, in any way regarding this case or its merit, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, test, the theory of the case, read any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or look up the case on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until the response is submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:10, we'll be in recess till 10:25. All rise for the jury.
All right, they're taking a break. We are caught up, yeah. Just want to make sure we're caught up. She said 10:29. Wonder if they're delaying it a little bit. All right. I always wonder, sometimes judges, when they release the jury, they come back and they say, parties, do you have anything? And sometimes they don't. So, all right. From what I could tell, from what I heard, I should say, I'll go through what I heard. Okay. So they kind of picked up. So Detective Skinner was on the stand on Friday, and they kind of backed up just a little bit. So they back up to after the kids found the phone, there was a little blood smear on it. Devyn's tone turned and she became more flustered. So the wallet wasn't brought up in the first interview, and now it is in the second interview. John hands the EBT card and says, hold on to it in case you need anything. So we heard all of that on Friday. So now so they kind of backed up a little bit, and now we're going forward to what we had not heard. How does blood end up on the phone? So both one of the daughters and Devyn saw the blood. She says he injured his hand and took a chunk out of his hand. So that's like one of the main things she keeps going back to. There's two things that she really goes back to. John hurting his hand on this table, I guess presumably while he's packing up. I think there was like some saws maybe, or I'm not exactly sure how she's saying he hurt his hand, but like it came somehow he hurt his hand enough that it took a chunk out of something on the table or the table itself. But if you remember, the ME said there was maybe some bruises on his extremities, but other than him missing his head, yeah, no other injuries other than the decapitation. So that's a lie right there. Wait, hold on. Let me tone that down. Obviously, that's a lie right there. So that's one of the main things she keeps going back to is how John hurt his hand. The other thing she keeps going back to is why she just wanted to be with the kids. So we'll get to that. All right. So they confront Devyn. Let's see. They confronted Devyn now about the items in a, oh wait, hold on. Let me back up a little bit. More than one driver's license. She said, I put it away to keep it safe. And this is her talking. I understand it's getting weirder and weirder. I'm doing things to help me. And the more I'm talking, the more stupid. I mean, so she kind of realizes what she's doing and what she's saying. She should just stop and say, you know what? I need a lawyer. All right. So they confronted Devyn now about the items found in the plastic bag. So phone is not part of the items John gave Devyn in the bag. Right? Remember? Okay. So then we'll get to that. John's phone was last at his home at around 10 p.m. until 2:04, and it begins to travel. That's according to her phone. That's the same. So I think you guys were saying anybody could have taken his phone. Could have been Devery. I had his name now. I forgot it. Devier. It could have been Devier. It could have been Devyn. Somebody, right? Let's see, Michael says, I would hope that during the defense's case, they would have a close-up picture of any wounds on Johnathan's hand if there is one. Yeah. Right? Northwest said, hurting hand moving, sure, but no cut at autopsy. Yeah, there was no other wounds. So, and she said he took a pretty good, Devyn says that John told her he took a pretty good gash out of it. So that would have shown up. That would not have healed. Well, of course it's not going to heal. All right, so John, okay, so then here we go. Okay, so John asked her to marry him yesterday. He told the girls that they would be flower girls. And then the EBT card is Andreas's and not John's. We're trying to figure out who this Andreas is. Andreas, is she, I think it's like, remember he was married? It's like, or he was, I'm sorry, he was engaged. So they've mentioned fiance, so I'm wondering if that was his fiance. Because they've mentioned Andreas's name quite a few times now. So anyway, that was her card. Whoever this Andreas is, we'll assume it was his fiance, girlfriend. We'll assume it's her. That was her card. Okay, so then the detective said, you said he was going to move in slowly, and now you're saying he wants to get married? And she's like, no, you're wrong. Well, we've talked about getting married, and he's, we've talked about getting married, and he said it in front of, and he has, I'm just making sure my notes are legible, and he has said it in front of the girls over a month ago. So it's John that's coming up with all this, hey, let's get married, and you girls are going to be flower girls. She says, I rolled my eyes when he said that, and when he said that we're not getting back together like that. So she says he'll fall asleep in bed if we're watching a movie. They have not had a, physical relationship. Well, they had one, obviously, but they had 2 kids, 2 girls. So they had one, but they haven't had, but not anymore. And detective says, well, there's lots of different ways to be physical. So Devier moved back from California at least 2 years ago. Then they kind of talked about that. I didn't quite catch all of that. John handed her a bag. She's not sure what was in it. And then here we get to these set of keys for his truck. No spare set of keys for John's truck was ever discovered. She's saying the keys were in the bag. I tied them. So why is she lying about that? If they never found keys, it's just real weird, right? Those keys were given to her before the last trip to Porcupine Rim, which is her house. He drove his truck. She says the keys were on the table and there was a grinder there. I'm not quite sure what all that means. She says, you don't know John's quirks. Didn't have a chance to put the keys in the safe. She said it would look odd if I was holding on to John's things, I guess. Oh, and then the detectives say, so our computer guy's going to find anything? Is there going to be any pictures or any conversations? She's like, nope. The girls wanted him to come live with them because they love their dad. John has physical custody. If I keep him happy and close to me, I get to see my girls. They love him and want to spend time with their dad. Apparently, John pays $11,000 a month for rent. So that's interesting because Yoko said that was a point of contention between the two. And Devyn said that earlier, that they would argue often. I think it was her that said it, that Yoko, mom, and Johnathan, son, would argue, well, maybe it was Yoko that said that he hasn't paid rent for like years, right? So now, where's John getting $11,000 a month for rent? That's just some inconsistencies there, or something we have to figure out. She says she's in real estate, but she said she didn't make money for a year. She had to take out of her savings. She had stocks. She had to cash out, I guess. She says they do have a landline. Law enforcement, the detectives say this just isn't adding up. She's like, well, I try to do everything through the system, try to play nice. I just want to be close to my girls. So that's the other thing. She just keeps hammering. I want to be close to my girls. Just want to be close to my girls. Want to be close to my girls. We haven't yet heard that she apparently, there was a whole custody battle because she abused her daughter, hit her or something. We're not quite sure. We haven't heard that yet. Let's see. So then the detective says it's really hard for the father to get full custody. Devyn didn't. She did parenting classes. She did everything, and they still didn't give the girls to her. They talk about the weapons, the firearms. She said they haven't fired them recently. She said he holds things over my head. I had to buy beer and cigarettes. I had to give him gas money. So if they go into this gas station, he's like, "Oh, buy me some cigarettes, buy me some beer." "Oh, hey, I need this, this, and this," and Devyn, she would have to pay for it. She did all of this to keep her girls close. So again, all she wants to do is be with her girls. She wants to be with her girls. She kept hammering that. And then the other thing she keeps really going on and on about is this cut, apparently, is his hand. So law enforcement's like, "You're telling us now is different than what you told us before. He's using the kids against you." She says, "It's not that I don't want to speak ill of anyone." She says, "This is how he was with Yoko, and I think with Andreas." There's Andreas's name again. "You can look at my messages." She says it was always back and forth and aggressive. So I guess she's saying that John was aggressive now. He helped load up the truck. He was bleeding. All right, so here's this thing. He hurt his hand on the table. This is the only time he said he was bleeding and had a pretty good gash. So those are the two main things: wants her kids and this bleeding hand, which is what she's explaining. If you find any blood, that's why. She says he was smoking and there were cigarette butts. I don't know if he put his phone down and didn't pick it back up. And she talks about 30 minutes to get home. But now, Michael, you were saying it's a 60 to 70 minute round trip, right? Weren't you saying that earlier? It's like 60 to 70 minutes. She's saying he did it in 30 minutes. That's pretty remarkable, right? All right. No spatter was found at the site. Yep. D3K2. Hey there. How are you? Well, now I'm definitely in. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I never found the head or the tools used in the dismemberment. Yeah, it's we're trying to figure out where. I mean, there was a photo. Let me finish the statement. We're trying to figure out where all the blood was. They did show photos of where he was lying, and there's blood. I mean, it's a fair amount of blood, but then it would have just been all over the. I mean, if you're using a saw, like the ME was describing, or no, the forensic anthropologist was describing, either a saw, you would think that there would be blood spatter. So, Dandy True Crime, the garbage folks. JMS, I heard 1,100, 1,100. 1,100. Did I say 11,000? No, 1,100. 1,100. No, they did not find the head. That's the thing. They did not find the head. So what did she do before? Or whoever did this? Allegedly, we're still not convinced. I'm still not 100% convinced it was her. I think it was her. Who else would it be? Could have been Devier. Could be Devier. But the girls are testifying, or their statement was that Devier was with them all night. So, for extra weirdness, the defendant was married to Robert Baker from the Monica Cementili trial. Siggy and Mike, how are you? Yes. Callie Graham, wait, you're confused? No. Oh, I see now. I was confused by the Baker guy. Yeah, I tried to explain it. To you guys. I guess I didn't do such a good job. Hellrider, man, chopping up people is so twisted and on another level. You ain't kidding, man. You are not kidding. All right. D3K2. Well, if he had been dead a while before the beheading, perhaps there was less bad splatter yet, but not if it was a chainsaw, right? Let me read about it. It wasn't a chainsaw. The ME said it could have been a reciprocal saw. There were two different things used. What was she calling it? She did say one was mechanical and one was one was mechanical. One was power. Let me put it that way. One was a power. One was powered by human, and one was powered by either battery or plug-in or gas, I guess. So the ME said there were two distinct marks shown. So what the state is thinking is that actually, I think what she said is that she hit him in the back of the head, but she didn't decapitate him. I think that's what she was saying when she took her plea, and then she changed her plea. So yes, hand operated, and the other one was I think she kept calling it mechanical. No real spatter until the heart is pumping. Yes, true. Yes, true. Nobody heard the saws, Lori. Nobody heard the saws. No, not as far as we know. She says they're Johnathan, Shirley. It's a good question, but no, she says they're Jonathans. Laura, there's another interview coming. Not sure. I'm not sure. Not sure what more we're going to hear. Hey, Janet. Good morning to you. JMS, the son wasn't there when it happened. That's what he says, and that's what the daughters, I guess, gave a statement, and they're saying that that he was there, meaning Devier was at home, at the other home. So, yeah, Hellrider, he is definitely a piece of work for sure. Mallory, basically, he said once someone passes, there's no blood pressure. So if he was already dead, and especially if something was laid out over his head, there wouldn't be blood spatter or huge puddles. Hunters process deer without being covered in blood. Northwest says. Dan says reciprocating saw isn't that loud. Yep, I think they asked about that. I think she said they asked the Emmy, and I think she did say it is possible. Let me look that up. She didn't know reciprocal saw. Okay, that was under cross. So she can't say two implements were used: hand-powered straight blade and mechanically powered saw. Which was used first, she doesn't know. Saw, okay, so knives are used to cut soft stuff and bone is too hard. Saws are made to cut through hard material. So if two were used, it was probably the knife was first, because remember, a knife was missing. The butcher knife was missing. Yoshida testified that there was a butcher knife, and so did Yoko. So they both testified that a butcher knife was missing. Skane says, just think of it debonair, but say a debonair. Yes, debonair. Yes, that's one way to remember it. All right, sounds like they're coming back, you guys. All right, sounds like they're bringing in the jury. And Michael, I'm no tool expert, but Lori, why decapitate him? That's a good question. Maybe to show that whatever she did beforehand, maybe she just beat him so much. I don't know. That seems like a lot of work. I don't know. Well, it leaves us with questions. We don't know. Like, we don't know how he truly died. He could have been shot. Could have been shot in the head. Could have been, throat slit. But if he was shot, you think there'd be blood all over. I don't know. Or if she's hitting him on the head and knocks him out that way. I don't know. Too many questions. Right. Who has the stomach for all that mess? I know, right? It takes a long time too. I mean, it takes a lot of effort. I mean, just think about sawing a piece of wood, a branch. Think about sawing a branch, through the neck. Neck is like, maybe like that or something. However big your neck is. I mean, it's with Chandler Halderson, it's not, I mean, that took a lot more effort, what he did with his parents. Here we go.
Right, we are going to go back on the record and see 377239, State Representative Devyn Michaels, for the record clerk, Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys. Deputy District on behalf of the state, the both parties stipulate the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Justice, whenever you're ready to cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective Skinner, if we could start with a timeline of 8/7.
Okay.
Specifically in reference to Devyn.
Yes.
Right? It's your understanding that she was initially interviewed at 12:11, just after noon on 8/7, correct?
Would that be that first interview with Ozawa and Pappas?
Correct.
I'm not familiar with the timeline. That sounds about right.
And then at 14:29 hours on 8/7, you and Detective Ozawa go to the Porcupine Rim residence.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrive, you see Devyn getting things out of the Nissan, correct?
Yes.
The Nissan was parked, the Yamato was parked in the driveway, correct?
It was.
While you and Detective Ozawa are walking up in the driveway, it's your testimony that this phone at issue is next to the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Next to the Armada.
Fairly close.
And then at 15:08 hours, Devyn is interviewed at the Porcupine Rim residence by both yourself and Detective Ozawa in the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then it's at 15:20 while Devyn is being interviewed, the girls bring up the phone, correct?
Yes.
So the phone has been out there, at least based upon your seeing it, from at least 14:29 hours, correct?
Yes, it is.
And it's nearly an hour or so later than the girls bring up the phone. Fair to say?
Yes.
There's discussions concerning this phone, Daddy's phone, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
And the phone is looked into, correct? It's handled.
It was handled, yes.
At this point in time, the airplane mode is not switched on, correct?
Correct.
So if there's notifications on the phone, presumably those notifications now by operation of looking at the phone, getting into the phone, those are no longer there, correct?
Fair to say.
Devyn confirms that it's Johnathan's phone.
She does.
And in fact says, here, this should help you, correct?
Yes.
And then at 1919, a search warrant for Porcupine Rim in the vehicles is signed, correct?
Yes.
Was there a previous affidavit that had been submitted for the search of the Porcupine residence, or was that the first?
I am not certain on that.
Detective Ozawa would
Yes, sir.
probably be better suited.
Yes.
But we do know that at 7/19 or 1919, the search warrant for the Porcupine Rim vehicles was signed, correct?
Yes.
And then this interview, this last one that we were listening today, began at 1955.
Yes.
And obviously reference then is made to this phone again, correct? The phone that's found.
That's correct.
Through the course of this interview that we heard last week and this week, there's reference made to Johnathan losing his license, correct? Previously.
His wallet, I believe.
Okay. And in fact, you've learned through the course of the investigation there were texts that confirmed that.
Yes.
So there have been texts between Devyn and Johnathan wherein, hey, Jonathan's lost his license. It's found, and there's a discussion in reference to that, correct?
Again, specifically, she mentioned wallet.
Okay. But they were actually both lost at one point in time, were they not? At one time the wallet and another time the license, and they communicate concerning the losing of the wallet and the license and the finding of both in their text
You could make
messages?
the assumption that the license is in the wallet. However, I'm only privy to what she disclosed to us, which was his wallet specifically, and that he had sent a picture to prove that he found it.
But then I said there are pictures to prove, in fact, and corroborates what she had said, that prior to your interview on this date, he'd lost his wallet and or license and found them, and they texted about it, correct?
Correct.
There had been, through the course of your interview, a reference made to Andrea, Jonathan's previous girlfriend, and the pulling of a knife, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
There was, in fact, an incident somewhere where that had been discussed previously.
I'm sorry, repeat.
There had been an incident where, I mean, there had been some discussion among the family about Andrea pulling a knife or something along those lines.
That's my understanding, yes.
In reference to an injury that Devyn says that John had told her about, she said that she never saw a bleeding injury, correct?
That's correct.
She had said that Johnathan had told her that he had hurt himself moving, correct?
Correct.
She had made reference to a white table that he was moving, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that white table that she had discussed with you was in the garage.
It was.
Again, it confirms the movement of this table. It had the big folding sides, correct?
Yes.
It was found in the garage. And she made it a point to say she didn't see any blood. He had just said that he'd injured himself moving that, correct?
Yes.
And you'd fair to say, I mean, based upon common experience and knowledge, people can hurt themselves, whether it be a cut, a pinch, something like that, in moving heavy furniture.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a discussion concerning some medical conditions that Devyn had, correct?
Yes.
She had talked about this inability to engage in actual intercourse, and you followed up in questions.
I did.
To that, correct?
Yes.
She had said, you can look at my medical records that have these medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that she in fact had medical conditions concerning sex and things that addressed such?
No.
Did you take any follow-up steps to substantiate that she in fact had seen a doctor for a variety of different reasons?
At the time, it wasn't relevant. Her medical history and the fact of whether she could be intimate with her partner, it was more of things that were being discussed during an interview to clear up the confusion over the relationship. Since that point, we were very unclear on her relationship with individuals in her life. So at that point, her diagnosis, if she had intimacy issues, it just wasn't something that was relevant to the investigation.
At that point in time?
Correct.
And obviously these investigations they're not necessarily static, they're ongoing, correct?
Yes, very much so.
They're dynamic.
Yes.
Devyn had been interviewed on 8/7, correct?
Yes.
And again, fair to say that both you and Detective Ozawa were kind of having a difficulty understanding this relationship dynamic between the parties.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that Devyn's statements weren't necessarily helpful at times.
You could say that, yes.
Fair to say that Devyn's explanations of things were not necessarily helpful at times.
Correct.
Through the course of your interview with Devyn, you talk about rings and that rings are significant.
Yes.
They're a sign of a commitment.
Yes.
She had testified that she had told you that she wasn't particularly sure what was in the bag, correct?
Yes.
Things were being moved, things were kind of hectic, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say it's kind of ambiguous concerning when these contents were put in the bag, correct?
Ambiguous as when they were placed in the bag?
Yes.
No, she indicated that occurred at a specific time or instance at the home before they turned around and went right back to Porcupine.
But we know for a fact that they actually were at the home and they actually went to the other home, to the Pala Dura.
Yes.
Again, a lot going on, correct?
Yes.
Devyn had been subjected to multiple interviews on 8/7.
Yes.
There was discussions concerning keys, both the key or keys to the subject truck as well as Andrea's keys, correct?
Yes.
And she had told you that she had handled or was aware of the keys in both instances, correct?
Yes, she indicated one had Andrea's name on it and the other one was a set of truck keys that were next to some smoking paraphernalia.
You were able to corroborate that Johnathan was a smoker?
Correct.
Of both tobacco as well as marijuana?
Yes, I believe the lab confirmed that as well.
Yes. When you were at the Pala Dura residence, obviously there was evidence of smoking both inside and outside the house, correct?
Yes.
As well as alcohol bottles, things of that nature.
Yes.
You had testified that the interview techniques initially concerning Devyn, I think you said were more like free form?
Correct.
That nature?
Yes.
But then they became, through the course of the day, more accusatory.
Yes.
You testified that you engaged in another form of interview technique, correct?
Correct.
A more confrontational technique.
Yes.
And that was employed by both you as well as Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
The read technique is generally used by your police department.
I wouldn't say that it's used by our department. A lot of people are trained in the read technique. However, most of us that have been detectives for, several years, we develop our own technique. We'll take a little bit of something that we've learned in a class that works for us, and then there's other times that we'll be taking online courses, or through just our course of our experience, we'll adapt our techniques to our own strengths.
So, however, it's fair to say that you have been trained and implement the read technique.
I have been trained in read, but I don't believe that I'm still implementing that.
Same question. If, to your knowledge, Detective Ozawa, the read technique is generally the beginning, the basis of interview techniques.
I would say it's a basis generally, but I don't know that Detective Ozawa has taken that course.
Okay. Early on, and this is now before your interview with Devyn, you were engaged in an interview with Yoko at the Pala Dura residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That interview began at 10:43 a.m.
Yes.
And concluded at 11:28 a.m., correct?
Yes.
45 minutes.
Very fast.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
You were there to try and gain information to help you in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
She cooperated.
She did.
You didn't have the use of an interpreter, but it was clear that you both understood each other.
Yes.
At times were discussed concerning that night in question.
Yes.
On 3 different occasions, it was discussed a noise that disturbed her at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't recall a noise being discussed.
Dogs barking.
Okay, dogs barking, yes.
On 3 different instances during that interview, there's a discussion of dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Okay. I would have no reason not to believe you.
And if I showed you the interview transcript, you'd have no reason to disagree.
I would not disagree if I could read them.
So 3 times dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, I'm not tricking you.
Yes, sir.
At no time was there any discussion of a bang or anything like that at 2 a.m., correct?
Not that I recall.
Because that's something that you would have taken note of, because it would have
been significant.
I can have the court's indulgence just one moment.
Sure.
A follow-up question concerning the phone. We had discussed the phone being gotten into and not, put on airplane mode, which would have wiped the notifications, correct?
Correct.
Yoko had discussed calling Johnathan multiple times that morning, correct?
Yes.
Outside of it failing to have been put on airplane mode, was the phone ever taken off the network that you're aware of?
That's not something I would be aware of personally.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. Detective, with regard to the line of questioning related to the notifications on the phone, you would, I presume, defer to experts on airplane mode and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
The fact that there were no notifications on home screen when you first saw the phone, was that important for you for any purpose?
Absolutely. There were statements made by Devyn that she had contacted or tried to contact Johnathan several times. So in my personal experience, I would believe that there would be notifications unless that phone had been interacted with prior to picking it up and bringing it over to the car.
Okay, and there will be an expert that talks about the contents of the phone. That's not for you.
Not my forte. Yes.
But let's presume for a second that she did in fact text or call John after his death. Would this be something that you've seen before in cases where people try to alibi themselves or cover up?
Yes, frequently people will call someone they clearly know is deceased, they will go to their work and pretend and put on an act per se.
Okay.
So there are times that does happen.
So, not for you to say, but it's not surprising to see someone call someone post-murder to essentially alibi and or cover up.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Some follow-up. You've had investigations where someone leaves a cell phone at home and then goes and commits a serious crime, correct?
Yes.
Again, to perhaps establish an alibi concerning their whereabouts.
Yes.
In reference to the phone, Johnathan's phone, there was communication, specifically a text sent by Devyn to Johnathan about 3:56 a.m., correct?
I'd have to defer to the records, but I have no reason to believe that didn't happen.
And that concerned the girls in registration that was to occur the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, we had heard testimony last week concerning a landline at the Pala Dura residence. There was, in fact, a landline.
Yes, there was.
And on the night in question, late 8/6 into 8/7, there were multiple phone calls from the landline at Porcupine to Devyn's phone, correct?
It's my understanding that there were, yes.
Previous night, that would be the night of August 5th, there were multiple phone calls from the Porcupine residence. That's where Devier and the girls to Devyn's phone, correct?
I believe so. Again, I'd have to defer to the records to be certain.
Fair. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, have any questions for this witness? Sir, if you write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number, and counsel can approach. Did you check the white table in the garage for blood, the tape right there?
I personally did not check the table. However, our CSAs or crime scene analysts, as well as our detectives did, and they photographed the garage as a whole as well.
Okay, what did they find?
There was no blood on the table.
Okay. State any follow-up based on the jury.
No, thank you.
Defense?
Just very briefly, and it involves actually the phone. The girls were handling the phone prior to being given to you, correct?
I did not see the girls. I would assume that they had handled it. They had to pick it up and bring it over to us. Now, whether they manipulated it, I couldn't tell you.
Swiped up, anything like that, you can't
Could not
say.
tell you. They appear to have just walked over from where the phone was and up to their mom's side of the car.
But just so we're clear, though, that phone was out in the driveway for some time, correct?
It was, yes.
In fact, through the course of Devier's interview, he had made reference to that phone, correct?
I wasn't in that interview, so I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that case?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, name or excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today. Statement and further approval.
State's next witness is Jared Spangler.
Do you need me to do anything with the exhibit?
No, I can. Thank you, though.
Are you doing that?
No, I'm doing
And step on up the personal swear you.
Morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Nancy. And sir, please state your full name and spell for the record.
My full name is Jared Spangler. It's Jared. Spangler is Spangler.
State whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been a detective for 15 years, and I've been with the Henderson Police Department for 22 years.
What unit are you assigned to as a detective?
I currently work in the Digital Forensic Lab.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that unit?
Yeah, the Digital Forensic Lab analyzes cell phones, computers, tablets, vehicle infotainment systems, smart devices. Anytime there's a crime that occurs where there's an electronic device that may have potential evidence, it comes to the digital forensic lab, and we analyze it in a forensically sound method so that we can extract the data and then be able to present it to the detective for their investigation, for their final determination of what they're going to do with their investigation.
And what type of programs are used to do that?
There's several different programs. We have, specifically for cell phones, we use Celebrite. We also use another software company called Axiom. Those work as well for tablets. When it comes to vehicles, we have a software system called Burla. And there's some other ones, but those are the main ones that we utilize to extract the data from those devices and then to analyze that data.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do these investigations?
Yes. So, like I said, I've been in the digital forensic lab for about 10 years now. I've performed over 3,900 examinations, all sorts of different devices. I've been trained by the FBI, the HSI, Secret Service. They have a national facility that they train law enforcement in how to perform these type of investigations. I've received a little over 1,200 hours of training and certifications from that facility alone. I've also had training and certifications from every specific vendor for the programs that we utilize. So like I said, Celebrite and Axiom and Burla, those softwares that I mentioned, I'm certified to use those as well. They have specific vendor certifications, and I have those as well.
So then, turning your attention to this case, on August 8th of 2023, were you contacted by Detective Ozawa in regards to a vehicle infotainment system?
Yes, I was.
And was the obtaining of that vehicle infotainment system a part of a search warrant that was granted by a judge?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was for a homicide investigation that had occurred on August 7th, 2023, or began at that time?
Correct.
I believe the request was made by Detective Ozawa for this investigation, the digital investigation, and that was to be performed on a gray 2017 Nissan Armada. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the VIN number for that is JN8AY2NF9H9300802. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Do you have a reason to dispute that?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And it was your understanding that that vehicle had belonged to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually make contact with the vehicle?
I did, yes.
Where did you make contact with the vehicle?
The vehicle was located in the basement of our police station, and so that's where I went to the basement.
And is that common sometimes for vehicles to have their investigations done in that basement area?
Yes, it's a secure area where it's not going to be disturbed. No one will be around the vehicle. It has a door that prevents anybody from coming and potentially altering any evidence or anything like that.
So it's a very contained area. Is that
yes.
right?
Yes.
When you came into contact with the vehicle, it had already previously been sealed prior to being transported to this basement, correct?
That is correct.
And prior to your testimony, there were a lot of photos that were taken in this case, but you saw the vehicle yourself, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you reviewed these photos prior to testifying today, these in my hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I believe pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is going to move to admit 442 through 463.
Bill stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
442 to 463, we stipulated to.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Showing you 442. What do we see there?
That's the 2017 Nissan Armada.
And 443, another angle of that.
Yes. Same vehicle.
444.
Yes.
445, we get a license plate there, and can you read that into the record?
Yep. It's Nevada 30A as an Adam 470.
446, another angle of the vehicle.
Yes.
And I want to note both passenger doors to this vehicle. There appears to be these red tapings there. What are those?
That is evidence tape that I believe the crime scene analysts are the one that put those on there so that you would know if someone's opened the door, if it's been altered, because the seal would be broken.
And that's the sealing we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
correct? 447, just a close-up there with the seal, correct?
Correct.
Then 448, obviously you go inside the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And is this just a photo of inside the vehicle, the front side of the vehicle?
Yes, driver's side.
449, what do we see here?
The gear shifter and the middle console.
450, another angle of that area,
Yes,
taken from the passenger side.
that is correct.
451, are you aware of this being located inside the vehicle?
I didn't personally see it.
Okay. But no reason to dispute that it would have been
Correct.
found in the vehicle.
Yes.
452, are we getting to the back of the vehicle now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and this would be on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
453, same back of the vehicle, but now from the passenger side.
Yes.
454, is this just under the hood of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
The engine area?
Yes.
455, would this be the rear trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was a hatchback, so the back would actually lift in the air, is that right?
Yes.
456, more of the trunk of the vehicle.
Correct.
What is being lifted up at that point?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some type of covering for the back there.
But it was searched, it looks like.
Yeah, yes, it was.
457, more of the vehicle.
Yes.
458, what do we see here happening?
So the vehicle infotainment system is behind the screen of what you would see inside the vehicle. So you can see the screen up above, but right beneath it is where there's a hard drive. And so in order to extract the data from the infotainment system, I have to get that hard drive out of the vehicle. So I had to disassemble some of the components so that I could access the hard drive.
And there's actually a mouse in front of you if you want to hover over that area you were just talking about.
Click any buttons.
Yes, don't click. Just hover, please. Please hover, sir, in that area you were speaking about.
So you can see that there's these little wires right here, the little connection points that I had to disconnect. The logic board where the hard drive is attached to. There's one right there, and there's a few down here. But in order to access this, you have to take the whole front face piece off of it.
And do we see that in that photo, that front face piece?
Yeah.
Can you please hover over that?
Right up above, up here. That's where like the volume for the stereo is, to change the channel, things of those nature. So all that had to come out. So I lifted it and put it up there.
And this is a typical procedure of what you would do when trying to collect data from a infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
And showing you 459, what do we see here?
These are, so once the logic board is taken out, I had to take specific pieces of that apart so I could access the hard drive. So what you're seeing here, there's one there's a second one here, and a third one. These are just cover pieces on the board itself to protect the hard drive so that if there's any, I don't know, maybe liquid or anything like that, it's protected. So I had to remove these pieces off of the hard drive itself and the logic board so I could access the hard drive.
Showing you 460, we see an extra piece there. What is that?
So this here is it's just a secondary logic board that's connected to the first one, and I believe over here, kind of to the side, but pretty sure the hard drive was connected to this logic board over here. So it's just more pieces that need to be removed in order to access the hard drive.
And these tools that we see sort of above that area, I'm pointing there for you, it looks like some screwdrivers and different tools, that would be a part of your kit, is that right?
That is correct.
Not something found in the vehicle?
No, not at all.
461, what do we see here?
More of the same pieces that were attached to the logic board themselves, and the tools are above there.
Now, these green objects, those are the logic boards that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. 462. Just more components to it.
That is correct. Coverings for the hard drive itself, yes.
463, what do we see there?
Some more of the tool sets. Right here is the back piece. You can see that there's a little vent because it has to keep cool, so it has to have air coming in and out. And then obviously all the screws that piece everything together to the main housing, and then just additional tools to perform the extraction of the hard drive.
So now that you've taken apart the infotainment system, what do you do after that point?
So once the hard drive has been removed from the logic board, I bring the hard drive back to the digital forensic lab, which is in the same building. I take it up to the digital forensic lab, and I connect the hard drive to a forensic computer. We have to use forensically sound methods, which means we have to prevent anything being written to the hard drive. So we use a write blocker, which only allows us to see the contents on the hard drive. So I can see the contents, but I'm not able to alter those. That way we preserve the evidence. So at that point, we create a digital forensic fingerprint, we'll call it. It's a hash value, but it's a fingerprint of the data on the hard drive. So when I extract the data and I put it on my forensic computer, I can then create another fingerprint and compare the two to what it was before and what it was afterwards to make sure they match. So I extracted the information, put it on the forensic computer, then I open up the Pala software that I mentioned earlier, which allows us to process and analyze the specific data on that hard drive.
So specifically, what type of data is being imported into this Pala software?
So the hard drive contents itself, there's databases. That's usually what infotainment systems have, are databases. Kind of think like an Excel spreadsheet. It's a database with input, data on there. And from there, it has to be analyzed. It has to be sorted through to figure out what specifically is it saying. What is the data?
So it may be an oversimplification, but it's essentially Pala acts as sort of a reader of the data. Is that right?
Yes.
And then puts it in a reader-friendly format so that you can actually see what this data is saying?
That is correct.
And it's not altering the data at any point when you're importing it from the drive into the Pala system, correct?
Correct.
So after you do that, the raw data is now inside the Pala system. What does the system do? Or what does the software do at that point?
It allows the user to be able to analyze it. So it specifically for infotainments. This infotainment system, it recorded GPS location. And that GPS location is organized in trips. So when you start the vehicle, as soon as you put the key in and it turns it on to the accessories or on to the on position, it begins recording GPS, and it records that as a trip. So we'll just say that's going to be trip number 1. Every second that GPS is recording on that trip number 1. So you may drive from here, point A to point B. As soon as you turn the vehicle off, that's trip 1. If you take the key out, you turn it back on, now you're on trip 2. And so it organizes it in these databases I was mentioning earlier. It organizes it in a process where you can see the trips. You can see the latitude, the longitude, the elevation, the speed during each GPS waypoint. So it records all these waypoints, and it's organized in a way. So Pala, the software, allows us to go through and map all those waypoints, those GPS waypoints, so we can see the trip. So we can physically see, okay, this is where it started, and it's going along, and this is where it ended. And this was the speed, and such and such.
And it takes into account dates and times, correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention, I apologize. It does, every second that the GPS pings, as we'll call it, it records a date and a timestamp.
And then ultimately, are videos created that show in a friendly manner where the vehicle is moving at what date and what time around the valley?
Yes, the software, the Pala software allows you to take one of those trips and animate it so that it's what we would be visually appealing for us, what we're used to seeing. It puts it on a map, and you can see it, plot it. You can see the vehicle go the direction and go from point A to point B.
So now that you have this raw data or this information that was put into the Burla software at this point, it's in a way that you can actually read it now. You then get some information that was gathered from Detective Ozawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was related to the investigation. Specifically then, having that information, did you hone in on the dates of August 6th, 2023 to August 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And that was because that was of importance in the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how do you actually do you just filter to those dates and times, or how do you just hone in on that?
Yeah, because everything's recorded in a descending from the oldest to the newest, you just scroll down to the dates you want, and you can see everything in with a 24-hour period or a 12-hour period, whatever is requested by the detective. And so he requested a specific time period, and so I just scrolled down and highlighted those at that point. Those were the focus.
And you were able to find 11 videos of evidentiary value, is that right?
Yes.
And so that would essentially be 11 trips or so?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, you provided those trips on a flash drive, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe at this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation of the parties, the state is going to move to admit Exhibit 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
7 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Don't format.
Don't format it. No. Okay. Can I ask you to step down? Do you know what's going on with it, or?
Yeah, if that's okay.
You're the tech guy, so I better leave it to you.
Yeah, I think I need to watch this all happen right now. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here. You were right. This is why we employ the experts. All right, sir. So I have pulled up here Exhibit 7. It appears that there are videos entitled number 1 through number 11.
We don't see it.
Oh, that
Sorry.
would be helpful.
This one was loose last time too.
Was it loose? We're back up and running. All right, so we see here, again, video number 1 through video number 11 of Exhibit 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going through this, obviously you went through each video, and there's certain trips that became important as part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're going to open up video number 1. All right, I'm going to pause that. What do we see here in video number 1?
So this is the Burla software that I was explaining earlier. These videos I created. I just used a Windows capture program so you could see what I see as an examiner. So this is the Burla software. The trips that were of importance, I made videos for those trips. So this is one of the trips. If you look, I'm not going to click, but I'm going to hover my mouse over here. You can see this is the timestamp of when this trip, we're looking at trips, when this trip began on 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 p.m. That's adjusted for UTC, for our time. It's not UTC. Everything is recorded in UTC. So we have to subtract the 7 hours. And then the trip ends on the same date at 5:58 and 33 seconds p.m. So one thing you'll notice if you look over here, you can see the count is 2,368. That's how many waypoints. Every second the GPS is recording, that's how many waypoints or GPS points are recorded in this trip. So you can see the distance was 25 miles, the elapsed time, the average speed, those things that that the GPS system will actually record. So what I did was, when we hit play, you'll be able to see, I'm going to animate this trip so you can follow where it goes.
And just briefly, because I don't think we've talked about this yet, can you explain what UTC time is?
Yes, so it's Greenwich time. It's the time over in England, and we are every hour that it's spread out by distance. And where we are at right now, I think we're 8 now, but we were -7 at the time. So it's either -7 or -8. So everything is recorded in UTC time. It's the same way with computers and cell phones, vehicle infotainments. Everything is recorded in UTC time. And then the system and us, we have to manually adjust according to time, daylight savings or not.
And so the times we're seeing here are not UTC, they're the correct times.
They're
correct?
adjusted, yeah. And it even...
Yeah, I'm working on it.
It said it on there. I adjusted it so we wouldn't have to do any math in our head or anything. It's just automatically adjusted.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and press play on this video. And then I think we saw you click animate tracking. That's that process you were explaining previously, right?
Yes.
What else do we use?
So you're looking at the overview at this second. I'm zooming in so that as I hit play, you can follow it along.
Okay.
So this is where the trip starts. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, again, I'm not going to click, but you can see down here the date and the time when the trip started.
And what is that, just for the record?
That is 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 and 12 seconds p.m.
Okay, and that's just where we're stopped right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we're able to determine that that dot right there is the 2698 Pala Dura Drive in Henderson, correct?
That is correct.
And then I'll go ahead and play for more. And what I notice right now is it's going fairly quickly. It looks like, I'll stop here.
Yeah,
The bottom right, there's something that says 5 times. What does that mean?
Yeah, over here next to the mouse 5x. I didn't want to have a 45-minute video for a 45-minute trip, so I times it by 5 so it would be a little bit quicker so that I could condense it a little bit. That's the only reason I made it 5 times, so we wouldn't be here all day watching videos.
And we appreciate that. Playing the video.
So at this point, you can see there's just a little bit of movement. It means the vehicle's on. It hasn't moved yet. There's a little bit of movement. It doesn't necessarily move that the vehicle. It doesn't mean that the vehicle has moved. It just means that it's on and it's recording GPS location. Kind of bounce it around a little bit right in front of the residence. And you can see down here the seconds are moving rather quickly, but you can see the seconds there. Roughly 20, 25, and so on.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Okay. At about, I think it was around 5:32, we then see the vehicle begin to move. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll press play. And it appears it's going down Windmill Parkway at this point outside of the neighborhood.
Yes.
And ultimately, this trip, as I scroll across, is just the vehicle is traveling across the valley, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And then ultimately, the vehicle comes to a stop, is that right?
Yes.
And that stop happens at 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's essentially the end of this trip.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have another trip, and that's labeled as video number 2, correct?
Yes.
Publishing.
You might have to use VLC.
And again, you're clicking animate tracking, correct? Or
Yes.
track log, excuse me. And where is the start of this trip?
At the Porcupine address?
The 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Correct, yes.
And what date and what time?
You could see the date down here. It is 8/6 of 2023 at 7:37 p.m.
Pressing play. And again, vehicle begins to travel, correct?
Yes.
I'm just quickly scrolling through. Again, this is at 5 times that you have it set at, correct?
That is correct.
Or 5x. Ultimately, vehicle ending its trip at that same 2698 Pala Dura Drive, correct?
Yes,
In
correct.
Henderson?
Yes.
Okay, and roughly at about 8:06 p.m. on that same date, August 6, 2023, is when the vehicle comes to a stop on that trip, correct?
Correct.
And that's the end of that one.
Yes.
Okay. Opening file video number 3. Again, clicking animate track log.
So if I could just push pause just real quick. So this actually has 2 trips, and I'll explain real quick. So this first trip is very, very short. It's a span of 10 seconds. You can see the date here at 8/6/2023 at 11:05 and 46 seconds. The vehicle's either turned on or someone put the key into the accessory, so you can listen to the radio one of those two options, the vehicle was in an on state, and for 10 seconds, this first trip here, I think we're calling it trip number 3, this trip number 3, the vehicle doesn't move, but the GPS is on and it's recording. And you're going to see that there's some movement there just because that's how GPS works. Sometimes it can be off anywhere from 5 to 30 feet, roughly.
And it is possible that the vehicle may have moved slightly, but it's hard to tell from this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and press play. Okay. What are we seeing here?
And yeah, that was the 10 seconds. So I don't stop recording at this point. I now go to the next one, which is a few hours later.
And I'm just going to pause. Around what time did that trip start?
So this is a few hours later on the 7th at 2:04 a.m.
August 7th, 2023 at 2:04 a.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, at the 2698 Pala Dura Drive address.
Correct.
And the vehicle is now moving, correct?
Yes.
Going down Windmill?
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. And I'm going to pause here. It looks like at about 2:28 in the morning, same date, August 7th, 2023, it looks like the vehicle is sort of hovering in this one location for a bit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we determined that that was CVS located at Cheyenne and Durango with the address of 8320 West Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play. The vehicle is now moving, is that right?
Yes.
At about 2:31 in the morning?
Yes.
Same date?
Yes, on the August 7th.
I'll go ahead and skip ahead. The vehicle is making its way across the valley, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately landing at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And the time being 2:44 in the morning or so?
Yes.
On August 7th, 2023?
Yes.
Playing video number 3 with the annotation zoomed in at the end. And this is that same trip, correct?
Yes, I labeled it as zoomed in. I wasn't sure what was going on. You can see that there's a lot of movement down there. And after further investigation, it seems like...
Okay, I'll stop you there. So at 2:44 in the morning, this is that Porcupine Rim sort of stop, but it appears that there is some movement within the neighborhood, correct?
Correct, yes.
Showing you video number 4. This is a new trip, correct?
Yes. This is at 8:01 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
And the starting address is that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'll go ahead and skip ahead. It appears that the vehicle exits the neighborhood on Ann Road and then makes what looks like a U-turn back into the neighborhood,
Yes, that's correct.
back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes,
And this is at 8:06 a.m.
that is correct. The vehicle's left on at this point.
The vehicle begins moving again roughly at 8:10
Yes.
in the morning. Go ahead and skip ahead. And I'm going to stop it right here at 8:16 in the morning. We see the vehicle and it is stopped at what appears to be a Funny's gas station and car wash, correct?
That is correct.
And that's located at the intersection of Lone Mountain and Rancho there, specifically 4747 North Rancho Drive, correct?
Yes, that is right.
Pressing play.
At this point, the vehicle is still on. As soon as it turns off, the trip ends. So it's still on for these remaining minutes.
There appears to be some slight movement there around 8:18 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Still some slight movement there,
Yes.
inching along. And that trip then ends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing video number 5. What time does this trip start?
This is on August 7th, 2023 at 8:21 a.m.
And this, again, we're starting at that Funny's car wash
Correct.
gas station. Looks like vehicle begins to move around 8:21 or so.
Yes.
Sort of those slight movements we saw earlier. And now the vehicle is moving out of that area, correct?
Correct.
The vehicle then proceeds through the valley.
And this is where the vehicle parks.
Vehicle parks. Does it appear to have parked at a children's school, so at the Torrey Pines, Washburn sort of intersection there?
Yes, there's an elementary school there.
Okay. And that would be Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
And the trip ultimately ends at that elementary school.
Correct.
Video number 6, picking up from there. And around, it appears 9:27 in the morning is when this trip starts, still on August 7th, 2023. And again, we are starting at that Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
That is correct.
And that trip ends vehicle goes back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
And ultimately ends there, correct?
That is correct. At 9:30 a.m.
Publishing video number 7. Trip starts at that 5510 Porcupine Rim, correct? At 9:35 a.m.
Yes, on August 7th, 2023.
Go ahead and skip through. Traveling across the valley. Looks like it's on Summerlin Parkway. Ultimately, trip is concluding at 9:57 a.m.
That is correct.
And that appears to be Summerlin Hospital, 657 North Town Center Drive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing video number 8. It appears to begin at that Summerlin Hospital address, correct?
Yes.
At 10:09 a.m.
Yes.
On August 7th, 2023.
That is right.
Eventually ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 10:26 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
Publishing video number 9. The next trip. Starting out at the defendant's home, 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, at 11:33 in the morning, same date.
That's correct. Yes.
Ultimately, the vehicle traveling across town to scrolled a little too fast there. It appears the 2698 Pala Dura Drive address gets there around 12:07 in the afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
And the car stays on at this point, it looks like?
Yes. Yes.
Scrolling forward a bit. And the trip ends there at 12:43 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Publishing video number 10. Next trip. Starting out at that 2698 Pala Dura Drive, correct?
Yes.
At 12:51 p.m. or so.
Correct.
Scroll through. trip ends at about 12:54 p.m. and it appears that it ends at a Taco Bell at the corner of Windmill and Pecos, correct?
Correct. It's like a parking lot right there.
Finally, video number 11, publishing. It's the next trip, and it originates from that Taco Bell at 1:31 p.m. on the same date. Ultimately, once we scroll through, ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And it ends at 2:01 p.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
And between all these videos, these were this was the date and time frame that Detective Ozawa was most interested in based on the investigation in the case, correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you going to need this? No. Okay.
Detective Spangler, now, when the car comes in, you're the one that actually physically goes in and pulls out the unit, correct?
Inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's sealed at the scene, and it's not open until you open the door, correct?
I didn't open the doors. The crime scene analysts, since they're the ones taking the pictures, they physically open the doors.
Were you present for that?
When they opened them?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. In your time in spending the car pulling out this unit, you kind of observe the general condition of the car when you're pulling out the unit, right?
Yes.
I'm putting up what's State's Exhibit 458. And then how do I switch over to this?
There's a button behind it. But is it plugged in now that you took it out of your computer?
Yeah, we plug it back.
Yeah.
Just click it.
Put that one.
And right here is where you take the unit out, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
And you see this, console with brushes and various items of Miss Michaels, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put up what's State's Exhibit 448. This is a different view from the car, correct?
Yes, the driver's side.
And you would go into the driver's side to get that unit, so you would probably sit in the driver's seat and pull that out.
I believe I accessed both sides, at some point throughout.
So you're aware of the the condition of the car and kind of what's in there.
In the front, yes.
Right. It's kind of a messy car from your view of this, correct?
I have teenagers, so my idea of messy might be a little different.
Well, it doesn't look like it would just, it's not wiped down. I mean, look, she's got brushes, there's things in the car, it's dirty, we have dirt on the floor. So it doesn't look like it just went and got detailed.
Correct.
Now, when you're accessing this unit and as you're pulling it out and looking at the console, and like you said, you accessed both sides of the car from the driver's side and potentially the passenger side?
Yes.
You didn't observe any blood in the car, did you?
I don't recall any blood.
Nothing on the steering wheel?
I don't recall touching the steering wheel, so I don't know, but I from my memory, I don't recall any blood on the steering wheel.
But you're in the middle looking at the console where someone would be touching, obviously if they put the car in gear, they've got the shift knob, so they would have to touch that. You didn't see any blood on that?
I didn't.
I'm going to put up what's State's Exhibit 451. This is just an ID that was found in there. Like I believe you said that you didn't see this, but this is something that would have been in the car with Miss Michaels' personal belongings, correct?
Yes, I personally didn't see this, so I don't know where it was. But The crime scene analyst must have taken it, so yeah.
Now, going back to the videos that the state put up, there was a end of video 3. There was like some squiggly lines kind of going. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you previously testified that when the car's there, it can give or take 30, 50 feet. In that clip, it looked like it was zoomed in on.
5 to 33 feet.
5 to 33 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And then, are you aware of the Funny's gas station, or you just know the location?
I'm not aware of it. I just look at the map.
So it's not like
Yeah.
you went out to Funny's and looked and saw what was there?
No.
Funny's gas station has gas pumps?
I would imagine.
And if I told you there was one, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
At that location?
No.
Now, you looked at the infotainment system. Were you asked to do anything else on this case? To examine anything by Detective Ozawa at his request?
Yes. Later on, there was I believe it was a cell phone.
Cell phone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 cell phone. I don't want to read off all the model numbers, but it's safe to say you looked at that. Or did he ask you to examine that?
That is correct.
And that happened to be one of Devyn Michaels' phones, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that was a additional request by Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Can counsel approach?
Kind of a silly question. Gas station has gas pumps, right? I would assume so. Oh, because maybe because it was a car wash. They're trying to imply that she went to this place. It was a gas station.
It's going to take more time than on everybody's time, Mr. DeVito, and just mine. So we're going to take our lunch recess at this time, and then that way we'll have all the technology and everything set up by the time you guys get back. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, and anybody regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not report this thing or use the media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using references. You must not make any investigation, test, the theory of the case, recreating aspects of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not forward anything regarding this case or the vice versa to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:40. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so they are at lunch. Long lunch. Oh. All right. Yes, Mel. I'm. Somebody earlier was saying it's better to be cold than to be hot. You can always put clothes on. You can only take off so many clothes. So I'm glad I don't have a fur coat on. All right. So they're taking lunch until 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. So let me just go ahead and get my scroller going here. Hold on. Oh, here it is. All right, court is on break until 4 o'clock Eastern. 4 o'clock Eastern. All right. So. Where's my scroll arrow here? There. All right, so let's go over some testimony. Then I am going to take a break and get some food. All right, we heard, let's see, Detective. All right, so, the jury question. The jury had a question for Detective Carrie Skinner. Did you check the table for blood? Remember, Devyn made this, not a big deal, but she kept saying about John cut himself on this table. So did you check the table for blood? And she said the CSA, the crime scene analyst, did. What did they find? No blood was found on that table. So then Detective Jared Spangler came up. He is, we have new music. Erin made some new music, you guys, for this. If you're members, you can go check out. She just uploaded it last night. I really dig it. She really likes it. I think you guys will. It's like it's based on like 70s funk. So hopefully you guys will like it. So I'll play that in a second. We'll play that. All right. So Detective Jared Spangler, digital data expert, infotainment system. So they go over 11 videos. And he's like, don't format it when she was about to play it. So they're telling witnesses don't click on anything. He's saying don't format it. That would have wiped out. But I would hope they would have backups, but maybe not. All right. So 5:32, truck moves away. And it's the, what is it? What's the name of this? Pala Dura. So it's Pala Dura. Pala Dura Drive is where John lives. And John and Yoko and Yoshida. All right, so 5:32 p.m. Let me get my p.m. right. 5:32 p.m. Truck moves away from John's home, and then arrives. Okay, then they leave at 7:37. Goes back to John's at 8:06. So it's like about a half hour. Right, it's about a half hour. 7:37. It takes about a half hour. So the 2:04. Okay, here's the big thing. At 2:04 a.m., the truck leaves John's house. 2:28 stops at CVS. She did say that she went to CVS. And then it goes back to her house, the Porcupine Rim, at 2:44. So that's going to be a big thing because his phone is probably going to track moving. His phone's probably going to track as well. I'm surprised they didn't have that in this testimony, but I guess they'll have it. They'll have it in another testimony. And then we get into the next morning. She goes to gas station / car wash at 8:16. She's only there for 5 minutes, so she didn't really do any washing up. I mean, remember, was it Matthew Paul? He was there for like over an hour or something like that, cleaning his truck. So no, she's only there for 5 minutes. So she probably stopped literally for gas. So that's like a nothing burger in my opinion. Then she goes to the elementary school, presumably to drop the kids off. Then she goes back to her house. Then she goes to Summerlin Hospital. Interesting. That might come into play. Why did she go to a hospital? At 9:57, 10 o'clock that following morning? Why did she go to a hospital? I want to see those hospital records. Let's get the doctors in. Let's get the nurses in. Why did she go to the hospital? Then she leaves the hospital. Well, actually, cancel that. She gets there at 9:57. She leaves at 10:09. So that's a nothing burger. She's only there for like 15 minutes, not even 10, 11, 13 minutes. So that's, what can you do in 15 minutes? She does have medical issues. I don't know what they are yet, but she does have medical issues. And then she goes back to Pala Dura Drive. Pala Dura Drive. Or Pala Dura. Is it Pala Dura or Pala Dura? Pala Dura. D-U-R-A. Pala Dura. Pala Dura Drive. She arrives there at 12:43. 12:51, she goes to Taco Bell. She leaves Taco Bell, goes back to her house. So 2 things to note. She goes to a car wash, is only there for 5 minutes. She goes to a hospital, she's only there for less than 15 minutes. Could have been something more there, but to me, that's not a big deal. I don't know. That's not a big deal. Right? Not long enough. I don't think so. I wonder if she cut herself, but she was only there for 15 minutes. That's not long at all. I mean, not long at all. Dumping, maybe. Where would she dump? She would go to like a landfill, or she would go to like a garbage dump, right? She wouldn't go to unless she went to the hospital dumps. All right. I can get behind that thought. She went to the hospital to drop his head off. I can see that's a stretch. That's a stretch, but I can get behind that. She's there from. Hey, dude, how are you? She's at the hospital from 9:57 to 10:09. So what's that? 9 plus 3. It's like 12 minutes. She could. She could. Nothing to convict someone. Yeah, not enough yet. I'm still up in the air with this one. Their physician officers adjacent to the hospital. She could have picked up a prescription, Michael says. All right. 15 minutes sounds like blood work. Doesn't it take longer to park, though? I mean, you park. I guess you could park, get your stuff together, 5 minutes to get in, 5 minutes to get out. That's 10 minutes. And then blood work could have been done in the other 5 minutes, 7 minutes. I don't know. I'm thinking, 3, 2, 1, that I could go there. But that's really circumstantial. Hell Rider, she had to dump it somewhere. That she did. Let's see. Kathy, I have come to realize Mom was right when she used to say nothing good is out after midnight. Right? I hope she doesn't get away with it being involved. She's despicable, so arrogant. I would just caution that you guys just be careful please don't disparage anybody in our courtroom. Because as we found watching Florida PI Sam on Saturday, she did a great stream, you guys, about the court case that she's following with the Julio Fulio case. She's involved with that, as a investigator. There was a girlfriend of one of the shooters was on trial, and the judge and the defense were really going at it, and they said the judge was biased, and they pulled up people's chats. I think it was law and crime, I think. So we just ask you just never know who's going to be in our chat. So please just kind of chill on the disparaging comments. When we were covering Sunny Bell, we had friends come in, and we found out that the bailiff was watching. Scotty, who was an attorney for Andrew Thompson, he was watching. So again, you just don't know who's watching. So we just ask you, just keep your comments to the trial, and just don't disparage anybody, especially their physical looks. We just don't. I don't like that. So let's just kind of keep that to a minimum, please, and thank you. Mel, no, his head was never found. No weapons, no anything that did it. A butcher knife was missing as well. Butcher knife was missing. Let's see. Woke says the Deb was regarding Donna Adelson. That's fine. I still, I wasn't talking about Devyn. I was speaking about Wendy, and that's fine too. That's fine. Just asking to just be aware, just be aware. That's all. I don't disagree with you. I just, you just never know who's watching. It could be, like I said, we were watching Sunny Bell. We had friends coming in. Bailiffs were watching, lawyers were watching our chat, so I just don't, you just never know who's watching. That's all. And no need to apologize, you guys. I just want you to be aware of that. And let's just, focus on the trial and do, stay that route. JMS, yes, Matthew Paul is tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern. So we will stream that. We'll do a dual stream because we'll be on this day 5 and we'll be streaming Matthew Paul. So yeah, definitely join us for Matthew Paul sentencing tomorrow, for sure. Let's see. Yes, Big Brother is always watching. That is true. John says, keep it classy. Yeah, well, you just never know, especially after watching P.I. Sam's, stream on Saturday, again, and our experience with Sunny Bell. You just never know who's watching. You never know. Some lawyer may pull up our chat and say, hey, look, this chat was, doing this and saying that. That's all. Anja, wouldn't the hospital have video surveillance? I would think so. I certainly would think so. D3K2, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you for joining the family. JMS, so good. I want to see his sentencing. Yep. Oh, no. We'll definitely cover that. Let's see. G. Stewie, I hope they have surveillance of all the stops she made. I know there's at least the CVS because you see her reaching through the, it's a 24-hour 7. CVS is like a pharmacy. I know, Aussie, you were asking that earlier. They have, it's like, it is a pharmacy, but they have, like for when we were down south, I'd go to CVS all the time. They have all kinds of things to do with, sunbathing. They have towels, they have hats, they have suntan lotion. You can get, prescriptions. You can get Band-Aids, cough medicine, allergy. I think they even have milk, water. It's kind of like, it's, sodas. I think they used to have, I used to get a film developed there way back when. So yeah, it's kind of like one of those, they have sunglasses. It's like one of those kind of stores. All right. Let's see. Kay Davidson, I wonder if they check dumpsters at all those stops. Right? Skybell. Be cool. Nice. And welcome in, Skybell. And Kay Davidson. Northwest says this court should be closed tomorrow. That's right. It's Veterans Day, and yet the Matt Paul is open, right? Very interesting. Let's see. Gretchen, I will still have strong opinions about the necktie or bow ties. 11/11 is a big day here. Michael, they also have beer and wine. Does CVS has beer and wine? I know they have wine. Do they have beer? Yeah, I guess they do. I don't think I've ever bought alcohol from a CVS. Let's see. All right. So we have a long break. All right, I'm going to play this music, you guys. I think you guys will appreciate this music. I hope you do. So this is the new soundtrack. And let me just make sure I got the right one here. All right, so new soundtrack. Hope you guys enjoy it. I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back in about 45 minutes.
against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. I'm ready for a good time, and I came to groove. The whole band's here, and we came to move. Got a fresh haircut and 2 new shoes. We're here all night like we got nothing to lose. I'm coming out the jacket, cause we're turning up the heat. I wanna see you clapping when you get up out your seat. It's time to make it happen when we hit these streets. I'm coming in hot, and I can't be beat. Watch out now. Baby, watch out now. Watch out. I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Last call for some alcohol, and don't forget to tip. The sun went down, but we still rolling. The band's still going, playing all the hits. I can't stop now, too legit to quit. I'm coming out the jacket, cause we're turning up the heat. I wanna see you clapping when you get up out your seat. It's time to make it happen when we hit these streets. I'm coming in hot, and I can't be beat. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out. I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Watch out. I saw it first. My Lord. Nah, back up, man.
The first time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare. Don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in on the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify. Give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. High side, you're checking me out. Trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. Unbothered as you sift through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Testify, hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Testify, chance I'm satisfied. If you're hard and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. I was there when the fire started, 'cause I was the one who lit the match. And mind blown and mind fucked, I'm mining through the wreckage of what used to be my stuff, and now it's myself. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit to splatter. I got $1 billion mind and a pocket full of butter. I wish I knew one honest way to tell you I'm a liar. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rocking paradise. Every now and then, you just gotta roll it out. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, licked by the sun. And I was there when the fire ended. Yeah, I was the one who put it out. A mindful, and mind you, I'm running in a minefield, wearing sneakers firefighters can't afford. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit splatter. I got $1 billion mind, but my soul is in the closet. And you can mushroom cloud the world, but don't you dare reach for my wallet. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rocking paradise. Every now and then, you just gotta roll it out. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, licked by the sun. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. Now you gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard.
All right, let's come back from our lunch break. And yes, Skybell, I was just writing you back about the lamps. I got my mom one. She said it helped her. The vitamin D lamps or the sun lamps. But yeah, I mean, I guess it does. We're talking about, for me, I like, you guys are talking about the cold, and, you know, obviously there's a huge cold front that's going through the eastern part of the United States right now, making it all the way down to Florida. And, you know, it's, I like it when it's, I like it cold around the holidays, you know, Thanksgiving, you know, Christmas for me, New Year's, I like that. But come January 2nd and 3rd, yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it. And then come February, ugh, do not like it. Too gray for me. Hey, you know what? I did it for 30 years of my life, however long I did it. So now I'm enjoying the. I have discovered that I like the sun. I like the green. I like the clear blue skies. So, you know, when I was younger, I would ski. Went snowmobiling. Never got into snowboard because it wasn't really a thing when I was a kid, but I definitely would have probably done that as well. Loved being outside. I mean, you have to be outside, or you have to enjoy being outside. If you're going to be in that kind of weather, you have to really embrace it and enjoy being outside. So I used to build snow forts all the time. And yeah, I mean, I loved it. I loved it as a kid, but I guess now I'm just, I like the sunny, clear blue skies, green all the time, green year round. I do miss fall, though. I'll say that. I do miss the changing of the seasons. I'll miss that. Joanne, you despise the cold. You know what? I'm understanding that Australia is so much like Southern Florida. Like when we watch anything that has to do with Australia, whatever it is, we're like, wow, you have palm trees, you have like hot weather, hot and humid. I'm like, it's like Miami. It's like Miami and Fort Lauderdale. It's really amazing. I had no idea Australia was like that. Jennifer, I never minded the cold and snow until I lived the past 26 years without it. Amanda, I love autumn the most. Yeah, I do miss fall. It looks like they're coming back. Let me get rid of this. Hold on a sec. Where's my scroller? Oh, there it is. All right, I got to put those two together. Yeah, I missed the changing of the seasons. I got to close that. That's right, my eyes. All right. Okay. Hope you guys like that soundtrack. Erin put it together over the weekend, and we released it. She uploaded it yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday. So if you are a member, you can go to our channel and just go to videos, and then you'll see the Devyn Lounge is what she's calling it. And then we have Duran. We have Dustin Duran in there. Jose Soto, Jeffrey Spence, Donna Sue Adelson has her own soundtrack. Nicholas Casotis has a soundtrack. The Owlies have a soundtrack. Let's see. Lori Daybell, we have a soundtrack for her. Carlos Dominguez, soundtrack for him. Christopher Shore, Zachary Hughes, another one for Lori. I guess, is that when we started? Yeah, I guess we started with Lori. That was the first soundtrack. So yeah, if you guys want to check out any of the soundtracks from previous trials, you can go check those out. But Erin just uploaded the Devyn Lounge. So the inspiration was 70s funk. Hector's Mom soundtrack is outstanding. Thank you. Appreciate that. Jenny G, soundtrack was awesome. Cool. Thank you. Real Happy says Aaron never disappoints with the soundtracks. Camilla, why did we start? That's a good question. Why did we start? Because a lot of when lunch breaks, we didn't want to just show this. We didn't want to just have a seal, right? And then we're like, well, why don't we play some music, right? And especially with Zachary Hughes, because he was a classical pianist, and we're like, we should start. We should start to give you guys something while you're just sitting there watching a seal. Why don't we give you guys something fun to listen to? So it kind of started from that, and and instead of going offline and coming back on again, we're like, why not? Why not give you guys something to listen to while you're either eating dinner, lunch, and then also you can listen to it. Like we hang out and we put on these soundtracks because we like to listen to them as well. So we figured it was something further to give you guys something to just listen to while we're in a lunch break. So why not, right? Camilla, thank you. Yeah, we thought it was. We thought it was. Pussycat, yes, she is. She was married to Robert Baker. We ran a little clip at the beginning of the stream today. We played a little bit of Robert's testimony from Monica's trial. All right, they're back, guys.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are back on the record in C-377239, State Defendant Devyn Michaels, made represent that Ms. Michaels is present here attorney. Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, we vote for stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes.
All right, state before you, Mr.
Detective Luke Good.
Okay, and sir, you can stand and the purpose for you.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Officer, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Luke Good. First name Luke, last name Good.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective at the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the Henderson Police Department?
I've been a detective for a little over 4 years now.
And in which unit are you currently assigned?
Currently, I'm in the Digital Forensics Laboratory.
And what does that entail?
In the Digital Forensics Lab, we handle essentially all investigative technology. We do extractions on cell phones, we do cell site analysis and call detail records, vehicle stuff, anything that has a technological component or a computer or a cell phone involved, it comes to our lab.
What type of training and education do you have in order to do what you do?
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Columbia Southern University in Information Systems and Cybersecurity. And then we go through an extensive amount of training for my role in particular just because of the nature of technology and how complex it can get. I've trained at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama. That's sponsored by the Secret Service. And then several other trainings with a lot of the vendors that we utilize. That gives us a good foundation to use their tools and just the knowledge that we need to do our job. That includes Cellebrite, magnet forensics. I'm certified through them. I'm certified through the NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center that's sponsored by the DOJ. So we have to have a lot of training and qualifications just to earn those certifications.
And you mentioned a couple of software programs. For today's purposes, what are the relevant software programs we're dealing with?
So for today's purpose, we're dealing with cell phone records. I utilize CastViz, which is a software that's created and maintained by the FBI. And then I also used ZX. It's called Trax now, which is just another company that produces the mapping software that we utilize.
And have you received training in those two areas of software?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that technology evolves relatively rapidly?
Correct.
And as a result of that, you receive ongoing trainings as through the course of your career as things change?
Yes.
With regard to today's testimony, you mentioned a couple of terms: digital forensics, DFL, Cellebrite, Trax. What is it that you are focusing in on, and what is it that you're familiar with, but this wasn't your role in this case?
With respect to today?
Yes. So are you dealing with the stuff that's extracted from phones, or are you dealing with something else?
So specifically today, because we're all cross-trained in the digital forensics lab on a lot of different disciplines, today I'm specifically focusing on and speaking to the cell site analysis, which is call detail records.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is what all the cell companies maintain, Verizon, T-Mobile, all the major carriers, AT&T. They maintain records of every transaction that occurs on their cellular network. So every time you make a call, every time you send a text, stuff like that all gets documented and stored. And since there's cell towers all over the place, they also document which cell tower was being utilized at the time, which is where we can get investigative information.
And we won't dive too far into it just yet. Is it fair to say that you are not dealing with content of what may be on an actual cellular device?
Correct. No content, only the transactions and the connection information through the network.
And have you become aware that a separate detective in your unit has been assigned with dealing with the digital forensic downloads of the devices?
Yes.
And that would be whom?
That would be Detective Campbell.
And he would deal with any content, correct?
Yes, anything on the phone is what he would deal with.
So you're talking about records stored with outside your agency. They're actually stored by very big companies, correct?
Correct.
What companies are those when it comes to this case?
So the three major carriers in the United States are AT&T and T-Mobile, and then Verizon, but we're not using Verizon in this case.
Okay, so we're focusing in on AT&T and T-Mobile.
Correct.
In past experience, are you familiar with those types of records?
Yes.
And do the T-Mobile records look a little bit different from the AT&T records?
A little bit, yes.
Did you prepare an exhibit today in order to accurately explain your findings and testimony to the jury?
I did.
And Your Honor, this has been provided to defense counsel. I'd move for the admission of exhibit number 3.
No objection.
Number 3, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, 3 will be admitted without objection.
Thank you. And sir, does exhibit 3, you created that, correct?
I did.
And is there an exact mirror image of that exhibit that's going back to the jury on your supercomputer there?
Yes.
Okay. So for ease of use, you're referencing the same exact files, you're just not plugging in the extra thumb drive.
That's correct.
If you could just pull up the content of the entirety of the disk.
Yep, and that would be, I have it saved on my desktop here, and I already have it open. This would be the content of the USB flash drive.
Okay, and I see 7 different files, correct?
Correct.
Is there any particular file that you would like to start with that kind of gives an overview of what we should be expecting from these other folders?
We can just start going through the folders.
Okay. Let's start with folder number 1. Back out a second. Did you title that yourself?
Yes.
And what is that title for the record?
So to title them, I used the phone number and then the associated user of that phone number that I was provided by the investigating detectives. So for this one, the first folder is the phone number 702-353-3823, and it's Andrea Reyes CDRs.
And were you provided those by Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
If you could open that folder, please. There's 2 separate subfolders. One says mapped data and the other says provided files. Can I presume that the second folder is what you received to analyze?
Correct.
If you could open that. Subfolder CDR records, open that. And then there are several files. It looks like some Excel, some PDF.
Yes.
Go ahead and start with the COR affidavit, certification file. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
So every time a detective sends a search warrant to the carriers, all of this information, we don't have to have the phone in hand. All of the information that I'm going to go over is stored at the actual carriers. So we send a search warrant to them asking for the information that we're looking for in our investigation. When they send it with us, they send us a certificate just saying that all the information is accurate and they're attesting to the legitimacy of it.
Okay. Can you close that out? Tell us, what type of records did you receive with regard to Ms. Reyes' phone?
I received the call detail records that document all of the actual call transactions, and then I also received data sessions as well. Anytime that you're on YouTube or Google connecting to a cell tower, it logs those transactions too. So those are 2 separate documents. We also have the subscriber information document too.
Let's start with that. For the record, you're opening up Excel sub TIBCO?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here generally?
This is generally the subscriber information. This one they didn't fill out a lot of, but typically in this you'll see the subscriber name. Usually that's the person using the phone or a family member or something like that. This one is actually relatively blank compared to the other ones, so they just didn't populate a lot of this. But you can see that it went into effect 11/29 of 2022.
Okay, and what is the phone number? Where is it found on this document?
Right up here in the top left, this cell.
And that matches the folder name that you just provided?
Yes.
With regard to subscriber information, different phone companies require different things when you start an account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some companies require a subscriber name, some require identification, others don't, correct?
Correct.
With regard to T-Mobile, is it shocking to you that there is a missing subscriber name, or is that something you've seen?
No, this is not uncommon.
Okay. And there are ways in which detectives can determine who is actually in possession of this number outside kind of your expert knowledge.
Correct.
Like they could call them on the number and see who answers.
Correct.
For example. Okay. With regard to this particular document, is there anything else you need to convey to the jury?
No, and the document, it states the phone number in here so that we clearly know that these records are associated with this phone number.
And that's actually listed as the MSISDN. What does that mean? I'd have to pull it up, but it's like the Mobile Subscriber International Serial Number for the device. So anytime you see MSISDN, there's a lot of acronyms. This is always the phone number of the device. Got it. You can close out. Now there's one separate document for the CDRs and then one for the data sessions. Tell us how those differ, what we're looking at.
So the CDRs is going to be the actual call detail records. Typically, it's always going to be the dialing and receiving calls. Anytime there's a call transaction with the cellular device and another device on the network or off the network, it's going to include text messages. So any kind of transaction that traverses the network that's related to communications on the device, whether it's calls, text, stuff like that.
What about the data sessions?
The data sessions are specifically for internet connectivity, and it'll say in the actual file how many bytes up and down are occurring with each transaction. So if you're browsing the web, if you're using YouTube, something like that is what would be in the data sessions. It doesn't tell us what the data is or what sites they were connecting to, but just they were using mobile data.
Okay, and so let's step back for a moment, and if you could explain to the jury how it is that a cell device actually interacts with the cell tower, generally.
Sure. So you can think of cell towers kind of as giant Wi-Fi routers. So it's using radio frequencies to connect to the cell phone in your pocket, for example. Whenever there's any kind of transaction that occurs or you send or receive a call, it's reaching out through radio frequencies to typically the nearest cell tower. It's establishing a connection wirelessly, and then it's using that cell network to transfer any data or any call that you may have through the network to where it's supposed to go and back and forth to your device. So you're always going to be connected to a cellular tower, and you'll notice if you go into rural areas, you lose connection. You're just so far away from cell towers or you're blocked. You're not going to be connected.
And you said generally you're going to be connected to the nearest cell tower. You mean nearest geographically?
Correct.
Okay. Are there some exceptions to that? What is a general rule?
Yeah, and I actually have some exhibits prepared if you would like to go into that. It can really help illustrate it a little better. So
while you pull that up, just a couple more follow-up questions.
Sure.
So the jury understands, if I have my phone and it's locked, right? Like I'm not doing any activity on it. Is my phone interacting with the nearest cell tower at this point in time?
Oftentimes, yes.
Why is that, or how is that?
So the cell towers are constantly trying to keep you connected to the network, and oftentimes the cell towers, especially if you're moving, you're getting transferred to other towers. They're constantly gauging connectivity to you. If you're in a crowded space, network traffic can sometimes be a factor. So if that tower is becoming congested, then it'll move you to another best available connection. So there's always stuff going on in the background with cell towers to keep you connected and to give you the best service.
So I don't need to be actively on my phone sending a text to interact with the tower.
Correct.
And likewise, if my phone is quiet or in sleep mode in my pocket and I receive a text, that could be coming through, or has to be coming through a tower as well.
Correct.
Okay. And what did you want to illustrate here?
So I have a few photos just to kind of help make this concept a little more clear. So this is an example of the mapping that we do. We'll come back to these. So the data in the top left is not as relevant now as the actual imagery that you see on the screen. But what we have here is at the base of this triangle is going to be a cell tower. As you're driving around, I'm sure you've probably seen them. They're usually three-sided. They look like giant triangular poles. Each one of those three sides is an antenna. So most cell towers have a set of 3 antennas that face out in 3 different directions. So what we can glean from that investigatively when we request these call detail records is it will log the transactions, it'll log the connections with the cell tower location that you're using, and then it will also tell us which of those 3 antennas on the tower your device was connected to. And from that, we can typically infer distance from the tower and the direction from the tower based on the density of other towers in the area. So let me try to break that down. But this just shows an example of our mapping software. The big red section is just showing you which direction the angle is facing. It doesn't mean anything's in that red area. It's just letting you know that the antenna is facing that way. So if you were at this house, for example, you would be connecting to this antenna on the cell tower. And again, there's 3 antennas. So if you were off over this way, say in this neighborhood to the right, I don't know if you can see my mouse over there or not, but if you're over to the right, you're typically going to connect to the antenna that faces that direction. That's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes there's geographic interferences and stuff like that that could cause another tower in the area to be the best signal, or it can even cause, this line is not necessarily a hard line, it can even cause you to connect to the other nearby antenna just because that one has a stronger, better signal. And we'll get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, in a moment. Just to kind of break it down. So if this particular cell tower, or this particular cell tower, has 3 antennas on it facing different directions.
Correct.
They cover 360 degrees.
That's correct.
But they're split in 3, so it's 120 each.
Yep, correct.
So this angle we're seeing, this particular antenna is 120 degrees of the total coverage area of this particular tower.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that sometimes there's a little bleed back, or I can't remember the term you use. I use bleed back.
Yeah.
Do you have something to illustrate that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we'll get into that. And towards the end, I'll show you an example of multiple towers and how that would look. But if we zoom out a little bit, one of the questions is how can we determine then cell towers? There's documentation out there that shows they can travel in excess the signals of 20 plus miles in rural areas, and you can still get a connection. So in cities, we have multiple towers all throughout this area. Just in this image, there's multiple cell towers that you could be connecting to. So how do we know where that coverage starts and stops? There's a couple different ways. Typically, we can 100% map the direction from the tower that the antenna is facing. And then from there, and based on the cell tower density, we can start to infer coverage area, especially in an urban environment, because typically you're not going to be connecting to a cell tower across the entire city. Most of the time, you are going to connect to the nearest tower, and in my experience mapping these, I'll see that you will connect to the nearest tower, and usually the antenna that's facing you. So another way to visualize that, though, by estimating the coverage area with other towers in the area, would be this. And this is we call it the horizontal plane. So if you're looking down on a cell tower and you slice the coverage, this is what it looks like. And it's just a good representation to kind of see the coverage area. In real life, shapes aren't perfect. Even the wedge that I showed you previously with the little pie slice here, it's not a perfect shape. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that as they've dropped calls driving behind buildings, stuff like that. So there's a lot of shadowing that occurs. This edge is not perfect. So just keep in mind this is illustrative to give you a general idea of the direction someone is from the cell tower and where we can generally expect that coverage to be. So
go ahead.
Okay. For example, and just to show the difference, this shows the direction from the tower. If we estimate coverage using this is Trax mapping with their estimates and their algorithms and their understanding of the density of the towers in the area. This is the size of this particular tower that they came up with. Each tower is going to have a different size, again based on how close other towers are to it. But the coverage area would be that entire red area. In theory, that's theoretical. And then this is just them overlaid, so you can really see the difference of the 2 mapping methods that I utilize.
Got it. You mentioned a couple terms. Density and shadowing, and I want to just try to use my layman's terms and see if this explains it a little bit clearer. Fair to say that if you're in downtown Vegas, or say on the Strip, let's go with the Strip, there are a lot more cell towers down there than there are if you're out at Pabco Road on the way to Lake Mead.
Correct.
And so that might narrow in kind of your inference as to where the phone is, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're out in that rural area, you may be hitting off a device, but you could be like, or a tower, and you could be like 15 to 20 miles away from that tower.
Correct.
In this particular area, we're talking about a residential neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The Pala Dura neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several cell towers within this area?
Yes.
And likewise, we're going to be talking a little bit later about a Porcupine Rim address. Is that a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several towers with that in that area?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like there's one tower servicing this massive 20-mile thing. There's a bunch of cell towers in that area.
Correct.
You were going to go on, I believe, to...
Yeah. And on that note, there's in cities and urban environments, we like it from an investigative perspective because just as he was saying, in the more dense urban environments, you're going to have a greater density of towers, which reduces the area that each tower services and covers. So in an example like this, you're going to have a lot more towers than you would in a rural area, which actually helps us dial in the general geographic area where somebody may be located or where somebody may be using that cell tower. Another technology, so there's two main concepts to the mapping and the location aspect of CDRs, and the second concept here is timing advance. What this is doing is it's using the same angles, the same antennas. So out of the 3 antennas, what we get with timing advance is the network, the cell tower, will send a signal to the device, and then the device will immediately bounce it back to the tower. Radio frequencies are the same material that light is. Radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. We know that speed, so when the tower sends the signal to the device and it bounces back, it's like an echo, like a sonar ping, and it uses the amount of time that it takes in fractions of a second to be able to calculate the distance from the tower that the device is.
So before you go on, just summarize it. Is your device required to be sending or receiving text messages or calls in order for the timing advance to come into play?
No, a lot of the times we see this occurring in the background.
Why is that?
The cell networks, and again, this was not designed for law enforcement purposes. This is all analytics on the cell network and cell carrier side. So they're trying to keep track of where the device is. They're trying to send out pings to make sure the device is still connected. It's all stuff to optimize the connectivity of the device and determine what the appropriate tower it should be connected to is, and just data for the carriers as well, because they're getting those distance measurements to see where devices are connecting to their antennas.
And to be fair, those carriers are big old corporations.
Correct.
Their probably their bottom line is dollars.
Correct.
Right. So they want to give the best product, and so they're constantly testing and kind of refining their towers, etc.
Yes. And that's what all of this is for. And what I have here is several examples mapped together. And this is another tool that we use investigatively, because if there's a lot of timing pings, one, you can track the movements of people. But if you get a lot of overlap, because we don't know exactly where on this arc they are. We know the distance from the tower, and you measure that distance with the whole length of the antenna. So that equal distance from the tower gives you a circular shape. We get a little bit of a half circle here. And we know that they're roughly that distance from the tower. It's pretty accurate, within a few meters. And they're going to be somewhere along this line. So when we start getting a lot of activity in an area and the cell phone's bouncing off different towers, we start getting lines intersecting, and we start getting lines developing next to each other. And for us, we often use this to locate suspects in crimes. In this particular case and example, we're using known locations, but it just kind of helps validate. You can see that you get a lot of that crisscrossing in areas that you know to be relevant to the investigation.
Let me stop you before you move on. So you said we use this a lot to locate suspects who committed crime. So initially you said this wasn't initially created as a law enforcement tool. This is stuff that the big cell phone companies are doing on their end.
Yes.
This is something you rely on very frequently in the law enforcement world.
Yes.
In fact, it's becoming more and more important to our investigation, particularly in homicide. Fair?
Correct.
You said that you sometimes use this to track and locate suspects. Have you, throughout the course of your experience, seen this and relied upon it? And if a phone says it's at these intersected arcs, that suspect is actually at that location?
Correct. And I started using CDRs as a property crimes detective, and a lot of times we would determine the suspect's phone number, and now we have to try to locate them to see where they're storing stolen things, stuff like that. So we would frequently be able to use these arcs
to at least get a good idea of what street even that they live on, and then we'd be able to locate their car and locate them. So it gives us, again, it's not going to be a precise point like GPS. There's caveats to all of these, and the shapes aren't perfect, but reliably I've been able to solve cases and get within a pretty close distance of a suspect's house that I didn't know the address to.
And you mentioned GPS points. I'm glad you said that. So we've recently heard testimony from a detective, Spengler. You know him?
Yes, sir.
Spengler was tasked with dealing with the Burla, which is GPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that those precise GPS points are actually like breadcrumbs moving throughout the valley.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you're dealing with here.
No. What we're dealing with is we get a general geographic area of coverage. A GPS point will be able to put you within a 2 or 3 meter radius sometimes. What we're looking at is entire neighborhoods and the general direction from the tower. So I can say a device is in this general geographic area. However, I can't say exactly where in this shape it is located.
And let me just clarify something. Detective Spengler's responsibility was that GPS point.
Correct.
The Burla.
Yes.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide if this is consistent with that. Anything you're doing today with this, you're not relying on any information from the Nissan Armada's Burla system.
Correct.
This is entirely separate, and this is call detail records and timing events.
Correct. And in fact, when I map these records, I like to know as little about the case as possible, ideally, just because I'm able to focus on what the records are telling me, and I try to eliminate that bias from other sources, because then you know where to look. So if you don't have that information when you start the mapping, it's interesting how telling the records can be, and then you can cross-reference that with other data afterwards.
And you can also cross-reference it with things like video surveillance or times where witnesses say somebody is and all that stuff.
Correct.
But you're not doing that. That's for them to decide.
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then we just have a couple more. This is another example. So if we go back a few slides, this is one tower that services that address. This is another tower that services that address. So you'll see there is a lot of overlap. And again, you'll have a couple options to connect to, and the cell network is constantly working in the background to keep you connected to the strongest and most reliable signal source. And again, typically that is going to be the closest tower and the direction you're facing. And I'll get into the caveats in a little bit, but just as another example of another tower in that area, and I should have overlaid them, but we'll see that in a little bit. But the coverage does overlap so that you don't drop calls. Obviously, there can't be dead spots between towers. And then this is again mapped with both features. The little, we call it a wedge. That's a wedge shape, a little pie slice. And then if we're trying to estimate or just show a visual estimate of the coverage area based on the tower density, this is the coverage area that we're getting per Trax's calculations.
Okay, and before you move on, I just want to ask, up in the left corner it has your event number, it has August 7, 2023 today, map CDR records from AT&T in red, and then a little bit further down it says time frame 0200 hours PDT to 212 PDT. Is that Pacific time?
Yes, Pacific time, specifically Pacific Daylight Time, because every time the clocks change, it puts us on a different time standard.
Okay, so we previously heard the term UTC through another witness. What does that mean to you?
And that's Universal Coordinated Time. It's UTC, and that's the standard that we receive all the records in. That's the standard time that the entire world can utilize if we wanted to be on the same page. And then when you have time zones, you calculate the offset based off UTC. So UTC is always 0, and then PDT, for example, is UTC minus 7 hours, and that's how we would get to PDT.
And it's either -7 or -8,
correct,
depending on the time of year.
Yeah, we just switched to -8 with the time change.
Okay, and so if we're talking about August 7th records, you're doing a -7 to the record.
Correct.
Are the AT&T records themselves going to be reflecting UTC time?
Yes.
And so anytime this jury sees a map like this, you have already done the conversion for them.
Correct.
If they want to go back and look at the original records, they have to do the math and subtract 7 based on the time of year in the original raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Are there more?
Yep, there's a few more.
Slides? Okay, go ahead.
This is an example of 2 different carriers that service the same area. So the blue is T-Mobile, and then the red is going to be the tower that AT&T utilizes. However, these towers, even though they're two different networks, they are using two different towers to service the same general geographic area. So this is just what that looks like. And then I wanted to show this example just because we do get these outliers sometimes where you see this line from the, and again my mouse is on there, okay. So you see this line, and you'll notice that this little house here is going to be outside of that line, outside of the expected coverage area based on the wedge that we're looking at. However, and this is why I wanted to show the alternative method of mapping, if we utilize this H-plane, and the shape of that H-plane is determined from a bunch of scientific testing through the antenna manufacturers. They're able to use a chamber, it's called an anechoic chamber is the scientific name for it. They're able to basically measure the shape of the coverage area of the radio frequencies, and that's where this shape essentially comes from. So you can see that it propagates out from the tower, not in perfect lines, and sometimes you will have that coverage a little bit back from where the wedge shows.
So we're now seeing a 249 next to the red ping and a 5657 next to the blue ping. What do those mean?
So those are just the lines, the rows from the records that it was derived from. So this is one we're mapping, and we can even pull it up live later on. And I can show and get into that. But it's referencing each one of these points in my mapping software. This is just a screenshot, but I can click it, and it'll give me a little bit more information about where that specific record came from. And the way Trax does it, which is what we're seeing here when we're using just Trax, it's referencing the actual row number that it pulled that data from the spreadsheet that they provided.
Okay, before you move on, just so we're clear, if the jury wanted to go back and double check one particular point, they see a 249 like that on the AT&T records, they can go to line item 249 and look for themselves on the raw records.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
And all of those records, it's providing us latitude and longitude. It's providing us the antenna information. A lot of times it'll give you the rough street address as well for all the towers. So the software is designed to take all of that information from, it's just Excel spreadsheets with the phone numbers, the dialing number, the receiving number, all the information of a transaction or a call, including the location information of the towers that it was using. That's all in the boring spreadsheets. And then the software turns that into mapped data, and it allows us to see it.
Did you have more explanatory slides?
Yep, and this is one of the last two. This is just a good example I pulled from the internet where it shows it's not that perfect wedge shape that we depict in the mapping. That's just to give you a general idea, again, of the geographic area that a phone might be connecting. However, in reality, it's more like a blob. So what you can see here is the dark blue would be this antenna. It goes out to here. Sometimes it'll bleed over to the side of the lines. And again, there might be obstructions, buildings, something like that. That creates shadowing because radio frequencies behave similarly to light. They're the same material. You might have tall buildings here, so the better connection will be the cell tower that's actually further away. And then just to give you an example of a dense urban environment with all of that overlap, this is what it could look like with the various coverage blending into each other with multiple cell towers. So this is similar to a neighborhood, like what we were just looking at with all the pictures I showed you before.
Got it. So with this particular exhibit, I want to get into a moving cell phone. So if a cell phone is interacting with towers or someone's on the phone and they're driving on the freeway, is there like handoffs between these towers as the phone moves? How does that work?
Yes, and so the coverage overlaps intentionally because when you start getting away from this tower, the network is constantly measuring and keeping track of your signal strength. And once you reach a certain point, and again that can change from day to day even, you reach a certain point where the network will decide now the next closest tower is the strongest signal, and it will seamlessly transfer you to that. So you can drive around town without ever dropping a call.
Maybe you can.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
All right, is that the end of your explanatory exhibits? Okay, so let's go back to folder 1 with Andrea Riz, the CDRs.
Okay.
Go into provided files, CDRs, and then if you could open up the particular records we need to describe before you go into any mapping.
Sure, so we can open up the CDR records. So this is what it looks like when they send it to us. And what you'll see here is each column, They'll provide us, it's a ton of data, and I apologize, I wanted you all to be familiar with this before we get into the moving and the other exhibits, just because it's good to foundationally understand where all that data comes from and where all the mapping comes from.
Let's
so
start with column A.
Column A here, we have the date, and it'll show you what date that cell transaction occurred on, and as you see as I scroll down, the date will change. They're all in chronological order.
Column B.
Column B is the actual time in UTC.
Now, if someone on the jury wants to look at a particular line item, they've got to do their own math, they subtract 7. As a result of that, the actual date might change, correct?
Yes.
So if you're looking at like a 2 a.m. record, you minus 7, you're going back 5 hours in the day before.
Well, and this first one is a good example. So on 8/2 of 2023, the first transaction we have is at 1:45 in the morning. It uses military time, so it's a 24-hour time display. So if it's 11 o'clock at night, you'll see it be 2300, similar to these. But the first one is at 1:45 in the morning, so you would have to subtract 7, and it's a little confusing because of the 12, but you just have to work it out. So it would be 1:45 a.m. minus 7 hours.
Okay, so let's skip over column C and go to column D first.
Okay.
What is that?
This is going to be the call type, so it's telling you, and there's a reference key we can get into because I don't have all of these memorized, but some of them. A couple examples, like this is SMS, so that's just typical cellular messaging. So if you send or receive a text message, that is what this is. Let's see if there's.
How do we know when we're looking at a call?
So when we're looking at a call, you'll see it's going to be either MTC or MOC in these records, and you all will have the actual key as well if you're curious what these are. I reference it a lot because it's too much to memorize. There's so many different acronyms. However, when we're looking at a call, line 1 is another good example. You have the calling number and you have the dialed number. The number for the subject number of the transactions that we're looking at is always going to be on one side of those. So either they're the dialing number or they're the receiving number. So you'll see the target phone number for these records is 702-353-3823, and you'll see that 3823 on one side of every transaction. And this here is a call.
It's either the calling number or the dial number.
Correct.
Got it. And so I skipped over 3, duration, to get into call type first. So when we go to your example at line 11, go to 11 first.
Yes, sir.
That was a text message.
Yes.
So in the duration column, we see nothing, just blank.
Correct.
If you look above that, those are calls, and you're seeing a duration.
Correct.
So how is it that, or what does duration actually mean? Is it like the whole time I pick up my phone and I dial, and then it's ringing, ringing, ringing? Or is it the time we're talking, or what?
It can vary between carriers, but usually it's when you connect. So the actual time that the call is connected, so when you hear it ringing, it's not connected yet, they pick up, and you'll even notice on your phone the timer starts. And that's how it's reflected in the cell network as well. So duration is approximately 30 seconds for this phone call.
Okay. And then, do you know, off the top of your head, what happens when a call goes to voicemail, what it looks like?
Not off the top of my head, because some of these are codes. So when it says the calling number, voicemail is often 9999.
Okay.
Like this.
Well, but that would be in the key, right?
Yeah, so that'll be in the key, but it'll tell you if it goes to voicemail, and then there's make sure there's no other columns because each carrier is a little different. No. So it would be under the call type, and or there will be an actual code in the calling number to show that it went to voicemail. So you'll see weird little numbers like this, and you would just have to reference the key to see what those mean.
Got it. Okay. So go back to the top. We've gone through first 5 or 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line, and you tell me what's important for the jury to know about the rest of the call.
Yeah. So and this is for the phone number ending in 3823. And so, for example, this first line is just showing that there was an incoming call from this phone number ending in 3557. The number that they dialed was our target phone number, the 3823. And then, same thing, they say it a couple different ways with T-Mobile, the destination number, the called number, the dialed number, but you'll see that that's consistent with the target phone number for the records at the top. The IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. That's just a serial number for the SIM card in your phone, because sometimes we'll have people changing out the SIM cards. It'll show that in the records. Sometimes the records will get messed up like that if I click too much. The IMEI, that's going to be the serial number for the device itself. So your cell phone will always have that same IMEI. That's just the digital serial number that's always attached to the device.
So let me stop you. If I keep my phone and I switch out the SIM card, the IMSI will remain, the IMSI will change, the IMEI will remain the same.
That's correct.
So the way I always say is like the IMEI is like the serial number of the phone, the IMSI is the serial number of the phone number.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then you'll just have some completion codes. These are things I don't typically worry about. The service codes, this is an example of actually a forwarded call, and I start to retain some of these as I look at these records a lot. But the 02A with T-Mobile just means that the call was forwarded. And then this is all in the key as well. So these could be important if you're kind of curious about the nature of certain calls or you see something weird. The service code tells you a little bit more about what's going on. So if the call was forwarded or there's something abnormal about it, it'll be in these service codes, and there's a corresponding key that T-Mobile provides with us. The switch names and all of these cell site IDs, this is all corresponding to the network traffic as well as the network connection points that the cell networks basically distribute all of the traffic through. So it's not as relevant. And then the more relevant part when we get to these cell sites is the actual locations. So it'll show us the latitude, the longitude, and then, like I said before, it'll give us a rough address of the cell tower. And it'll tell us the city, the state that the tower's in, the zip code. That's all part of the address here. And a lot of the lines are blank.
Okay. Is there anything else generally we need to describe in this type of record for the jury, or can we move on to the timing?
Nope, we can move on.
All right, go ahead.
And I don't believe there's timing advance in this set, actually.
Data sessions.
Data sessions.
So what are we looking at that's different from what we just looked at?
So it's different, but still similar. The MSISDN, like I said before, that you can just think of that as the acronym for the phone number. That's a fancy way of saying phone number. So it's always going to be the target record's phone number. So this is the target record phone number that we sought this information for, and the phone number associated is always going to be the same. And then what happens is this is the phone connecting to the internet through the cell network. So you can browse the web without having to connect to Wi-Fi, for example. That's because the cell network enables you to connect to the internet. It's going to assign you an IP address. Without getting into that, that's just giving you a temporary address to access the internet through, just like routers work. Cell networks work the same way. You're going to see the same familiar numbers we just saw last time with the IMEI. You're going to see the SIM card serial number, the IMSI. It gives us the start time, and it gives us an end time for the data connection.
Now, do these data connections need to be going live, or could this be something working in the background? If I leave Instagram open on my phone, this is still recording stuff.
Yeah, you can still be running in the background, or if you're driving around streaming music or something like that, that data session is always going to be open, and it's going to be handed off to other towers as you move around.
And then the T-Mobile keeps track of those records so they can charge me for all that data.
Correct.
Anything else on this that you need to explain before we move on?
Nothing too fancy. It still shows you the cell tower sites and the locations and everything, though, which is how we can map, again, the latitude, longitude. It's how we know the location of the tower they're connecting to the internet through. And then it also gives us even the amount of data that they downloaded, the amount of data that they uploaded, and it gives us a duration in seconds. So we're able to, essentially all of this, we're able to take and put into a map and be able to see how long they were connected to a record or to a tower and what tower they were connected to. So it's just important to know everything that we map and we see on the maps comes from these data sheets.
Got it. We can close out of that. Can we now move on to mapping, or is there anything else you need to explain before that?
Nope, I think we are good to move on to mapping.
All right. So you're going to back out to the Andrea Reyes CDRs and then mapped data. What is inside this folder?
Inside this folder is what I produce. So when I get all of these files, I plug them into my software, and then this is what the software spits out. So it will map all of the data for me. There's a few things that I can do. I can change the colors and stuff like that to make it easier to represent. And then after I'm done reviewing it in the actual mapping software, I can export that to a Google Earth file so that we can open it on any computer, whether they have the software or not. So it exports it to a file that's more friendly and more accessible to everybody, which is going to be Google Earth.
Okay, and can we now move into some of this mapping?
Sure.
Let's do that.
So this is a good example to use standalone, but so we'll download Google Earth. This is typically what we use. Everybody has access to it, and it's provided by Google. So all of the software is able to create a file that Google Earth can read. So I'm just traveling down to Las Vegas. Oh, and actually, this particular record, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So,
all right, so before you move on, well, while you're moving on, I guess tell us what you're doing.
So right now, I have Google Earth open. This is going to be the program that we view the map to records in. So now I'm navigating to the file, the Google Earth file that I'm able to open that I created with that record in the CDR mapping, map data. So I'm going to open the Google Earth map to export that I created. So it's going to zoom into the area of the mapping. And there's a couple things to explain here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we have up here in the top left is our little, and this is where it'll be more and more interesting for you guys. In the top left here, we see the time period that's displayed. So we have the records starting on 7/31 and they end on 8/21 of 2023. So right now it's showing all transactions during that time period.
Is it converted from UTC already?
Yes, I converted in my mapping software.
Okay.
So I already converted it. This is PDT, so this will be -7. It'll be an hour offset from our current time because of daylight savings time that just occurred. However, it's showing me what I showed you before, these towers, and then every tower is going to have associated data with it. So it copies all the data from the spreadsheet, and it'll show me how it used that data to map it. So now we have the actual maps that we can produce from all that data on the spreadsheet.
And the date range that you were just referencing, that is the entirety of the records that you received for Andrea Ray.
Correct.
So it goes back to July 31st of 23 and then it's August 21st of 23.
Correct.
Is that common to get that amount of time in records?
Yeah, oftentimes what we'll do is if we know when an event happened, we will look for a pattern of life as well. So we'll request a few weeks maybe before the event, just so we can see what their movements are, where they're typically located before the actual event in question that we're interested in.
And all of this has to be approved by a judge.
Correct.
And so, there's a lot of private information contained on your phone records. So you can't go overbroad and ask for like the entire cell phone history of this phone.
Correct. It's not a blank check, otherwise the warrant will get denied. So we can only ask for a reasonable window of time that would be relevant to what we're looking into.
And so this is the records that you received from Detective Ozawa associated with Andrea Reyes' phone number.
Correct.
And show us what's relevant about the mapping related to this phone.
So if we zoom out a little bit, we'll see that it's in the state of Oregon. I don't have the state lines here, but this is California. Las Vegas is right here where my mouse hand is. And then up here, just north of California, we have an area in Oregon. And I can even turn on some borders and labels so we can actually see a little bit more familiar. So here we have the state of Oregon. Zoom in down here to southwest Oregon. That's where all of the records are at. It started automatically zooming in because there were no records outside of this area. So for this particular phone number, the records are only in what you see on my screen right now. They never go anywhere else.
Got it. And so you as a detective, you don't have any information as to why Andrea Reyes may be relevant, may be irrelevant. You're just given this information and you're trying to figure out where her phone was at an operative time period.
That's correct, and I prefer not to know that information so I can just review the records as they are.
Can you focus in on the late evening hours of August 6/23 through the early morning hours of August 7th?
Yep, and what I can do is I can either adjust the slider here to narrow my window of time, but since we have something specific, I can actually type it in as well. So what was the date range that you wanted again?
Let's go with 10 p.m. on August 6th into 2 a.m. on August 7th.
Okay.
So we don't have to redo this. Actually, can you just do noon on August 6th or noon on August 7th?
Sure. So noon from August 6th, Pacific Daylight Time, to August 7th. Noon again, Pacific Daylight Time. And then you can see here, it'll show what time zone I'm using. And again, this is Southwest Oregon. And these two towers, we can infer based off everything I just told you about how the cell towers and network coverage works. This is a good example actually of a rural area where there's not a lot of towers and there's multiple cities and geographic areas that one tower can actually service. And you'll see there's two main towers that the people in this valley utilize, and the records were bouncing back and forth depending on which one had the best signal.
Okay, so it looks like Ms. Reyes' phone was in Oregon during the operative time period we just provided.
Correct.
We can back out of, well, unless you want to illustrate that with the moving map.
This one's not a great one for it because, and this is where rural detectives might have some troubles because you don't get a lot of movement in rural areas just because there's not a lot of towers that service large geographic regions. So I can close this out if we're done with it.
Yeah, please.
Let's travel back to Las Vegas.
All right, so if you can exit out of, or don't exit, minimize Google Earth, go into the second folder there.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
This is the provided files and mapped data for the phone number 702-561-9242.
And that was provided as Johnathan Willette CDRs.
Correct.
Let's open the provided files real quick. CDR records, original. What are we looking at?
So these are the records that they send. These records are going to be a little different because they obtained them in a different way from my understanding. They used live tracking, and when you request live tracking of a phone, they'll also send you the historical records that we've been talking about, but they don't label them as nicely for us.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we talked a little bit earlier about attempting to locate suspects, and you've used this technology before.
Correct.
If a particular phone is missing from a scene, they go a different route and request records in a different way.
Correct.
So they could actually go find that phone, and you don't know how that phone was ultimately found, whether they used this or they just happened upon it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So we can open up the files though. This is the table of contents I was talking about that the previous records and other T-Mobile records come with. It's actually pretty easy to look through, and I believe you all have access to this. But it tells you literally what every single one of those columns and rows means. It gives you some reference examples, and then it gives you some stuff that is not as important. However, it explains the date, it tells you the format the date's in, the call type, and then this is where we can see what each one of those things mean. So MOC, mobile originating call, MTC, mobile terminating call. It'll tell you what the transaction was, if you really wanted to dive into it and see what each row was talking about. Let me close that out. The next one, and they didn't label them very well for us, this is the certificate of authenticity. Same thing that was provided with the previous records, and that's provided with all records for us to utilize. They're just saying that these are legitimate from our end, and they're true and correct as far as they have them stored. And then this is just a request form for us. So when we want to terminate the live tracking, we fill out this form and send it back to them. And then we can get into the subscriber information. This is an example of a more complete set of subscriber information.
And read for the record the subscriber name here.
That subscriber name is showing Johnathan /Tracy Willette / Baker.
Okay, and then there's a address associated with that.
Correct.
That subscriber address is what was given when the phone was initiated, correct?
That's correct.
You can't glean from that address where the person lived at the time of any given incident.
No.
Okay. When was the activation date on this one?
11/13 of year 2020.
And then IMSI, same as we've described before?
Yep, same as we described before, the serial number for the SIM that they're using, MSISDN, which is again a fancy way of saying phone number, and that's going to be the target phone number for these records, which you'll see in the top left of every associated record as well.
Did you read that into the record?
The phone number for the record we're looking at? It is area code 702-561-9242.
Okay. Close out of that, move on to the next. And you're hitting don't save, I noticed, every time. You're leaving this exhibit in the condition the exhibit is going back to the jury.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. So when I click around, sometimes you'll see like that column collapsed into a different number format. I don't want it to save like that. I want it to stay the way that we received the record. So I'm just saying don't save.
Got it. What's the
next one would be, and this is why I have another folder that says functional format.
Oh, okay. What does that mean?
That just means that they sent me a weird format. It's Microsoft Excel 97 to 2003, so that was the way they saved it on their end. So what I was able to do, it just asked me if I wanted to convert it to a format that my computer can read, which I did, which is why I made this functional format folder. So now we click that, and it'll actually open up.
Okay. And so again, we're working with T-Mobile records for Johnathan.
Yes.
And all the columns that we went through previously, that would apply to this record as well?
Yep, same record.
And so we're clear, this is in UTC as we look at it now?
Yes.
So any mapping you did with regard to Jonathan's phone would have been converted already?
That's correct. Okay. And they tell you at the top, they remind us that all times are in UTC, and then they tell you the actual time frame of the records at hand. So these records are from 6/1 of 2023 to 8/7 of 2023. And so it's a lot longer, and this is why we use programs to map them, and we don't do it by hand, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of rows, all the way down to almost 6,000 transactions in this one set of records.
Got it. Now, these particular records end on August 7, 2023 at 8:55 p.m. UTC.
Correct.
I hate to put you on the spot to do math, but what is that in Pacific time?
Oh, that should be 1:55 in the morning.
1:55 in the morning?
Or sorry, no, we're PM. 1:55 in the afternoon.
Okay. And so you wouldn't know if that device was actually found at that time by the detective?
No.
Okay.
And then nothing really to go over otherwise. It has the date, the time, and UTC, like we said, and then you'll have to be on the spot and subtract 7 with a 12 in the mix to figure out the time.
And let me correct my language. I said you wouldn't know if the phone was found at that time. It could have been seized at that time. You just don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know the details of the device itself. I'm just operating off of what the network provided us.
Okay. Close out of that.
Okay.
And timing is new?
Yes.
So let's go into this and describe how this is different from what we've seen with Ms. Reyes.
So these are, we map them as the timing arcs. So when I showed you all those crisscrossing arcs, this is where that comes from. It's a separate document, and again, it uses that echo ping to calculate the distance from the network. There is a way to map it with lat longs, but it's not as accurate as GPS, and they give us weird confidence levels. So instead, I map it as the arcs because we actually know how that works, and there's more confidence involved with it. And it tells us some of the same stuff we've seen before, like the IMSI, the IMEI. It tells us the phone model, and then it will tell us the actual time as we scroll over. It'll tell us the time of the transactions, and the way that I map it, and the best practices and industry standard way of mapping this kind of information is utilizing those arcs, and it measures the distance here in these columns. But it's using the same cell towers, same location information, same date and time, same device information. The only difference with timing is it's using those antennas, and it's calculating the distance from the antenna whenever they're sending that little ping signal to the phone, and the phone's sending it back.
Okay. Close out of that unless there's anything more to talk about?
Nope.
And we go into mapped data.
So in mapped data.
Go ahead, I'll let you kind of take the floor with this.
Sure, and so what I like to do, I use CastViz and Trax. There's a lot of different mapping programs out there. They all do essentially the same thing. They take all of those spreadsheets we just looked at, and then they will convert all of that into visual data that we can see on a map. It'll take the lat long, it'll take the facing. We know which direction the antennas face because in those records it provides what we call an azimuth, and that's the direction in 360 degrees with north being 0. It tells us how many degrees that tower is facing. So we know all of that information so that we can put it on a map. And you can actually map these records by hand. But again, we use the software because I don't have time to map 6,000 records per transaction. I use CastViz and Trax primarily, and I like to map it with both because then I validate the software off of each other. As long as I'm getting the same result with both software, I know that they're doing their job. And then I like to get into the records as well and verify a couple points of interest just to make sure, again, that the software is doing its job, which it reliably does, and it's trusted in the industry.
So you actually go in and just kind of point check the work that the software does?
Yes.
And you actually do the mapping with the lat long?
Yes. Yep, and I even like to go in sometimes with Google Earth, for example. You can go in and you can see the street view. I like to go in and you can visually confirm. You can use Street View to see that there's a cell tower there. So sometimes I just like to make sure that the software is doing its job correctly and all of the data is correct.
Okay. Which one are we going to work off of here?
CastViz, I include Trax, and Trax is the one that makes that big kind of potato shape. I use that kind of illustratively. However, I rely predominantly on CastViz just because it gives us the raw data that's in the spreadsheets. It gives us the antenna, it gives us the sector width, so it's not inferring or adding anything. It's a little more sterile and a little more basic. So I like to work off of CastViz. So for the remaining exhibits, I'm going to be showing CastViz stuff. For these, though, I mapped them all together if you would like to. So for these remaining files, we can go through before opening the actual mapping because
because you have them all included?
I was able to make it so I can open them all at once and then we can select.
Okay, before we do that, go in and open up the... slow down here.
Sorry.
Before we do that, back out, go to the CDR mapping. Folder number 3 is what?
It's marked as phone number 702-677-4430, Devyn Michaels CDRs.
Open that. Provided files, CDR records, and certificate of authenticity. So now we're finally seeing an AT&T logo, is that right?
Correct.
So what we talked about earlier was T-Mobile records. They're kept a little bit differently than AT&T records, correct?
Yes.
Pull out or close out of this. This is just the normal certificate of authenticity saying these are the records for this number?
Correct, same concept.
And then what are these extra folders here?
So we have 2 different folders. They send it as a zip file, so I preserve that and then we extract it. So if we click the zip file, you'll see a bunch of records in it. So then I will unzip the file so it's computer friendly, and it's a copy of the file. So I left the zip copy there because that's how they send them. It just compresses it so it can go through email.
Got it. So let's open up the uncompressed or decompressed version.
Yep. So the uncompressed, there's 2 different sets, by the way. They requested the timing, I believe, after the fact, or we got 2 different sets of records through 2 different requests. So yeah, this is the timing. So this is the main one where we have the actual call records, if you want to get into that.
Yes, please.
So let me open up the key first. Similar to the T-Mobile key, they give you a reference key just because it's too much to be able to memorize or know what all of these things are when they send it to regular detectives. So everything is defined, everything that you would need to reference. So when it's talking about cell locations, it gives you details on how it works, deeper than what we need to go into today. But it's given you the actual site IDs for the cell towers, it's given you the lat longs, and then it's given you the actual beam widths, which is how wide we make that wedge. It's almost always 120 degrees. And then it gives you some definitions. So there's just a lot of good information in here that I refer to frequently whenever I see something weird in the records that I don't understand or that I want to know more about. And it explains how it all works. And then they give the files to us in 2 different ways. So they give it to us as a PDF, which is more human-friendly. And the report AU for AT&T is the call detail records with all the phone and text transactions. And then they also put their data in one sheet.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sure.
This looks different from the T-Mobile record, so let's kind of go through the columns real quickly.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, different but still similar. So at the top left, you'll still always see the target phone number. And for this record, it's 702-677-4430. At the top, they're letting you know that these are in UTC time, so you got to do some math if you want to convert it to your local time, which my software does. And then you're going to have the same columns. They're nice enough to give us a row number for their columns. And then they also give us the date, the time. They give us the originating number, the terminating number of the call, so both sides of the call transaction again. We see the familiar IMEI, which is the serial number for the device. We see the familiar IMSI, which is the caller serial number for their SIM card. And then it gives us the locations of the towers that's being used.
Okay. You can close out of that. And did we skip over the subscriber on this one?
That one might have been in the other folder here. This would be the subscriber.
Okay, just for the record, who's the name on that?
The name on this is Devyn Michaels.
And the address?
The address on record is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
And does this one show activation date like the other ones did? Show the start date?
Yeah, it shows
that.
Where'd you see it?
Right.
Oh, here we are. Active time. So the MSISDN, and remember that's the acronym for phone number, active on 11/23/2021 to now, or when we pulled the records.
Got it. Okay, you can close out of that. Thought we'd skip that. What else would we do?
They give us a couple different things, and for some reason they'll send it as a separate file. But the IMEI is saying for this phone or this IMEI, this is the phone number that's associated with it as of this time, 7/10/2023. And then the phones will often have, sometimes we'll see two of these just because you can have different SIMs inside one device. So they'll send us a report though of just any serial numbers associated with the phone number and the actual device. But that's the whole page. They do this as a separate page for some reason. Same with the IMSI, which remember is the serial number essentially for the SIM card.
Okay.
And then location. So AT&T has this proprietary way of locating devices that they don't even fully explain to us because it's part of their secret sauce. But it's called Location Database of Record. It's unreliable, I've found, and a lot of experts in the field have found, so I haven't mapped anything with this. However, it is possible. It gives you GPS-like points, but if you look at the column over here, it says location accuracy unknown. And I don't like dealing with unknowns. I like stuff I can explain and information and data that I can actually source and rely on. So when they're saying location accuracy is unknown for these latitude and longitudes they're providing, that's worthless to me, so I don't map them.
Got it.
And then timing in advance is what we're already familiar with. That's that sonar ping that it sends to the device and back. And then they have a whole separate file for that as well. Similar again, has the phone number, the IMSI, the date, and then it gives us the latitude and longitude of the cell towers. And then it even has the sector orientation. This is the azimuth. That's where on the 360-degree compass that it's facing. So we know which way that antenna is facing. We know exactly the lat long of the tower. That's how we're able to map it.
Okay, you can close out of that. Before you go into your overlaid mapping, back out one.
And this was the other folder as well. But
okay.
They just break up their records, and this is not relevant to our mapping.
Okay, so we can back out now, go to the main folder, see our mapping, and then go down to the next one. So record, what's that titled?
The next one, phone number 707-628-1336, Devyn Willette, CDRs.
Provided files, CDR records and timing advance.
Yeah, and again, they sent it as two separate, so I just broke that up. But
so
CDR records.
CDR records, go to the Well, the certification is the certification, right?
Yes.
Is there a subscriber sheet for this one?
Yes. So the subscriber sheet. And again, at the top left, it has the phone number 707-628-1336. This is, again, T-Mobile records.
And this has a subscriber name of Joseph Sands and a address out in California, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if Joseph Sands is a family member, Mr. Willette, or anything. That's just the info that was given to T-Mobile.
Correct.
Activation date?
Activation date, it's showing 3/1 of 2010.
Okay.
And then the same information we had on the previous records.
All right, and then this one says there's data sessions.
Correct.
And then CDRs, which we've already gone through.
Correct.
Back out one folder, and then go to timing advance. So this also has timing advance records?
Correct.
So this particular device, we have CDRs, timing advance, and data sessions.
Correct.
Is that just more information you can glean from the records?
Yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and back out.
Okay.
Before we go into our mapping, there's a folder entitled Google well, let me skip that for a moment. NDCAC Tower List, what does that mean?
So that's NDCAC. That's an organization that's managed by the FBI. It's a subset of the FBI. It's the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, something along those lines. But they're a resource that we have that we partner with the FBI on. I have access to a lot of their resources that they provide law enforcement. That's where I downloaded CastViz from. So they have tools on there such as CastViz for mapping software. They have a lot of other tools. One of the tools that they provide is tower lists. So sometimes the carriers will neglect to send us the tower lists on a search warrant. NDCAC keeps a database of all tower lists from a certain time period so that we can have something for that call detail record to grab onto. Because without the tower list, there's no way to map it.
Got it. So you don't need to go out and drive around and see where the towers are. This is the tower list of the operative time period listed on the folder.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have those as a resource just in case we're missing towers or something like that. Or if it'll show half of my records weren't mapped, then I know that they must have neglected to send me the full tower list. So I just go in and I get the full tower list.
Okay. So before you go into your overlay mapping, there's a folder entitled Google Location Map.
Yes.
Is that included in your overlay mapping, or should we handle that separately?
That I can include it. I already created a separate exhibit for it that we can open up.
Okay, well let's go into it first.
Okay. So Google location data.
And then it says 3 folders, first step, second step, third step.
Correct.
Those records were also provided to you by Detective Ozawa.
Correct.
And this is a little different from CDRs from a cell phone company.
Correct.
This is from Google directly, correct?
Yes.
If you can open one of the folders, or if you need to go into all 3, to explain generally what type of data you are mapping with regard to Google location data.
Yeah, so with Google, and I'll take it from the top a little bit just to be able to explain it. What Google does is when you start up a new phone and you download a Google-based application and you're signing their big long privacy document and check I understand, inside of that they are giving themselves permission to collect data related to, among other things, your location. And Google will use that for analytics. They use it for advertising purposes. They're storing as much information as they can grab from your phone. So what they're programming into their applications on your device is the ability to read locations from GPS, from cell towers, from Wi-Fi, and then it's sending, your device is sending all of that back to Google, and then they're keeping a database of it. So similar to how the cell carriers are storing all of your information from when you're making calls and sending texts, Google does the same thing on their end as well. And so what we're able to do is we're able to ask Google for this information, but it's a little bit of a complicated process. When Detective Ozawa did this, I've done a few of them a few years ago when I was a property crimes detective. But what Google does to protect the privacy of their customers is they require a search warrant, and we'll ask for a geofence. So we will look for any devices, we'll ask Google, do you have any devices that said they were in this geographic area? And we'll draw a square or a shape, and inside of that geographic area, we'll send them all the coordinates so that they know the shape.
At a given time.
At a given time. So a certain time period, so maybe this week in August, we're looking for any devices that entered this location. Or we can make it as narrow as this 10-minute period. We want any devices that you, Google, logged inside of this geographic area. What they send us back is a spreadsheet of, it's called obfuscated IDs. So they send us, it's a bunch of random numbers, and every device has a long random number associated with it. And we can map it still, but we have to pick out based on that, hey, we're interested in these 3 different ID numbers. And they don't give us any information on who it belongs to. They don't tell us if it's a phone or a microwave. They don't tell us anything other than it was at this location, and this is the arbitrary number that we gave it for your purposes. If we find a device of interest that we see moving around in that area or in the area of interest at that time, we send those numbers back to Google for a second step, and we say, hey, we want more information on this, or we would like the subscriber information and identities on this, and then that's what the various steps are. Detective Ozawa would have to go into more details of what he was requesting each step, but that's how they do it, just so the customer data is initially anonymous. Because if we do a bank robbery at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to capture a lot of innocent people whose privacy is completely unrelated to what we're investigating. So we have to try to pick out what we think are the suspect devices. That way we're not just arbitrarily violating everybody's privacy who happened to be there at the time.
And in this particular case, did you or Detective Ozawa receive Google location data ultimately in the third step for one or more devices?
I believe he got multiple devices, but I only focused on one in particular. This should be, he got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 of interest that he picked out.
Okay, and they're titled Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels, Tracy Baker, and Yoko.
Yes, and each file has an associated file that is the original zip from Google, but he didn't want to change the actual file, so in good practices, he made a copy of it, and then he noted which one was which.
Got it. And so I believe you said you narrowed it down or focused on one. Was that the victim, or Johnathan Willette's
Correct.
device?
Yes.
And what type of information did you get before you go into the mapping part that allowed you to map Johnathan Willette's device?
So they gave us, let me see if I can pull it up. The information they send you, and just so you know what I'm looking at, the information that they send you, this is like the billing information, so that we can see, once we ask for, hey, what's this big long number, and you can see up here, these are the big long numbers they provide us. What's this big long number, who's associated with it, so they send it back, and they tell us it's based off this billing information, and then a lot of times we'll get suspect information, or we'll get, whoever is in charge of those accounts, so Google Pay, billing info, and then you'll see, for example, this one says Johnathan Willette when I clicked down into the folders. So similar to the CDRs, they give us customer information once we finally know what numbers of interest we're requesting.
And what type of location data are we talking about? Are we talking about interactions with Google or interactions with cell towers?
So for the location data, it could be interactions with cell towers. In these particular records, though, the location data that they had sent back was interactions with GPS and interactions with Wi-Fi. Because remember, this is all information that Google is telling your device to send to them. They're getting into the GPS databases, they're getting into the Wi-Fi databases on your phone, and telling your phone to send them all of that information that they're storing.
Got it. Anything else foundationally we need to do with these records, or can we go now into the big mapping?
Well, just to show you what the records look like, this is the reverse location obfuscated ID. So this is what they send us, and this is associated with each device, has its own unique one of these. That's just the number Google gives us so that we don't know who it is, we don't know what kind of device it is, we just know it's a device, and this is the number they associate. So during the other steps, Detective Ozawa would have requested, hey, I want more information on this number, tell me more, with another court order, and then they send it back. This is the actual location information they sent back for it, and we know that it is Johnathan's based on the billing information that I just opened, and then they provide us timestamp, they provide us the latitude, the longitude, they provide us a display radius, which is their version of accuracy. So they give us a certain radius of accuracy. So if you ever pull up Google Maps on your phone, you'll see the little dot, and then you'll see a more blurry dot surrounding it. That's the accuracy region. So you're somewhere, probably, according to your GPS or your device, somewhere within that. Google pulls that information, and then they preserve that as well. So a radius of 100 meters, if we expand it out a little bit, they say it's meters. So they're saying that there is a Wi-Fi source at this location, and if you're connected to it or you're seeing it, you could be within 100 meters of this location here. So you get a 100-meter radius, basically, of where the device probably is.
Okay. Anything else you need to explain foundationally, or can we move into the map?
No, foundationally, otherwise it sounds like y'all are already familiar with GPS and how that works. When we're talking Wi-Fi, though, it is important to note that based on their databases and crowdsourcing, Google maintains a whole database of Wi-Fi networks. For example, every time you connect to one, they're taking that information and they're making a database and storing it. With Wi-Fi, when it gives us the location, it's giving us the location of where they believe approximately that Wi-Fi network is at, or where that router that creates that Wi-Fi coverage area is at. So if you're connected to it, it's likely that you're anywhere within that 100 meter radius. However, you're not necessarily at the dot. You could be connected to it from the edge of the radius, and sometimes a little bit beyond. It's not perfect.
Got it.
All right, let me back out of all these files. Okay.
Okay. So how best and most succinctly can you explain for the jury what you did with the mapping for all four of the, well, I should say all three of the phone numbers, because Andrea we've kind of excluded at this point, and the Google?
Andrea is still in this. So what I did, that first file that I opened up for Andrea up in Oregon, what I'm able to do is I can open all of those files up in Google Earth, and I can just combine them, and you'll see that in a moment what that looks like. But I just create a folder inside Google Earth, and then I can save that as another Google Earth file so that everything's included and we can open it all up at once.
Go ahead.
So let me do that. So we have Google Earth open. I like to open it from Google Earth. And so I will open up this is my CastViz mapping with all 4 phone numbers. And it might take a second because it's a lot of data. As you saw, some of those sheets are 6,000 items long, and my computer is now processing thousands and thousands of items at once. So it zoomed out because there's some activity up here in Oregon that we're already familiar with, as you can see. That's what we saw before. I'm going to uncheck that, and what I just did is I opened the file that I created. There's a drop-down. It's basically a Google Earth folder system. So I created a few points of interest, so that way we can easily see them and we don't have to keep trying to type it in and guess where they're at.
A few or two?
2.
Okay.
2 points of interest. And then that is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. And the second one is 2698 Pala Dura Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89074. I'm going to uncheck, just to help my computer with processing, Andrea Reyes, the 702-353-3823 phone number, and when I uncheck it, it's no longer displaying her information anymore. Let me go down to Las Vegas here. And so the 3 phones, cellular device records that I have up now is the number ending in 9242, the number ending in 1336, and the number ending in 4430 for Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels, and Devyn Michaels.
Okay, so let's narrow this down a little bit to the evening hours of August 6, 2023.
And I'm just dialing in the time now because we're displaying almost a whole week of data at once, so we're just narrowing that to the relevant time period.
Let's do 7 p.m. Change that to P.
So 7 p.m. on the 6th.
Yep, and then I guess 9 a.m. on the 7th.
Sure.
And if the jury wants to see outside that range that I picked as an example, they can go into this box on the exhibit itself and they can change that stuff.
Yeah, as long as they have Google Earth on the computer they're using. And yours, if you are looking at it, yours might crash. This is an expensive computer that's made to do this, so that's why I brought it today.
Oh, well, now...
but I do have,
I was going to say, you made some backups in the event that happened.
I made some videos for y'all as well.
Okay. Do you need to explain that now or afterwards?
Whatever you prefer. I would like to be able to play the videos, just because it's set at the perfect speed and everything's easy to just have up.
Okay, so before we get there though,
yeah,
just representative-wise, you've unclicked Andrea Reyes, so now we have the records associated with Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels.
Correct.
Next to the names on the left, it says the colors. Johnathan is in blue, Devyn is in green, Devyn is in red.
Correct.
And so anytime we see green on that map, it represents Devyn. Anytime we see blue on that map, it represents Johnathan. Anytime we see red, it represents Devyn.
Correct.
Okay. Would you prefer to go into the videos and play those?
Yeah, it might be better to play the videos, and I can keep this up in the background too. We can go in and look at stuff live. The benefit of being able to do this is just so we can, for example, we can zoom in on records, and in Google Earth without having to have my mapping software because I exported it to Google Earth. If your computer can handle it, you can go in and you can click and you can see the information that it's pulling to map those records and a little bit more detail about it. Because as you're clicking around, you can see if a call transaction, this is just timing advance because it's zeros, but you can see how long certain calls are. For example, this one was 2 minutes and 9 seconds for this transaction that used this particular tower and antenna facing. So it's just something you can click around and explore. This is what I do investigatively when I'm trying to determine information based off of the cell records.
Got it.
But let me pull up the videos that I made because those are less likely to crash.
And the jury will have access to these videos too.
Correct, yep.
And that's not linked to Google. That's like a screen record of you doing this prior to court.
Yes, so I used Google Earth and you're able to, it's going to freak out when I do it right now, but...
Well, don't do it. Okay.
Well, we can, we'll leave that. So I can hit this play button though. I just haven't adjusted the speed, but you can change the speed. And if I hit play, it'll slowly start going through whatever time window I have, so the time slider will move through time. And it's kind of like the snake game. If you have a large enough time window, you'll see at the head of the snake transactions are popping up, and after a couple seconds, you'll see the tail of the snake falling off. And it's good to have that window of time instead of just a point, because you can kind of see the history and where the snake is coming from when you play it. Instead, you'll have points popping up if you don't trail it a little bit. And I'll show you what that looks like in the video here.
Okay. What time frame are we looking at for the red?
So the time frame we're looking at is similar, and I have it, let me back out a little bit. I put it in the file names so that we know. The time frame you're looking at is going to be 1900, which is 7 p.m. on August 6th, and then it goes until 2 p.m. the next day on August 7th. I have it set so that every second that passes in our lives right now is approximately a little less than a minute on the display. I can slow my playback time down a little bit if it's too fast and we want to pause it and go back. We can manipulate this however we want. But let me just hit play. So we're starting at 7 p.m. on the night of August 6th. The blue is Johnathan's records, and the red, okay, I hit play. The red will be Devyn's, and then the green will be Devyn. And you can see up here at 55 Porcupine, you'll see some red and some green popping up, indicating that they're in that geographic area. You'll see down at 2698 Pala Dura, you'll see the blue. And from Porcupine, this is that snake I was telling you about. You can see the device traveling based off the nearest cell towers. From Porcupine down to Pala Dura Drive, just got there around 8 p.m. the night of the 6th.
Pause it. Well, there's been flashes of green up at the Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Let's just put that into the record when you do see it. Go ahead.
Okay. And so what we just saw was the red records, Devyn's records, appearing to travel down. And you'll often see that you can infer what street people are even on based on how the records travel. So I'll back it up a little bit so you can see that traveling again. But this is what it looks like with the timing and the cell tower data when somebody's moving through a city and they're getting handed off to the next best cell towers as they travel.
Before you move on,
Sure.
just real quick, we see these devices lighting up. Sometimes they're right next to each other. Does that necessarily mean they're communicating with each other, or they're just communicating?
No, this is just general. So the way that I mapped it is I mapped all the timing, all the data, all the calls, everything for each person as one color. So everything in red, if you see red, it could be either data source, it could be call records, it could be text messages, it could be anything that involves the cellular network. That's all it's showing is just activity for that device and which cell tower they were using.
Okay.
And let me play again. So again, it's 7:50 p.m. on the night of the 6th, traveling down to 2698 Pala Dura Drive, or the geographic area thereof at least. And then at the top, you see some green flashes of Porcupine Rim Street. And at 2698 Pala Dura Drive, you're seeing a lot of red and blue activity.
And the green is still showing up at Porcupine Rim.
The green is still showing up at Porcupine Rim. And now at about 8:45, we see them. It looks like they're traveling together, or appearing to. You see red and blue popping up, and then ending up at Porcupine Rim Street. And let me pause it because it's important to note that you don't get an exact minute-by-minute play. It's whenever the device has activity. So a lot of times you'll see gaps just because the device isn't doing anything at those times.
You'll see gaps in the time.
Yeah, and you'll see gaps in activity because you're not going to get a perfect line when somebody moves. Like they'll disappear for a second and you'll see them pop up a few blocks away just because the device wasn't doing anything at that moment.
Go ahead.
So now all three devices are showing up at Porcupine Rim Street. We have some green, we have some blue, we have some red, all overlapping in the geographic area of Porcupine Rim.
Then we have blue and red heading back, and for the record, what time is that?
So blue and red heading back, and they're arriving back in the area at 2698 Pala Dura Drive at approximately 10 p.m.
So Jonathan's cell phone is activating on the way back to the Pala Dura residence at 9:50 something?
Yeah, and we can back it up a little bit. So they're traveling there at about 9:45. They're about halfway between Porcupine Rim Street and Pala Dura Drive in the middle of the city, and you can see both devices are showing up. I do have a trailing of time, so if the red just had a transaction and the blue didn't, you'll still see the blue a little bit back. It doesn't mean they're not traveling together. It doesn't mean they are traveling together. But they have activity in the same area. They appear to be traveling around the same time. So we're traveling down from Porcupine Rim Street, it looks like, and it looks like based on the towers that they're hopping and handing off to, traveling towards the geographic area of 2698 Pala Dura Drive. We're only seeing the blue, Johnathan's, and the red, Devyn's records, traveling right now. And the green records, Devier is still showing up at Porcupine Rim. So at about 10 o'clock, it looks like the blue and the red are now utilizing cell towers in the geographic area of 2698 Pala Dura Drive.
Green is popping up at Porcupine Rim at about 10:26.
Yep, and now at 10:30, we're still seeing blue and red at Pala Dura, and we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim as we come up on 10:45. Coming up on 11 o'clock now. 11 o'clock, we're still seeing, let me freeze it, it's 11:04 p.m. on the night of the 6th. We're seeing green cellular device network activity for Devier up at 5510 Porcupine Rim. And down here on the bottom of the screen, you see we're not seeing as much blue activity anymore, but we're still seeing red for Devyn at 2698 Pala Dura Drive.
Pause there for a second. So just because we're not seeing blue down at Pala Dura does not mean the device isn't still at Pala Dura.
Correct.
It means it's just not interacting or doing things.
Correct. It's just not, for whatever reason, it's not engaging with the network. Obviously, the more you use your device and the more you're doing stuff on it, the more you're going to have activity reflected through the network, whether it's calls, data, stuff like that. If you're not touching your device, it goes dormant, and it's unless you have something in the background running, like music playing, you're not going to have a network connection, and then we're not going to see anything in the actual records.
Go ahead.
So coming up on 11:15, we see some red at 2698 Pala Dura Drive, a blip of blue at approximately 11:20, and again at 11:28. And if I remember correctly, that's the last we see of the blue at around 11:30 at night on the 6th at Pala Dura Drive.
On this case?
Yes, on this.
Google a little bit different.
Correct. And we had a blip of red at...
Sorry, let me stop you.
Go ahead.
Green just popped up at Porcupine Rim.
Correct.
What time was that?
And if we want to go to the live, we can get a little bit more into that as well. But at about 11:35 p.m., we see green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll watch for it now more. 11 at midnight, we see green at Porcupine Rim Street. We're still seeing red activity down at Pala Dura Drive, and that's at about 12:25. And we just saw some green at around 12:25 as well up at Porcupine Rim Street. And this is half an hour past midnight. Seeing a little more activity by the red down at Pala Dura. More green at 12:55 at Porcupine Rim. More red at Pala Dura at about 1:05 in the morning. And at about 1:18 in the morning, we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim for Devier. And for Devyn, we just saw at 1:30 Pala Dura Drive again. And this is all in the morning. At about 1:45, we just saw more green at Porcupine Rim.
So when we're seeing green flashing into these late night, early morning hours, does that mean that the Devier phone is actively communicating, or does that mean something else?
Not necessarily. We'd have to check the records themselves. What I just saw coming up, just from mapping these records so much, were the timing arcs. So for whatever reason, the cellular network was pinging the phone, and then we can even get into the records to see exactly what they're doing on it, because we'll be able to see if they sent a text message at a certain time or a phone call. But usually when you're manipulating your device, we'll see a lot more of that signaling.
So this could be just signaling from the network to the device.
Correct.
You could be asleep for all we know.
Yeah, sometimes the network's doing that on its own.
Okay. If you can resume it.
And again, we're at about 2 a.m. right now, 2 in the morning. The time showing is 2:03. We have red at Pala Dura Drive, and we have green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll hit play again. 2:05, 2:08, 2:10 in the morning, and now we see the red. It appears to be leaving the geographic area of Pala Dura Drive.
Okay, back up, sorry. Go to around 2 o'clock.
It's 2:04.
Okay, that'll work. So 2:04, the red phone appears to still be down at 2690 Pala Dura.
Correct.
Go ahead.
We hit play. So we're coming up on 2:10, 2:15, and the device appears to be in motion, traveling towards the geographic area of 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Okay.
And it looks like around 2:40, they appear to be entering that general geographic area. And we're not seeing anything from blue down here at Pala Dura anymore. And now we're just playing in the morning here. It's coming up on 3:20 in the morning.
Green still flashing at Porcupine?
And some red still flashing at Porcupine.
Can you note that when the green flashes at Porcupine? You don't need to stop it. Just
At approximately 4 a.m., we have green and red both appearing at Porcupine Rim Street, and it's continued into the early hours of 4. We're coming up on 4:30 now, and we still see more red flashing at Porcupine Rim. 4:40, we saw some green flashing at Porcupine Rim.
And again, without going into the records, you don't know if that's just passive activity on the phone or active activity.
Correct. It's just all activity has been mapped.
Okay.
And then we're coming up on 5:30 in the morning now. We see some red flashing and some green flashing at Porcupine Rim Street. We're coming up on 6 a.m. Sun's starting to come up. We have some red flashing around 6:30 and some green flashing around 6:30 in the morning at Porcupine Rim Street. Red again, closer to almost 7 o'clock at Porcupine Rim Street. Now we're into the 7 a.m. hour. We see some green, Porcupine Rim, red, Porcupine Rim. And now...
Yep, you missed it. There we go.
At around 7:25, we now have red, green, and blue all appearing at Porcupine Rim Street. So we had some blue for Johnathan pop up now at Porcupine.
Okay, so you don't need to go back to it in the exhibit, but if I recall correctly, the blue phone didn't have any activity after a certain hour, and this is going to be the first time it pops up on these records at 7, and it's across.
Correct. The last time we saw the blue previous to this was around 11:30 at night, the previous night at Pala Dura Drive.
Got it. You can respond.
Now we're seeing some green, some red, and it's coming up on 7:45 in the morning now at Porcupine Rim.
Now green starts to move about 7:50.
Yep, green starts to move around 7:50, traveling southeast. Red is still up at the geographic area of Porcupine Rim, and blue as well, showing up now at 8:20. Green's still traveling. Looks like they're traveling southeast towards Henderson, as we still see more red and blue popping up at the Porcupine Rim Street geographic area.
And I don't think you know really any facts about this scenario, but
no.
The green appears to go across town. It does not go to the Pala Dura address around 8. It goes somewhere else.
Correct. Based on these records, the device is showing closer. This is Boulder Highway over here on the bottom right, and that's where the green appears to have ended up. And then obviously we all know what it looks like if they were in the geographic area of Pala Dura, which they are not at this time.
And you wouldn't be aware of that particular phone's owner said he was working that day. None of that is on your radar. This is just based on the record.
I know none of those details. Correct.
Go ahead.
Continuing, it's again 9:10 in the morning now. We're seeing red and blue popping up at Porcupine Rim. And this is important to note, those are those 2 towers that service that same geographic area that we talked about at the beginning. That's why I made that screenshot of it, so you can see those 2 towers are the ones that we're seeing popping up. And I have another video that has a closer view of it. But at 9:30, we're seeing red, blue. 9:40, we're seeing red, blue at Porcupine Rim. And the green for Devyn appears to be down near Boulder and Lake Mead and Henderson.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
So the red appeared to leave around 10 a.m. is a rough estimate.
Around 9:45 a.m. Yeah.
9:45. And then I saw a little flash of blue that suggests that the phone, the blue one, is left up at Porcupine Rim.
Correct.
Did I see that one?
Yes. There is still a flash of blue at the same cell tower that services the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street. And then we see that snake trail for the red appearing to travel southbound. And the green for Devyn, because I know we're keeping track of 3 things, is still down here near Lake Mead and Boulder area in Henderson. When we hit play, we see the red traveling to the Summerlin area. The blue is still showing up at Porcupine Rim at that same cell tower.
Green's looking like it's moving.
Green's moving, but green appears to go even further south into Henderson.
Oh, it actually is. Is it cut off on our video?
It might be. We can go into the actual records if we wanted to follow more on green.
Okay. But it's available if the jury wants to.
Yeah, it goes
down.
But it goes down out of the picture here that we have cropped.
Okay.
But not near the Pala Dura.
Red's back up at Porcupine Rim in the 10 o'clock hour.
Correct. And then we see activity from green. And now we're coming up on 11:20 a.m.
Green looks like it's moving back toward north.
Yeah, we're getting some timing measurements from green based on cell towers in the Henderson area. And then we see red traveling back down again around noon. You see green still in that Boulder Lake Mead area, and then you see the red landing at noon at the Pala Dura Drive address.
Got it.
And then you can see the green still over here. To note, you might have seen those gigantic arcs from the green. Remember, those were timing advance. It could be anywhere along that arc. So not necessarily if it's showing an arc coming close to an area of interest. We can't say for sure whether or not it's actually on that line. It could be all the way across the city at the other end of the arc.
And these places where the green has all the crisscrossing,
Yes.
On the map, your map encompasses almost the entire Las Vegas Valley, correct?
Yes.
So it looks a couple inches away, but here we're talking about like a distance.
Oh, these are several miles
between Pala Dura
and where this location is. Yeah, that's correct. All right, and we're coming up on 12:30 p.m. Red still showing up at Pala Dura Drive at approximately 12:50 p.m. Green is still showing activity somewhere near Boulder Highway. And then green appears to be moving north back towards the Porcupine Rim geographic area, and we saw a flash of blue as well around 1:20. And red is still down at Pala Dura Drive now, coming up on 1:45 p.m. And red is now traveling at approximately 1:45 p.m. northbound towards the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street, where they're arriving at around 2:05 p.m. in the afternoon. Green is there as well now.
Got it. Okay. I think you can close out of this one.
Yep.
Before we need to take our recess, I want to get into the mapping of the Google stuff. What's these next ones?
These are all zoomed in a little bit. So I wanted to be able to show, this is from 9:45 to 2:30 in the morning at the zoomed in on Pala Dura. If we wanted to have a closer look, because I know when we looked at that overview, we may have wanted to look a little closer.
Why don't we go to the Google and we can return to that if we need to?
Sure.
Just in the interest of time.
Change my view so I can read my details. So I mapped the Google location, and we can also pull it up in the live. However, this is the video. So what I have here, and would you like me to explain a little bit about what it is?
Yes.
So from those files with step 1, step 2, step 3, where the detective requested location data from Google, they sent them back. We looked at the sheet. It shows the latitude, longitude, and the approximate radius. In the specific record that's mapped here, it's only Wi-Fi locations. So there are no GPS locations. So as we're watching it, I mapped it as light blue. So light blue dots will be the Wi-Fi locations. What a cellular device is doing is, if you open up your phone right now and you looked at Wi-Fi, you'll see a handful of available networks. Your phone just saw all of those networks, and it just told Google about it. And that's what we're requesting from Google. So you don't even have to connect. It's called a probe request. Your phone is just looking for networks to connect to. It's up to you if you decide to connect to them, if you have the password. However, just your phone seeing them gets logged by Google. And that's the location information that they're sending us. They know the location of these Wi-Fi points. And so when your phone sees them, that's another way that Google estimates your location for a lot of various reasons. But this is information we can request as law enforcement.
You just pointed out as though Google is George Orwell's big brother.
Yeah, watching us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before you start, the CDRs for Johnathan Willette showed dead activity, no pun intended, but like dead activity between 11 p.m. and what time?
And around 7 or 8 a.m. the next day.
Okay, and at 11 p.m. it's showing at Pala Dura, at 7 or 8 it's showing up at Porcupine.
Correct.
This gives you a little more information.
Yep, so we had a lapse in cell network interactions. The phone wasn't being utilized to make calls or any logged data sessions with the network. However, the phone appears to have been on, and it was noticing Wi-Fi networks, and it told Google about it. And so this is what we got from Google about all the Wi-Fi networks and the locations of them that device saw. And the time right now is 2:04 a.m. on the 7th, so the morning of 2:04 a.m. at 2698 Pala Dura Drive, again on the morning of the 7th. Those light blue dots are the Wi-Fi location hits, and I overlaid it with the red CDR records for Devyn.
So does it appear that...
I can slow it down. Good.
Oh,
let me just adjust. I'm just going to adjust the speed a little bit because that was kind of fast. But again, the light blue down at the bottom right, and the red is the CDR network records. The light blue is the Google records, and I mapped them and played them both together.
And that's at 204, 207, 209. It appears that the Google Johnathan Willette device is moving away from the scene in the same path that the red Devyn Michaels device is.
Correct, around the same approximate times.
And the green is still popping up at porcupine.
Correct. And all those blue dots are the known Wi-Fi access point locations that Google knows about that the phone is seeing. And then at about 2:45 in the morning, I zoomed in just so we can see it a little bit better. We have the red CDR records showing the geographic area of Porcupine Rim, and Wi-Fi is a bit more precise just because it doesn't go as far.
And the Johnathan Willette number appears to have landed at Porcupine Rim about 2:45.
Yeah, and it's been there. And then you can see all the dots are showing at...
Wait. You said it's been there. It landed there at 2:45, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's just showing up in the records. This is in the morning at 2:52 a.m. And throughout the night, that green for... or I'm sorry, I was talking about Devier for the green. Yeah, but for the blue, for Johnathan, landed there, correct?
Landed there at 2:45, around the same time as the Devyn Michaels device.
Yes, so the Devyn Michaels CDR records and the blue location data from Google for Johnathan landed there at around 2:45.
And in the meantime, the green has been consistently hitting at Porcupine Rim.
Yeah, and that's what you'll see pop up, which is why I was mentioning it there. But zoomed in, it looks like Google doesn't tell us the Wi-Fi network that it's connecting to, only that it's connecting to a Wi-Fi network, that it's seeing one. But it appears to believe that it is one that is at that location.
Because it's the blue dot is directly on your little yellow house you got. All right.
Court's indulgence. All right. Thank you, Detective. I will pass the witness, Judge.
We're going to take a brief recess before we do cross-examination of the detective. Ladies and gentlemen, during this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors or anyone in this case or its matter, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using record certificates. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything in regard to this case unless fine submitted to you. Okay, gentlemen, at 2:50, we'll be in recess till 3:05.
All rise for the jury.
All right, they're taking a break for a few minutes, 10 minutes or so. Detective Luke Good, Digital Forensics. Just waiting to see if they're going to come back or not. Okay. All right, so he goes over a lot of foundation, right? The bulk of his testimony was foundation. Once they finally got into it, I think the main takeaway, and yes, our internet connection is acting up. Now it seems like every time around 6 o'clock we have issues with our internet. So go figure. So if you see some pixelation and you see it blurry, we're having some internet connections, and it's been doing that now for the last couple of days. Around 6 o'clock, we just have problems. So sorry about that, guys. Anyway, so the main takeaway I got out of all of that guy's testimony, Detective Good's testimony, was that, so yellow was Johnathan, green was Devier, but then he says blue was Johnathan. That was what was confusing. Red was Devyn, green was definitely Devier's, and then Johnathan was either yellow or blue. So that was confusing me. All right. Anyway, let's see. The main takeaway out of all of that testimony was that Devier's phone was at home, was at his house, meaning Devyn's house. Hey. From pretty much that entire night. So that jives with what he says, and the girls, the daughters, that he put them to bed, put them to sleep. So it was Devyn and Johnathan that were going back and forth, and so it seems like she was the only one. Oh, hi. No, don't step on my keyboard. No, don't step there. Okay. I love you, kiddo. Just don't step on the keyboard. Yeah, and so she was saying that his cell phone, let me go back to that. Go back to that. That his cell phone was in the garage, right? Let me just try and find that. Right, the phone is not part of the items John gave Devyn. John's phone was last at his home at 10 p.m. until 2:04 begins to travel. That was the same as Devyn's. So it was the girls that saw the daughter saw the cell phone in the driveway. I'm trying to remember. He was smoking. I don't know if he put his phone down and didn't pick it back up. So she's saying that his cell phone was left at his house, whereas clearly his cell phone traveled with her around 2 o'clock, 2:04, I think. So 2:03, 2:15, the phone rings. I'm sorry, the phone leaves. So that was like the big takeaway out of that. All right, John's house is yellow, but his phone is blue. Okay, is that what it was? So John's house, oh, so that's his house, Jonathan's house. All right, let me change my notes. Jonathan's house, but his phone is blue. Okay. All right, thanks, Richard. And then we also have Devier's phone goes south, goes out of the mapping area. So what if she did bring said head back to the home and then said, "Hey, Devier, can you go get rid of this?" Northwest, yeah, how does blood get on the phone if left in smoking area? Well, she says he cut himself on the table. That's what Devyn is saying. That Devyn is saying that John told her he got a pretty bad gash on his hand doing something on the table, moving the table, had some kind of, had instruments or tools or something. That's what she's saying. She's saying that Jonathan told her. That's what she's saying. So Devier's phone went south to the job site. Right, but isn't that enough doubt to say, hey, he had the head? What's to say he didn't have the head? No, Kathy, we're not over for the day. It's 3 o'clock there, so they still have at least another hour. So, yes, it is sus, Joanne. I agree. And yes, no cuts, exactly. No cuts, Sharon. No cuts were found by the ME. The only thing was some minor bruising on his extremities. I'm assuming that means his hands and feet. Right? Is that extremities? What a convenient gash. Exactly. He'd have to get the head from Devyn. Yes. So when she came home, could she have given it to him? And then the next morning, because there was no activity on his phone until early morning hours. Just throwing it out there. If she got home and she explained the situation and she says, "You got to help me." All right, Play on Crime. Have a good night. Thanks for being with us, Kathy. But Emmy never found injury. Correct. Yeah. Right. So there's another lie, right? There's another lie. Oops, let me turn that down. So there's another lie. Gordon's saying conspiracy theories. I don't know why I'm trying to pull your... I can't... I'm trying to... I'm like frozen or something. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to pull up chat and it's not working right now. Sorry, guys. Veterans Day tomorrow. Yep. Veterans Day. Even if Devyn gave Devery the head, Devyn is still guilty. Yeah. Well, then Devier would be, I was going to say hiding a corpse, I guess, right? Oh, good. My chat's back. Okay. Even if Devyn gave Devier the head, Devyn is still guilty. Yes. You don't go running around in the middle of the night for nothing, Kathy says. Northwest head could have gone in dumpster at CVS, school, hospital, or car wash. Amanda, but she said she didn't see the injury, just what he told her. That's true. That is true. That is true. Yep, she said. You're right. Yeah, that's true. I'm guessing no. Even though there is the Matthew Paul sentencing, so we'll have to wait to see what they say here if they're going to have court or not. It is a federal holiday. Veterans Day is a federal holiday, so I don't know why Matthew Paul is being sentenced. Excuse me. Let's see if Nevada's. They may well, we'll find out at the end of today. What is schedule? Holidays. That's what I'm looking for. Holidays. Veterans Day. They're saying they're closed. Well, this is from AI, but business hours, Clark County. They're Henderson County, right? Aren't they Henderson County? Henderson County. Henderson, Nevada. Veterans Day. They're saying it. Veterans Day, Tuesday, November 11th. I don't know why Matthew Paul is doing the sentencing tomorrow. I don't know. Didn't Judge Everett, he pulled in Donna Adelson on, was it Columbus Day, I think? Yes, I don't know. I don't know why. We'll have to wait and see what Judge Tierra says, right? I'm sorry, Tierra Jones. Yeah, we'll have to wait. I'm assuming they're going to be closed tomorrow, but I don't know. No, you shouldn't, Kimbers. You should not get mail. Post office should be closed. Northwest, only defense speculation that Devier was involved. I've seen no evidence to support that. No, actually evidence to the contrary. Evidence showing that his phone was at Devyn's house. So yeah, his phone was not at John's house. So. Yep. Jenny Lynn, thank you to any veterans in our chat or to their loved ones. Appreciate your service. We echo that as well. Thank you for posting that. All right, let's see. Virtuous says, if she did have help, it's too late. Widespread's like, not sure. Jennifer, I vote we make it easy on me and just call the kid Devi. No, I want to get his name right. Get his name right. It's not right that I don't say his name right. Oh, your power is out. Ouch. That's going to get chilly pretty quickly. Yes, FedEx, UPS definitely will keep going. It's anything that's government related. Anything that's government related, because it is a federal holiday. Oh, hi. You gonna snuggle with me? All right, good girl. I got a little snuggler. Okay. Northwest, call kid the son or husband. Oh, yeah, then that's going to get even more confusing. Devier, yeah, no, I know what it is. 321. I know what it is. I just have to remember it. Where's Bluebird today? I don't know. She's not with us today. Jenny Lynn, you're off. Well, I guess we'll do Matthew Paul. That's at 2:00. I don't know what else we'll do if they're not. Matthew Paul is doing their sentencing, lazy boys. So I'm thinking everybody else will be closed. So we'll have to see. I'll have to talk to Aaron, see what we're going to do. If we'll do an ego takes the stand, because Paul's like right at 2:00. I mean, he's like right in the middle of. Maybe we could do an early ego takes the stand from like 10 to 1 or something like that. I'll have to see. Bluebird, Jennifer. Bluebird. Not Bluebeard, Bluebird. Kentucky government is closed. It is a federal holiday. So chances are, Emily, this court will be closed. Although Matthew Paul is supposed to be on tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, we can do a deep dive on something else. We got to figure out. Yeah, have to figure out what we're going to do. Well, the sad thing is we're going to be done here at like 8 or 9, and then we have to scramble to do something tomorrow before 2. So it's going to be a lot of work for us because we don't really have anything. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a lot of work for us. But that's what we do. All right. Sounds like they're coming back. All right, let's go back on the. Have you ever heard of Arthur Shawcroft? I have not. We can sleep? Yes. All right, let's put that judge back on the record. I want to hear what she's saying. Does she talk fast even when she's just kind of joking around? Put that judge back on the record. Come on. Dang it. I want to hear judge talk.
All right, the jury.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for.
We're going to go back on the record and see 377239, State of versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, remember you're ready for cross.
Just a few follow-up questions. When regarding to Devier's phone, you said the name came back as a Joseph Sams on that when the subpoena returned?
I can pull it back up if you like. The subscriber
information.
Let me pull that one back up. Correct. So for Devier's, the phone number that I was provided of 707-628-1336 for Devier, the subscriber name is showing Joseph Sams.
And like you stated on previous, on direct, you're basically just given a file and you say, track these phones.
Correct.
And it's tracking the phones, not a person's movement.
Correct. Only the device itself.
So if a device is left at home, we're not going to catch that person because the device is at home.
Correct.
You said a couple times, I think a few times on direct, and I kind of just touched on it, that you don't like to know too much about the case or as little as possible.
Correct.
And basically you're given instructions by a detective superior to say, these are these numbers, I need to track them, trace them, and then you do that through your software.
Yes.
Did you have any more involvement on this case in collecting evidence, though?
Yes.
You canvassed around the area of Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct.
You visited, I want to say it's about 17 locations?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Surveillance cameras?
Yeah, so I was tasked with trying to canvass for surveillance video for all the businesses on the nearby street corner.
So you're not like a guy in the chair in the back office. You're actually out doing the work, and you still go back and review it when it's given to you of what they want.
Well, now I am the chair in the back office. Back then, I was actually transitioning into the role that I'm in now. So I was still partially involved with the street side of it at that time.
So you actually had more information about this case than just, here's a file, track this phone.
Yes.
You knew a decent amount because you were out in the field, you were tracking down videos and evidence at this time of this incident.
Correct.
And you're given the phone numbers by the detective to track. You're not actually collecting all the devices. Let me clear that up. You're given a phone and they say track this through your software, correct?
No, I was just provided the phone number and the records that they had already obtained.
And those are provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
And if there's other phones that are collected during the investigation, you would know about that. You're just given the phones by the detective?
Correct.
So if there's phones that were left out or other devices, you don't know about them. You just were given what the detective wanted?
Correct.
Court's indulgence? No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. See?
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response or no excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we need to unhook all of his stuff?
Yeah, I got to unpack a little bit.
Okay. Would you go ahead and do that?
All right, thank you. Yep. Yeah, that one's my wire. Yeah, you can just roll that up. Thank you. Yep. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, that should be it.
Say you may call your next witness.
State's next witness is Detective Carl Lippisch.
Step out the question, sir.
Thank you.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Detective, you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Full name is Carl Lippisch. First name is Karl. Last name is Lippisch.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the city of Henderson as a police officer.
And specifically, what's your position there?
I'm currently a detective with our Crimes Against Persons unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been in this unit for just over 9 years.
What are some of your duties in your unit?
Our unit, Crimes Against Persons, responds to violent crimes, including like homicides, death investigations. We do any violent crimes such as shootings, stabbings. We respond to officer-involved shootings, as well as suspicious deaths, suicides, robberies, and a lot of cases like that.
And so when you're investigating those types of cases, what are some of your duties? Are you collecting evidence, something else?
Yes, depending on our role that we're assigned, depending on how many detectives are assisting with the investigation, you can either be the primary person with it, who's kind of overseeing everything. You can be doing interviews, collecting evidence, whether it be physical evidence on scene, tracking other evidence down, collecting video surveillance, writing search warrants, a wide range of job duties that are necessary for the investigation.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you assigned to assist in a murder investigation on that date?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the actual murder scene, which was at 2698 Pala Dura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who was there when you arrived that day?
At that time when we arrived, as detectives, we're usually contacted after the fact, after the initial response. So when we arrive, our Henderson police officers have already arrived at the location, and typically they've kind of frozen the location or kind of taken control of the area to make sure that it's preserved as best as possible.
And is that what was happening at that Pala Dura Drive when you showed up?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you arrive in the morning hours of that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you arrive with?
At that time, I don't remember exactly who in my squad was all on duty, but I believe Detective Ozawa and I were both working that morning. I know my sergeant, Sergeant Slattery, and then I believe the rest of our squad, as well as CSAs, were called to respond as well.
And can you walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through what you did at the scene when you arrived?
When we arrive on a scene, especially something of this magnitude, we will meet as a squad initially, and then we will get with whoever the on-scene ranking officer or like lieutenant or sergeant is for the patrol squad. They will typically have a brief that they can provide to us, give us as much detail or information as that they have, which would include involved parties, locations, if there's vehicles involved, any details that are pertinent that they've already learned once we arrive at the scene. And then after that has been conducted, we'll then get together as a squad and we'll determine our jobs and responsibilities. Once that's done, we could also end up doing like a walkthrough of the scene to then be able to kind of get a feel for what exactly we're looking at.
So talking about this specific scene on August 7th, 2023, you arrive, you get a briefing like how you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay, so some initial details that the first responders provide to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after getting that information, what did you physically do?
On this scene, because the family was there and the family was, obviously they were dealing with the trauma of it and they're very cooperative with us, we were granted consent to initially walk in and kind of understand what we were there for, what we were responding to. We were able to see the initial scene, see the inside of the residence, and see the deceased person lying in the bed. so that we were able to kind of understand what exactly our investigation was going to entail.
So essentially you do a walkthrough of the murder scene, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. After going ahead and doing that walkthrough, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And that search warrant was granted for the residence from a judge, correct?
Yes, it was.
And did you also, were you involved in a search warrant for a truck that was located at that Pala Dura address?
Yes.
Now, talking about the scene itself, you mentioned that you did a walkthrough and then eventually assisted in the execution of the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
So, talking about the scene itself, if you remember, there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a living room, makeshift bedroom, sort of past the kitchen in the residence. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And was the body found in that room?
Yes, it was.
Where was the body?
The body was lying on the bed that was in that room. Kind of lying across the bed.
Okay. Were there blankets?
Yes, there were.
You also noticed blood at the scene?
Yes.
Was there anything unique or interesting about the blood that you saw at the scene?
The blood at the scene was primarily limited to the space of the bed itself. The way that the body was positioned on the bed, the torso and the neck were up towards the edge of the bed. And then the severed head was not there, so the neck was exposed. And then the blood itself there was some that had come down from the body directly straight down, but there wasn't I should say hardly any blood spatter or anything throughout the room that you may initially think due to the fact that the head was missing.
And just to be clear, there was no blood spatter that you saw?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find chemical bottles?
Yes.
And where were those found?
There was 2 bottles that were found in the hallway that would lead from this room that was kind of the makeshift bedroom, more like a living room style, but it had the bed in it. There was a hallway that led from that room to a bathroom, laundry room, as well as out to the garage. And those were found in that hallway.
Okay. And 2 bottles to be exact, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cleaning agents?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned you've been with the unit, this specific unit, for 9 years. Was this your first and only decapitation investigation?
Yes.
So it's quite rare. I think you mentioned that previously, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, then, after you conduct this initial execution of the search warrant walkthrough, are you then assigned to canvass sort of the surrounding neighborhood of the residence for video surveillance?
Yes, I assisted with that.
And that essentially becomes your larger role in the investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then, after canvassing for video surveillance at that Pala Dura address and the neighboring community there, did you then assist with the execution of a search warrant at a 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after assisting with that at the 5510 Porcupine Rim, you then begin to review all of the videos that were ultimately collected from the canvases, correct?
Yes, and the canvass took several days, just in terms of the amount of video that we were able to collect, as well as just the number of houses in both neighborhoods. All of that video was not obtained immediately. It took several days and going back out several times to do the best we could to get as much video as possible.
And I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as States 11A. You're under permission to publish.
Permission granted.
And this would be the neighborhood of Pala Dura, correct?
Yes.
And all of these little, yellow thumbtacks there, are those the residences that were canvassed and the area that was canvassed for video surveillance?
I believe so.
Do you have a reason to dispute that that's the area?
I don't, other than just the number of, or the specific addresses and stuff. I'm not sure what they are, but I believe that those, I know that we canvassed those entire area.
Okay.
So
so you had members of the team with you canvassing as well. It wasn't just you.
Correct.
Is that why you're hesitating a bit?
Yes.
Okay. But you as the collective went ahead and canvassed this entire area with these thumbtacks here?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I also had mentioned permission to publish States 11.
Permission granted.
We have here another map showing the 5510 Porcupine Rim address. There was some canvassing, as we mentioned, in that location as well, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with the canvassing of the Pala Dura address, which was the neighborhood of the murder scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The actual neighborhood itself was searched, as well as nearby businesses, correct?
That's correct.
During your review of the surveillance footage that was obtained, were there certain videos that ultimately became important as part of the investigation?
Yes, there were.
And why did they become important?
Because we were able to identify specific vehicles that were involved with our associated people to this.
And specifically then, the vehicle located at Pala Dura was a truck with a trailer attached, is that right?
Correct. It was the 2020 white Chevy truck.
Belonging to Johnathan Willette?
That's correct.
And then also a vehicle of interest was a 2017 Nissan Armada belonging to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the Porcupine Rim address, there was also a white work van as well as a blue Honda vehicle that was in the driveway, both belonging to a Devyn Willette.
Correct.
And so knowing those vehicles, that's why when you're reviewing the surveillance video, you have those vehicles in mind to see if there's anything of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
So ultimately, you're able to collect from various addresses according to that map, but specifically, you obtained a video from 2696 Pala Dura Drive, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the house next door to the murder scene at 2698, correct?
That's correct.
Then also 2697 Pala Dura Drive.
Correct.
2701 Pala Dura Drive.
Yes.
A Chevron at a 201 North Pecos Road.
That's correct.
2699 Fampon Court.
Yes.
As well as 6621 Gray Juniper Road, which would be ultimately near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
You also collected video from a 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue, which also would be near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That was correct. Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I believe between the parties stipulating, the state would like to move for admission of the surveillance video marked exhibits 622 through 630.
We have no objection to their admission.
Okay, 622 to 630 will be admitted.
So I want to start with the house next door to the murder scene. That would be at 2696 Pala Dura Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was a video that you had determined had some evidence or some information that was helpful to the case, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
Are you able to see that on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I have published states 625, which is that 2696 Pala Dura Drive. Do these appear to be the files that were obtained from that address?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I am going to play the file XPTM5940. And I'm going to pause it here. Before I start playing this, I just want to talk a little bit about this video. So it looks like there is no date and time stamp on this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were ultimately the individual that collected this video, correct?
Yes.
And so when you collected the video from the homeowner or the individual that lived at the home, you were able to see on their phone what the date and time stamp was. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So even though we don't have the date and time stamp on here, we have your testimony of what you saw on their phone, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, in the top right-hand corner, do we see a vehicle there?
Yes, we do.
And what type of vehicle is that?
That's a Nissan Armada.
Playing. I'm going to stop it at 35 or 36 seconds. What do we see there in the top right-hand corner, sort of past the Nissan Armada?
What you're seeing there is Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy 2500 truck. It's distinctive because of the two flags that are displayed in the back, and then he has the trailer connected to the back that he's towing as well.
Playing at 36 seconds. And ultimately in this video, we see that vehicle doing essentially a U-turn and now going past that 2698 Pala Dura Drive address, correct?
That's correct.
And we're able to also determine what time this occurred based off of other surveillance video, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically from 2697 Pala Dura Drive. The corresponding time would be 8:18 p.m.?
Correct. 8:18, approximately 43 seconds. It passes the front of the house across the street.
And we will get to that in a second, just so I don't have to switch the discs out.
Okay.
There is another file of note, UNDM 8045. I'm going to go ahead and play that. And stopping it there. Again, what do we see in the top right-hand corner?
We see the same Nissan Armada.
Okay. Playing. And ultimately in that video, what is of evidentiary note?
In that video that you're able to see outside of the screen what apparently is probably a vehicle pulling up, because you're able to see the headlights of that vehicle that comes to a stop and is illuminating the Nissan Armada based on where it's parked. And from viewing that, it appears that that vehicle would have parked directly in front of 2698 Pala Dura.
Because this camera is next door 2696, correct?
Correct.
Now you see UF 1169 publishing. What did we see in that video?
In that video, it appears to be the same headlights that are on, just because the shadows are the same as they were in the previous video that we just watched. And then you're able to see what appears to be two figures that are moving just based on the shadows. And then because there's audio with this, you're also able to hear that those people are talking.
Do we have a time on this?
Were you able to determine the time frame of this video?
The determination on this time frame was based off of another camera when the truck returned to the neighborhood. So this would be at approximately 22:12.
And that would be PM?
Correct.
Now, just to go to the next video where you found something interesting. ALN M6052 publishing. And I want to pause it there at 7 seconds. What did we see in this video?
We saw the flash of the rear lights on the Nissan Armada, which is often consistent with someone unlocking a car.
Playing again. And what did we see there?
The driver's side door of the vehicle was opened.
Playing at 18. And there?
Another flash of the lights.
Did we also hear something?
And we did hear something.
What did it appear to be?
Possibly a locking or unlocking of the doors.
What do we hear there?
But there we hear the engine of the vehicle starting.
Okay. And did it appear that someone entered the vehicle prior to the start?
Correct. It appeared that somebody entered into the driver's seat.
And what did we see there?
There we saw the vehicle, the Nissan Armada, slowly pull forward. The brake lights seemed to be activated, which made it appear that the vehicle was just pulling forward and was going to stop just out of the view of the camera.
Okay. And what home was it going in front of?
By the direction that it was going, since it was pulling straight like that, it would be directly in front of 2698 Pala Dura, and it would be nose to nose with the 2020 Chevy truck that had already parked along the very front of the house.
And that was the home of the murder, correct?
That is correct.
And the time frame for that, through your investigation, you were able to look at different information, in this case to determine time frames, correct?
Correct.
And we know that the Nissan had been activated prior to 11 p.m. Is that right?
The video we just watched?
Yes.
The timestamp on that one was actually 23:05:46 seconds. And that was from the resident who actually had the video. That was from her cellular device.
So that would be
the timestamp on it.
11:05 p.m. for us laymen?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now going to FE 4489FC file, publishing. I'm gonna pause it there. What did we see there?
There we saw lights flashing from when you're looking at the screen from the right out of the screen, but it illuminated the screen, and they're consistent with what we had seen earlier with somebody activating the car, like unlocking or locking a car.
Playing. And what did we see in that video?
In that video, you see, after hearing the engine start of a vehicle, you then see a vehicle back into view, and it appears to be the same Nissan Armada that we'd seen earlier.
Okay. And based on you looking at the resident's cellular phone, did that appear to have occurred at 2:04 in the morning?
Correct.
And just to orient us, publishing states 9. Are you able to use that mouse and hover over the address of that surveillance video we just watched?
Yes. So the pointer of the mouse is over 2696, which is where that surveillance was from.
Okay, so it would be right next door to the flag or the pin there, which would be the murder, the house of the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now the next address of importance was a 2697 Pala Dura Drive, correct?
Correct.
Using that same map, States 9 Publishing, can you orient us where this address is with the mouse?
Yes. So 2697 is going to be across the street on the corner, right here at the corner of Pala Dura and Caroline Laurel Street.
Publishing State 626, excuse me. We see a video file there, correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And here we're focusing sort of at the top center of the screen, right?
That's correct.
And ultimately what we see in this video is a vehicle do a U-turn at the intersection of Pala Dura Drive and Carolina Laurel Street, correct?
That's correct.
And we have a date listed there as August 6, 2023?
Yes.
And what time?
0819, and it had gone up to 17, but started at 081838.
Okay. Next, turning to 2701 Pala Dura Drive. Can you please orient us at States 9?
I believe it's going to be this house right here. So it's 2701 is going to be across the street and just like one house to the west. So not directly across the street from the residence, from our residence of where the homicide occurred.
Sort of catty corner.
Correct.
Publishing 2701. Specifically 627. Now, was there something unique about this particular camera? Was it motion activated? Was it always on? Something else?
No, this camera was motion activated. It was motion activated by what appeared to be by the residents themselves moving around in their driveway or in front of their residence.
So have some long file names here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to play every single video, but the members of the jury will have time to review those if they'd like to, but there were particular videos that showed interesting things. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is specifically the file 2AA341, 707, BE3055, BCD0241, C3B0F, 77BD0. Lots of letters and numbers, correct?
Yes.
All right, so in the top right-hand corner of this file, what do we see there?
Besides the timestamp, you're also able to see across the street to the residence 2698 Pala Dura, where the murder had occurred.
Okay. And what date do we see there?
It's 2023-0806, so August 6th.
And what time?
18:26:58.
And can you do the math for me, what time that would be?
6:26, almost 6:27 at night, or in the afternoon, evening.
6:27 in the evening?
Correct.
Playing. And specifically with the 2698 address, what did we see the individual doing that was in the screen?
It appeared that there was a male that was loading items or arranging items in the trailer that was parked in the driveway.
Turning to the file ending in 105DD, starting with FC4. I'm going to pause it there. Do we see a date and time stamp? And can you please read it?
Yes, we do. It's 2023-0806. And then the timestamp is 21/11/47, which would be 9/11/47 p.m.
So which exhibit? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but which exhibit is this one?
This is the same exhibit. 627 file starts with FC4, ends with 105DD.
105DD?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. And we're specifically looking of evidentiary value at the top right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that? That's the home of where the murder took place, correct?
It is the home of where the murder occurred. The garage door is closed, and the truck that had been backed up with the trailer in the driveway is no longer there.
Okay. Now turning to file starting with FDD, ending in 79B5. Pausing there. What do we see there as the date and time?
Date and time is going to be 2023-0807 for the date, and the time is going to be 080954. So 8:09 in the morning.
Thank you. That one's a little bit easier. What do we see in the top right-hand corner?
So we're able to see in the top right-hand corner is Johnathan's truck is now parked on the roadway in front of the residence with the trailer still attached, and it's parked facing essentially the opposite direction of traffic. You're also able to see that the garage door is partially open, but the significance that I saw from this video is the fact that the truck is parked consistent with what we had seen in the video from the residence directly next door, the 2696 house, where we had seen the headlights that had arrived during the night and then the two shadows. So that would kind of corroborate the fact that he had parked his truck in that manner that night when they had arrived, and that's how we also found it when we arrived.
So essentially the Nissan Armada and that truck would have been nose to nose at that previous video that we saw.
Correct.
During the night.
Correct.
And it's still in that same position in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also canvass for video at a Chevron?
Yes.
And you obtained video from that location at 201 North Pecos Road. Is that right?
Yes.
Why was that important?
I was learned that they had stopped at that Chevron after, actually I should say, as they were returning from 5510 Porcupine Rim. They had stopped at that Chevron prior to getting back to the Pala Dura house.
Publishing 622. There were two gas stations that we obtained surveillance video from, correct?
The gas station that I was aware of that we collect video was the 201 North Pecos Road, and that was the Chevron Terrible Hearse.
Publishing 623. Opening the file, camera 7. And I'm just going to pause immediately. In the bottom left-hand corner, do we see a date and time there? And if we do, please read it into the record.
The date is 08/06/2023, and the time is 22/04/01, which would be 10:04 at night.
Playing. And pausing it there at 22:04, what did we see come into the screen?
We see the white 2020 Chevy truck towing the trailer.
Okay. And that would be Johnathan Willette's truck and trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Playing. And do we see anything else of evidentiary value in this camera angle?
No.
Now you obtained another camera angle, correct?
Correct.
Publishing camera 9. Pausing there. Can you please read the date and time stamp into the record there?
Date is 08/06/2023, and the time on it is 22:04:02, 10:04 at night.
And can you describe the angle of this camera?
This camera is looking what would be east, so it's looking into the parking lot area and the gas pump area of the Chevron Terrible's gas station. It's on the south side of the building.
Playing. Pausing there at 22:04 and 41 seconds. What do we see there?
We see the white Chevy truck with the trailer belonging to Johnathan.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Belonging to Johnathan.
And it's sort of parked in between these two sets of palm trees.
Correct. It will stop and park right between those.
And the actual store belonging to the Chevron, would that be to the left of the screen?
Yes.
Playing. And we see someone getting out of the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
As well as the driver's side?
Yes.
Passenger appears to be female.
Correct.
Driver appears to be male.
That's correct.
And now they are walking towards the actual Chevron store, is that right?
Yes.
And they are still appear to be out of frame, correct?
That's correct.
I don't know if it's on this one. Yeah, there's like two stills. I'm going to scrub a bit into the video. So stopping it at 22:10, according to the timestamp on the video, we now see that female and male walking back towards Jonathan's vehicle, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that's about 5-ish minutes since they left to outside of the screen, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Male gets in driver's side.
Yes.
Female gets in passenger side.
Correct.
Lights on the vehicle activated. Correct?
Yes.
And at about 22:11:06, the vehicle with the trailer then pulls away. Is that right?
That's correct. It pulls
And it-
forward and it's going to proceed over to Windmill Parkway. It's going to turn right, which would be westbound on Windmill Parkway, which is going back towards the Pala Dura neighborhood.
Turning your attention now to 2699 Van Palm Court. That was near the Pala Dura address. Is that right?
Correct. It's a house just to the south. Or excuse me, not a house, a street to the south of Pala Dura.
Are
It's
you
on
able to
Cul-de-sac Street.
use that mouse and orient us, please?
Yes. So this cul-de-sac street right here is Fan Palm Court, and 2699 is the house at the end of the cul-de-sac right there.
So it would essentially be the street on the parallel the street beneath the Pala Dura address, right?
That's correct.
And you received a video surveillance from that, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 628. I'm going to play file ending in 324. Pausing the video, can you please read the date and timestamp into the record at the beginning of the video?
Yes. Date is 08/06/2023, and the timestamp is 20/13/21 or 8:13 at night.
And can you orient us on this video which street is which?
Yes. So directly in front of this, where the cul-de-sac ends, this is actually Fan Palm Court, and it's looking out at Charter Oak Street, which is a street that leads from in and out of the neighborhood, but from Pala Dura.
I'm gonna scrub. I'm going to pause there at 20:19:45. What do we see towards the top of the screen?
Towards the top of the screen on Charter Oaks, you're able to see Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy truck towing the trailer, and they're proceeding southbound on Charter Oaks towards Windmill.
And that would be the exit or the entrance of the Pala Dura neighborhood.
Correct.
Publishing the next file ending in 441. Beginning of the video, date and timestamp. Could you read that into the record, please?
Date 08/06/2023 with a timestamp of 22/04/38, which is 10:04 at night.
And play the video starting at 22:11 and 16 seconds. Stopping at 22:12 and 7 seconds. What do we see there at the top of the screen?
We now see Jonathan's Chevy truck with the trailer. However, this time he's now driving northbound, and this coincides with coming from the Chevron, coming up Windmill, turning onto Charter Oaks, and this will be the direction going back to his house as he's going towards Pala Dura.
So he's now entering the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
Publishing file ending in 128. Can you please read that date and timestamp into the record?
Yes. Date's going to be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 02/01/26. So 2:01 in the morning.
So several hours later, but same camera view, correct?
That's correct.
Now into the early morning hours of August 7th on approximately 2:01 in the morning.
Correct.
Playing at 2:04, 3 seconds. Stopping there at 2:04 and 36 seconds. What did we see there?
You see a vehicle that's on Charter Oaks, appears to be the Nissan Armada, and it's traveling southbound, which will be coming from the Pala Dura street and address and going towards Windmill.
Towards the exit of the community, correct?
Correct.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now at 217 Charter Oaks, ultimately we see an activation as well, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that activation show us at 2:04 in the morning?
It shows a vehicle that's passing by, turning from Pala Dura onto Charter Oaks. The house right here is able to, it gets an activation, and it appears to be the Nissan Armada as it's leaving Pala Dura and turning onto Charter Oaks.
And did you also canvass for video at 2699 Basalm Pear Court?
Yes.
Okay, can you orient us where that is?
Yes. So Basalm Pear Court is the street to the north of Pala Dura. Here's Pala Dura, and it's the street right here that also ends in a cul-de-sac at the end. 2699 was actually directly behind the house where the murder occurred.
And were you able to locate any surveillance video from that?
Yes, the resident there was able to provide activations from their surveillance system.
What was that, sir?
Yes, the resident there was able to provide activations from their surveillance system that they had.
Anything of evidentiary note?
Evidentiary note, no. There was activity, some of the residents coming and going, walking their dog, and a little bit of activity on the street, but nothing that was suspicious in nature.
And then how about 2706 Basalm Pear, that same street?
Yes. And
Can you orient us, please?
Yes. That would actually be up here at the very end of the cul-de-sac. So they border, their sidewall actually bordered with Charter Oaks.
Anything of evidentiary value from that?
No. Only thing that they did provide video, the only thing that we did see on that was actually the residents themselves just at their home.
So same as the other there?
Correct.
Nothing suspicious, no one jumping walls, anything of that nature?
That is correct.
No odd vehicles coming through?
No.
Now, did you also canvass the African Violet Street?
Yes, it was canvassed.
Can you please orient us on that?
Okay. So African Violet is going to be the roadway up here. Has a cul-de-sac down at the east end of it, and then when you come up to the west, it actually comes up to Charter Oak Street.
Anything of evidentiary value from that?
No, there was not. Video was provided, but there was nothing suspicious, just homeowners and the vehicles that belong there.
We can do it later. Now, nothing suspicious in that surveillance either, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew the important vehicles of this case, the Nissan Armada, the Honda, as well as the work van, and then Johnathan's truck, right?
That's correct. But also, in addition, while viewing all this video surveillance, when I say nothing suspicious was observed, looking for anybody that might possibly have been, essentially sneaking in the neighborhood or looking like they're not sure if they're supposed to be there, as well as vehicles that are driving erratically that may, by trying to be fleeing a scene or, not familiar with the neighborhood that they're in.
And so after reviewing these videos related to the murder scene itself, you're able to eliminate anyone from jumping the wall or anything of that nature in the videos, correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to flip back to that Chevron. There was video surveillance taken from inside that Chevron, correct?
That's correct.
And at this time, I believe between stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit 623A, 623B, and 623C, showing the stills from that surveillance video.
Yes, we have no objection to this. However, the entire video has been marked and admitted.
The entire video has been admitted?
Yeah,
Yes.
The video from inside the store? We've only seen the video outside the store.
Correct.
Court's indulgence. So at this time, Your Honor, we have not admitted the full video just yet. However, we will be doing so, but these are just stills from the video.
Okay.
So the state moves for admission.
No objection.
So no objection to the stills, which are the videos again?
Specifically 623A, 623B, and 623C, Your Honor.
Those will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Showing you 623A. Does this appear to be a still from the surveillance video obtained from the Chevron?
Yes.
And what do we see in this video?
This video is showing the doorway, the entrance to the actual convenience store itself. And here you're able to see Devyn and Johnathan entering the store.
And is there, what is Devyn wearing in this photo?
In this, she has a white tank top, blue shorts, and then dark, appears to be Nike athletic shoes.
And is there something on her shoulder?
Yes.
What is that?
Like a backpack style purse bag.
So then showing you 623B, is that a close-up of that backpack style purse?
Yes, it is.
And again, the blue shorts and white tank top, correct?
That's correct.
623C, just another angle of them leaving the store, correct?
Yes.
During the investigation, you had also learned that the Devyn Michaels had gone to a CVS store. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so based on that, you obtained video surveillance from that location?
Yes, it was obtained.
Publishing 624. Specifically 8320 Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to play the file drive-through outside. And do we see a date and time stamp there? And if so, please read it into the record.
The date 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 2:28:02 a.m.
And that's when the vehicle is pulling into the drive-through. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the drive-through to the pharmacy.
Yes, it is.
And what type of vehicle is that?
This is a Nissan Armada.
And this is the Nissan Armada belonging to Miss Michaels, correct?
Yes, it is.
Playing. Do we see? What do we see inside the vehicle?
You see female in a white tank top in the driver's seat, and she's the only subject or person that you can see inside the vehicle.
So no other individual visible inside this vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Passing things back and forth, right?
That's correct.
And the vehicle is now leaving that drive-through at approximately 2:30 in the morning on August 7th, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that you also canvassed for video at and around the 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, it was canvassed.
And that address had evidentiary value because that is the home of Miss Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of canvassing around that neighborhood?
To see when her car would come and go, as well as any other vehicles associated to that address. so that we just see the activity that occurred and match it up also with the other video that we'd already collected and reviewed.
Publishing. States 11. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, this is the neighborhood with the Porcupine Rim address.
And the Porcupine Rim address, the 5510, would be that red flag there, correct?
That's correct.
And did you collect, or I guess, did you canvass a 5530 Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
Can you please orient us where that is?
I believe from this map it's going to be this house right here. So it's right at it's where the gray juniper turn happens to turn onto Porcupine Rim.
Now, how many entrances and exits does this particular neighborhood have?
This neighborhood only has one entrance and exit, and that's onto Ann Road.
Can you please use the mouse to go over to that?
So it's right here.
And there's no other entrance, no other exit for vehicles, correct?
For vehicles, that's correct.
So 5530, you did meet with the homeowners there. They had some activations of note?
Yes.
And what were they?
They had two specific activations of note, one of which occurred at roughly 21:01 hours or 9:01 p.m., where the Johnathan's truck and trailer arrived in the neighborhood and turned in front of that street, in front of that house to travel down the street towards the 5510 address. And then the second activation of note was at roughly 02:42 hours on the morning of the 7th, and that is when the Nissan Armada arrives in the neighborhood and turns from the Gray Juniper street onto the Porcupine Rim Street and proceeds towards 5510.
Do you see the white work van between those operative hours coming and going from that address?
No, I do not.
How about that blue Honda belonging to Devier?
No.
Just Jonathan's vehicle and Devyn's, correct?
During those hours, that's correct.
Which time span did you look for videos from that address?
From that address, the time span was, I believe it was 8 o'clock at night on the 6th until 6 in the morning on the 7th.
And in that time frame, you only see, of note, the Nissan Armada, as well as Devyn's Nissan Armada, as well as Jonathan's truck and trailer. Excuse me.
That's correct.
No white work van, no blue Honda.
No.
Did you then obtain video surveillance from the home of 6621 Gray Juniper?
It was obtained, yes.
Can you please orient us where that is?
I believe it's going to be the house right here. So it's on Gray Juniper and it faces north, and it's able to view the access from Ann Road into the neighborhood.
So it's able to view the only entrance and exit from that neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And just moving back to 5530 Porcupine Rim for the record. Playing file 2101. And I believe bottom right hand corner, we have a date and time stamp there, is that right?
Yes.
And what does that read?
08/06/2023 for the date, and 2101, I believe 36 is the seconds on it. So 9:01 at night.
Okay. And what did we see in this video?
You were able to see Jonathan's truck and trailer as it turned from the Gray Juniper onto Porcupine Rim.
So essentially coming from the entrance exit street, essentially.
Yes.
And turning the corner onto Porcupine Rim.
That's correct.
Playing 0242 file. Can you tell us the date and timestamp there?
Date's going to be 08/07/2023 with a time of 02/42/50, so 2:42 in the morning.
And playing from the beginning, what do we see there?
And there you see the Nissan Armada is traveling from the entrance of down Great Juniper and then turning onto Porcupine Rim and going towards the 5510 address.
And that would be Devyn's Nissan Armada, correct?
That's correct.
So now going back to that 6621 Great Juniper. Publishing for the record 629. Now, this video is slow to real time, is that right?
That's correct.
How many, is it about 3 minutes slow?
It's 3 minutes slow. So the timestamp on the video itself is 3 minutes behind actual time.
Okay, playing the first file, 512. We have a date and time stamp here.
Yes, the date's going to be 08/06/2023 with a time of 08/05/19 p.m.
Do we see Jonathan's truck enter the neighborhood here?
So far on this, he entered the neighborhood at roughly 9 o'clock at night. I apologize. On this one, it'll actually be, because of the 3 minutes slow, it will be at 8:57 on this, based on the timestamp on this video.
And that's because it's 3 minutes slow, correct?
That's correct.
Playing at 8:56, 45 seconds. They're at 8:57, 36 seconds. What do we see?
We see Jonathan's white Chevy truck with the trailer entering off of Ann Road into the neighborhood, and then it proceeds to turn down Great Juniper towards Porcupine Rim.
Playing 1002. Ultimately, we see Jonathan's vehicle leaving, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall about what time?
On this one with the timestamp, it'll be at 09:29 on this time, because he actually exits it at 09:32.
Playing at 0928. We see headlights there at 029.
Yes.
Sorry, 0929.
Yes.
Then what do we see there?
Once again, we see Jonathan's truck towing the trailer, and he's exiting the neighborhood, stopping at the stop sign at Ann Road. And then after waiting for traffic, he does proceed turning left on Ann Road.
And goes out of screen, correct?
Correct.
Playing 3413. What's the date and time stamp for this?
08/07/2023 is the date, and 02/34/20 a.m. is the time.
So hours later, correct, from the
That's
previous
correct.
video?
Correct.
And in this video, we'll see the Nissan Armada, is that right?
Yes, we will.
At 2:39, 28 seconds, is that Nissan Armada?
Yes, it is. Just turned in off of Ann Road and is proceeding down Great Juniper towards Porcupine Run.
Playing 5338. Date and time stamp on this one?
Date is 08/07/2023 with a time of 06:53:48 seconds.
And in this video, we see Devier's white work van leaving the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, we will.
7:31:54 seconds, what did we see there?
There we see the white work truck belonging to Devier.
What is it doing here?
It's exiting the neighborhood. It's currently at the stop sign waiting to turn onto Ann Road. And then it proceeds to turn left on Ann Road and out of view.
Okay. At 5829, playing that file. Specifically at, date and time stamp again.
Date on this one 08/07/2023 and time is 07:58 40 hours a.m.
And in this, we will see the Devyn's Nissan Armada leaving at about 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And is that there?
Yes. Her vehicle pulled up to the stop sign and turned left onto Ann Road.
Then at 8:02:50, I believe we see her Nissan Armada return, correct?
Yes, we do.
So about 2 minutes later, it's coming back into the neighborhood, correct?
Approximately, yes.
(8:02:48).
Correct. You see it turn from Ann Road into the neighborhood, turns left on Gray Juniper and proceeding towards Porcupine Rim.
And on this date, on August 7th of 2023, do we see trash cans in the road there?
Yes, we do.
So it appears to be trash day, is that right?
Yes.
Then fast forwarding, same video to about 8:08. At 8:08, what do we see there?
We see Devyn's Nissan Armada just turned from Gray Juniper. It's up at the stop sign, about to turn onto Ann Road.
And so a few minutes after it had just come into the neighborhood, it's going back out, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also canvass a 6505 Taylor Creek?
Yes, that was also, video was obtained from there as well.
And that would be related to Porcupine Rim, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you orient us on there?
Yes. So the house that you're talking about is this corner house right here. Again, where you can have a kind of a line of sight to 5510 Porcupine Rim.
And I don't know that I moved to admit this, Your Honor. The state is now moving to admit State 660.
No objection.
660. Publishing. Playing 452. Is there something, oh, sorry, date and time stamp at the bottom right? Could you read that into the record, please?
Yes, the date's going to be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 06/2056 in the morning.
Is there something of evidentiary value that we see in this video?
Yes, so from this video, you're able to see over to 5510 Porcupine Rim. Specifically, you're able to see parked in the street is Devier's work truck, and it's parked at the corner. You're able to see the stop sign and the street sign, and so it kind of gives us an orientation on where his truck is parked. And then you can also see behind his truck, you can see the Nissan Armada in the driveway.
Can you please, I don't know if you're able to, hover with the mouse of the work van so we know where we're looking?
So the white van right here is the work van.
Okay. Playing. Again, trash day?
Yes.
Playing 2506. Date and timestamp.
Dated 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 06/21/27 in the morning.
Is this the same?
It's essentially immediately after.
Okay.
It's just a continuation of the one we watched before, essentially.
And again, seeing Devier's work van, correct?
That's correct.
.0738, is this a video as well?
Yes, it is.
Now, I don't see a date and timestamp on this video, but is this another situation where you were able to determine the date and timestamp when looking at the video on the homeowner's device?
It's also embedded in the name of the video itself. So with the name of the video being 2023-0806, that notates the date of the actual video, and then the 09/07/38 notates the time. So it'd be 09/07/38 p.m.
Okay, and what you're referring to is sort of in that top left-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay, so 9:07 p.m. On August 6, 2023.
Correct.
Playing. Sort of quick there.
Yes, it is.
So what do we ultimately see in this video?
Also, you're able to see that Jonathan's work truck has backed into, Jonathan's truck, the Chevy, has backed into the driveway 5510 with the trailer attached. And then it also shows Devier's work truck parked in the street, and the work truck essentially appears to be in the same location that it's observed in the morning videos.
So it doesn't appear to have moved
That's
from
correct.
its location in the morning versus this evening video, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as part of the overall investigation in this case, showing states 11, there's a Rebecca Road here, which would be on the back side of that 5510 Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
And that street was canvassed for video, correct?
Yes, it was.
And no videos were obtained, nothing of evidentiary value, nothing suspicious, anything like that, correct?
That's correct. I was informed that there were no cameras that were observed on those houses. Those houses are also more, essentially, if you want to call them custom lots, so they're larger lots, so there's less homes as well, so less opportunity for there to be cameras.
So at no point during the night of August 6, 2023, do we see Devier's vehicles plural, seen coming or going from the residence, correct?
That's correct.
And we only see his work van ultimately leave at 7:30 in the morning, correct?
That's correct. It's 7 in the morning.
Thank you for correcting me. And just to states 11, hammer home, there is only one entrance and one exit, correct, to this Porcupine Rim neighborhood?
Correct. So in order to enter or exit, you have to turn from Ann Road on this little connector street, which then puts you directly onto Gray Juniper.
And then ultimately Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct. And then if you drive eastbound on Gray Juniper, this curve right here, the road turns into Porcupine Rim.
And so this 6621 Gray Juniper Ave, this is a full-time video camera. It's not an activation camera, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Never want to break up the ability of the attorneys to question the witness. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess and we'll do cross-examination. Please remember, tomorrow is a holiday, so the court is closed tomorrow. So we will not be in session tomorrow, and we'll be back on Wednesday. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merit, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. You must not read, write, listen to news or media accounts or come here about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionary, using any manner using record protection. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding the case or the prosecution. We will be in recess until Wednesday at 11 a.m.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so I just remind you that you are still on the oath to not discuss your testimony with anybody, but you are accused and if you can be back here Wednesday at about 10:45.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think going back. I think that's it for the day. All right. Seems like, all right. So they're done for the day. And then we found out that they are taking off tomorrow. So Wednesday, they're coming back at Wednesday at 11. So that's going to be 2 o'clock Eastern. So we're going to have the entire morning on Wednesday to figure out what to do. And then tomorrow as well. Got to figure out what to do tomorrow. We have, so far we have Matthew Paul's sentencing at 2. So I'll see if I can get a Ego Takes the Stand. I found one. So we'll see if we can get that sorted out. I'll see if I can get that sorted out. All right, you guys. So Detective Carl Lippisch, just showing a bunch of videos, video after video after video. Don't want that. Okay. Showing a bunch of videos. And I'm just trying to make heads or tails out of this. Just showing a bunch of videos. Let's see. They go to they go to the Chevron video. They go to the Chevron gas station. Then they have a video of still photos of Devyn walking in and out of the Chevron. Then they have her going to the CVS at 2:28. And then they have Devier's truck leaving the next morning at 7:32. So again, it looks like he is not involved in this. Looks like he's not involved with this. So, yeah, it seems like he's not involved. So it seems like she did it all herself, which is really, really hard to believe. But all right, 2 o'clock tomorrow. Yep, 2 o'clock for Matthew Paul's sentencing. Let's see. And what did we get out of today? We got Detective Skinner was on the stand. We had Detective Spangler, Detective Good, and Detective Lippish. So we had digital forensics, we had videos, digital data. We had a lot of digital cell phone tracking. We had cell phone tracking, and then we had the infotainment center of her truck, and then we have the videos. So everything's kind of, we're putting all this digital data together, and all the story is all coming together. Johnathan was packing up his truck. They went to her house a couple times. He's not with her when she goes to CVS. His phone travels with her. It's last used at around, I think, 8 or so, something like that. So everything's kind of leaning towards her. So interesting. All right, you guys. With that, we'll say goodnight. 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us. And I always show you some kitties. So right now they're being nice and calm. So I might as well show them while they're being nice and calm. We just fed them. Ooh, that's out of focus. There we go. Hey, hi. Little Raph over there. Got little Super Ball over here. Super Ball's over here. Hi. So, all right. Thank you so much, Amy. I will be able to watch whatever you do tomorrow. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. All right. I've got to go bleed my outdoor pipes because we're supposed to be in the 30s tonight, low 30s. So I get to go out and do that right now. I wrapped them up in cloth, and I'm going to go bleed them so that we don't wake up to frozen, busted pipes. All right, you guys. Have a great evening. Thank you for joining us. Matthew, Paul, for sure, at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Wednesday, pick back up at 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Pacific for Devyn, and try and get in a Ego Takes the Stand, or I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow morning, to be quite honest. So, all right, guys, thanks for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.